Chapter 1031. Wu Qinghua looked at her and paused, then turned to look at her strangely. You don't know how to cook? Lin Xiao looked at him calmly. Do you want to try? Wu Qinghua's expression. Lin Xiao. What's wrong? Wu Qinghua suddenly came back to his senses and shook his head. It's nothing. No need, I'll do it. With that, he turned and walked upstairs, but there was a thoughtful look in his eyes with his back to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? Question mark. She felt that his expression was a little strange. What was wrong? Was it strange that she didn't know how to cook? She just said it casually. Oh no. Wait. Lu Tianyu could cook. Oh no, she was going to be exposed. Did Wu Qinghua think that she didn't want to cook at his house? It seemed that he also knew that Lu Tianyu could cook. Wu Qinghua, who was walking up, thought to himself, when this woman said that she was going to blow up the kitchen, her expression seemed to be natural. This showed that she seemed to do this kind of thing often, which was why she said this reason so smoothly. But according to the information he had checked before, Lu Tianyu could cook. Although he didn't know how good his cooking skills were, he definitely wouldn't blow up the kitchen. Was this woman lying to him just now? Or was it just an excuse because she didn't want to cook? But Wu Qinghua felt that when the woman said that just now, it felt too real. It didn't seem like she said it casually. Why did it feel so strange? Wu Qinghua walked into his study with a confused look on his face. Lin Xiao silently watched his disappearing figure from below, wondering if she should cook a meal to make up for the excuse she had just made. What if he believed her and started to suspect her again? In a room in a building in Area B on the other side of High City, a group of people were sitting and standing. What? Lost him? When Bai Shuer heard these people say that the people following Lin Xiao's car had lost the target, she immediately widened her eyes and said angrily, Are you all useless? Can't even two women keep an eye on him? Shut up. Ding Biao glanced at Bai Shuer coldly and said, Lu Tianyu is not simple now. You'd better not treat him as the previous Lu Tianyu, or you'll be the one suffering. His words clearly showed his contempt for Bai Shuer. Bai Shuer was coldly reprimanded. She glared at him unhappily and said, Not simple? How is it not simple? I don't think there's anything special about him. Didn't he rely on others to protect him? If it wasn't for the woman beside her, she wouldn't have been able to do anything. Since you think so highly of her, let's see what she's capable of. Alright, stop arguing. At this time, another man in his 30s in the room spoke up to stop the two from arguing. Then he looked at Ding Biao and said, Since Lu Tianyu is not dead, he hasn't appeared in Sea City for a year. But how did you know that she was in the universal base? Did you find out where she came from? Ding Biao shook his head. I didn't find anything. That's why I thought she was suspicious. There was no record of her entering or exiting the base, and the people we sent were all stopped on the way. There must be someone protecting her from behind. The man said, She's nowhere to be found now. Haiqing is so big, it won't be easy to find her again. Didn't you find anything about those kids? Ding Biao still shook his head. I think since she's already appeared, she definitely won't be idle. The entire base knows Lu Tianyu's temperament. He likes to cause trouble outside when he has nothing to do. Just wait, she'll come out on her own. At this time, Bai Shuer suddenly said something that everyone agreed with. The man nodded. Well then send more people outside to keep an eye on the places where she used to appear. Ding Biao nodded hesitantly. I got it. But I really feel that this time, she doesn't seem to be as easy to see through as before. The man said coldly, Whether she's easy to see through or not, we have to keep an eye on her. Also, don't just focus on her. The two women and the children around her are all targets. We can always find something. Ding Biao immediately nodded. Okay, I got it. At this time, the man said to Bai Shuer, Hurry up and get rid of Jiang Anan. If others notice her, it will only bring us trouble. Bai Shuer was stunned for a moment before nodding. Oh, I got it. I'll bring people to take action tonight. And her mother, the man suddenly added. Bai Shuer looked at him in confusion. Her mother doesn't know about those things. Are we still going to do something to her? The man glanced at her and said, Have you forgotten what happened today? If she pesters you in the hall in public again, it will attract attention. Do you understand? What if someone notices Jiang Ainen from her? Oh, I got it. Bai Shuai nodded. Ding Biao suddenly said that Jiang Ainen has already been infected by the zombie virus. She won't survive no matter what. I don't think she will wake up. Even if she does, she might become a zombie. Her mother is a bigger variable. It's better to make her disappear as soon as possible. The man said. In that case, why don't we just turn her into a zombie and bite her mother to death? Bai Shuai's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Even if she is discovered, she will just be caught and turned into a zombie. They won't be able to trace it back to us. After dark that night, in an ordinary one-bedroom suite in the civilian area, there was an unconscious woman lying on the bed in the bedroom. The woman's face was pale, and her lips were so pale that they were almost black. She was covered with a quilt and lay motionless. At this moment, a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s walked in and looked at her daughter's appearance on the bed. Jiang Shiran stood by the bed with despair in her eyes. She sobbed and said, I told you not to trust people so easily, but you didn't believe me. Now you treat them as friends, but they just want to use you. Do you know Ainen? Why won't you listen to your mother? At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Shiran's eyes were calm, and she didn't respond. The knock on the door didn't stop, and it seemed to be very urgent. Jiang Shiran turned around silently and wiped her eyes and face with her sleeves. She walked out of the bedroom and looked through the peephole on the living room door. Who is it? There was a man's shadow standing outside the door. The light in the corridor was very dim, and the man's face couldn't be seen clearly. A man's voice sounded outside. Please open the door. We're here to save your daughter. Jiang Shiran didn't open the door hastily, but stared at the man vigilantly and asked, Who are you? Why do you want to save my daughter? Although she really needed people to help her family now, it didn't mean that her IQ had gone offline, and she would believe anyone at this time. The man outside the door took a step back, so that the light shone on his face and said, Don't worry. If we were here to harm you, we wouldn't have knocked on the door so openly. Chapter 1032. Jiang Shiran thought about it, and realized that the man was right. Furthermore, the light was already shining on the man's face. She didn't know him either, so she didn't dare to open the door. However, the other party said that he was here to save An. What if it was true? Jiang Shiran didn't dare to gamble, but she also didn't want to give up hope. Just as she was hesitating, the man outside the door was suddenly pushed aside by a hand. Then a woman's voice was heard. Step aside, let me speak. Then, Jiang Shiran saw an ordinary-looking woman, wearing a camouflage military uniform appear. Hello, it's about your daughter, Jiang Ainen. I think you should open the door, and let us in if you really want to save her. The woman did not reveal her identity, but her last sentence struck Jiang Shiran's heart. She gritted her teeth and slowly opened the door. She opened the door a little more than 10 centimeters wide. Seeing that the other party did not immediately rush to push her away, she opened the door doubtfully. The man and woman outside looked at her quietly, their expressions calm. Jiang Shiran said, Who the hell are you? It doesn't matter who we are. But there's a piece of information that should be very important to you. Do you know that someone is preparing to kill you? Duan Wan looked at Jiang Shiran and said. Jiang Shiran's expression changed when she heard her words. Then, she let the two of them into the house. After closing and locking the door, she turned to the two people in the room and asked, Who are you? Did he know something? You said you wanted to save my daughter. Is that true? Duan Wan pointed to the man next to her and said, Oh, you don't need to know who he is. You just need to know who he is. He works for Leader Wu. He has some information about your daughter that he wants to know from you. Before I can save your daughter, you have to let me see her injuries first. Jiang Shiran's eyes narrowed when she heard Duan Wan say that the man was Chief Wu's man. Then he lowered his head and walked towards the bedroom door. My daughter is inside. Go in if you want to see her. At this time, in Wu Qingyue's house, Lin Xiao secretly stared at Wu Qingyue's face. She didn't know if he believed her words. Maybe she should cook a meal to prove that she was Lu Tianyu. However, she wasn't lying when she said that she would blow up the kitchen. In the past, Lin Xiao often cooked in the kitchen, so she didn't have to cook at home. Later, After she had her second boyfriend, she was forced to be trained by him like a recruit. At that time, when she entered the kitchen, it was like a training ground. Now her cooking was just so. Although it wasn't very good, it wasn't that bad either. At least she wouldn't blow up the kitchen anymore. The last time he made it for Lin Hao, he complained that it was a little salty. Looking at Wu Qingyue's previous expression, it seemed that he was really suspicious of her. He wondered how he would feel if one day he found out that he wasn't the real Lu Tianyu. Who was it that he liked? Was it Lu Tianyu himself, or Lu Tianyu's appearance? Or was it Lin Xiao's inside? Lin Xiao was a little puzzled and curious. She thought that Wu Qingyue might only like Lu Tianyu or Lu Tianyu's face. After knowing that she wasn't Lu Tianyu, he would probably be disappointed. He felt a little upset. Lin Xiao pursed his lips and swept away the uncomfortable darkness in his heart. Even though she was now using Lu Tianyu's identity and face, she was still Lin Xiao. If Wu Qingyue didn't like her now, then there was no need for her to think about it. After dinner, the group of children went back to their rooms to play. Lin Xiaolu was older, so she acted as the little brat and took care of the three younger ones. She read a children's storybook that Wu Qingyue had given her to the three younger ones. From time to time, she would be scolded by little Tung Tung, scolding the protagonist of the story for being either stupid or silly, Lin Xiaolu. I really want to throw the storybook in my hand at his face. No wonder my aunt always wanted to scold him when she was with this kid. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, went into the space and picked a large plate of strawberries for the children. What the hell? Who said that monkeys are smart? You don't even want such a big watermelon. Why are you chasing after a little rabbit? Can that rabbit be eaten as a meal? Tung Tung rolled around on the bed and shouted. Lin Xiaolu looked at him with a depressed expression. Holding the book, she finally couldn't help but say, "Okay, you can shut up. I'm just telling a story. If you don't want to listen, then don't be noisy." She was annoyed by this kid who kept interrupting her story. In the end, she even had to listen to him complain about the intelligence of monkeys. However, she felt that this kid was very reasonable, and she couldn't refute him. Lin Xiao put the strawberries on the table in their room and said, "Eat the strawberries. You have so many questions. Do you know why the little monkey didn't get anything in the end?" Tung Tung rolled his eyes and looked at her. "If I were that little monkey, wouldn't I go back to pick up the watermelon if I couldn't catch the rabbit?" "It's because the rabbit is too stupid." Lin Xiao slapped his butt, then sat next to the bed with him in her arms and said, Yes, you are the smartest. But the little monkey's story not only tells you that it is stupid, but also tells you that you can't do things half-heartedly and can't see the value in front of you. Also, don't interrupt others when they are talking. It's too impolite. Lin Xiao's last sentence, except for Tung Tung, the other three children nodded in agreement. Tong Tong looked at Tung Tung and said, "Well, Mommy also said that it's impolite." Lin Xiaolu looked at Tung Tung and said, "That's too impolite." Wu Yueling also looked at Tung Tung with a burning gaze and nodded heavily. Tung Tung, who had been stabbed a few times, was speechless. After playing with the children for a while, Lin Xiao told them to go to bed early. Then, she turned around and walked out of the room, entering another room. Lin Xiao took out a pile of documents that Shen Yuzhen had sent over that night, and sat at the table, reading and signing. After midnight, Lin Xiao had just finished her work for the night. When she was about to sit and absorb the zombie cores until dawn, she felt Wu Qingyue walking towards her door. "Come in. There's no need to knock," Lin Xiao said as soon as the man stopped. Wu Qingyue opened the door and walked in, then slowly closed the door. "What's the matter?" Lin Xiao turned the chair over, sat with her legs crossed, and looked up at him. Wu Qingyue stood by the door and looked at her for a few seconds, then walked over and looked down at her, asking, "You really don't know how to cook?" Lin Xiao shrugged and said, "Did I say that? I only said that I would blow up the kitchen, but it doesn't mean that I don't know how to cook." Wu Qingyue looked at her strangely and said, "Usually, the probability of people who blow up the kitchen knowing how to cook is very small." Lin Xiao looked at him coldly and said, "So you came in the middle of the night to talk to me about the probability of people who blow up the kitchen knowing how to cook?" Wu Qingyue looked at her, narrowed his eyes and said, I've been thinking about why a person will suddenly change so much before and after death. A drastic change in personality may be understandable, but if some of the small problems and instinctive habits also change, it is a bit suspicious, right? Chapter 1033. Wu Qingyue's words made Lin Xiao's expression slightly stunned, but she quickly returned to normal. However, she was very surprised in her heart. She was a little surprised by Wu Qingyue's attitude at this time. Without waiting for Lin Xiao to say anything, Wu Qingyue stared at Lin Xiao and said, From the beginning, I was very curious as to why you cared so much about the Netherworld King's base. Moreover, you cared so much about the Lin family. I've checked. Lu Tianyu didn't know the Lin family of Netherworld King's base before. And you, after you died and became a zombie, not only did your temperament change greatly, but your way of doing things and doing things have also changed into another person. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed slightly, and she tried to maintain a calm expression on her face. However, her heart was a little churning, and after thinking about it, she suddenly felt relieved. Since Wu Qingyue could support a survival base with more than 1 million people, he was naturally not a simple person. She suddenly felt a little expectant, wondering if the other party had really recognized who she was. She looked at him with a dark gaze and said in a deep voice, So, what do you want to say? In Wu Qingyue's deep eyes, a few unfathomable lights flashed. He looked straight into Lin Xiao's eyes and said, You're not Lu Tianyu at all. When he heard what the female zombie said today, Wu Qingyue returned to the study full of doubts. He didn't do anything, he just sat in front of the desk, and thought that this female zombie gave him a very strange feeling that something was wrong. She said that she would blow up the kitchen, and Wu Qingyue felt that she might have said it casually to fool him. But the other party said it so naturally, as if she really would blow up the kitchen often. Wu Qingyue felt that he wouldn't misread people's expressions, let alone mishear the female zombie's tone. He suddenly thought of the changes that happened after she became a zombie, as if she had become another person. The change in attitude towards Sea City and him was huge, and she also paid too much attention to and protected the survivors of Netherworld King's base. He had always wondered why, but today, the female zombie's words suddenly flashed in his mind. He thought of the female zombie's skillful handling of official business, the neat methods and layout of the new base, and her skills and abilities. Abilities could be said to be a coincidence, but a person's skills couldn't be learned immediately. In the past, Wu Qingyue had never understood what was going on. Now that it was the era of science, he had never thought in the direction of supernatural fantasy, possession, and so on. He had never thought about it. But today he suddenly thought about it. If Lu Tianyu was no longer the original Lu Tianyu, then all of this could be explained. So if she wasn't Lu Tianyu after becoming a zombie, then who was she? Who would do something that only a leader would do? Who was the one who was used to doing things that only a leader would do? Who was the one who calmly and easily handled the tasks that the leader was supposed to do? Moreover, he was so concerned about the survivors of the Netherworld King's base. He was so concerned about Lin Feng, Lin Hao, and Lin Wenwen's family. Other than the woman who used to be the leader of the Netherworld King's base, who else could it be? Wu Qingyue suddenly felt very stupid. He couldn't even see the true identity of the woman he loved. On one hand, he thought that she was the evil Lu Tianyu, and on the other hand, he was puzzled by her change. He suddenly felt that it was natural that the female zombie in front of him didn't accept him, because he didn't even know who his sweetheart was. What qualifications did he have to make the other party accept him? Wu Qingyue had never felt that his IQ had dropped so much until today. Lin Xiao looked at him in silence, then smiled calmly and said, Oh, if I'm not Lu Tianyu, then do you think this face is fake? Although she was sitting, the other party was standing. But she didn't feel pressured, and the aura of both sides wasn't weak. Even if Wu Qingyue's eyes told her that the other party had suddenly figured something out and guessed something, she wouldn't directly admit it like a fool. Besides, would a normal person really believe this kind of thing? This face was slowly recovered by the other party. From the beginning of her disfigurement, the other party saw this body clearly before Lu Tianyu died. Even if others might think that she had plastic surgery to become Lu Tianyu, Wu Qinghua wouldn't believe it. Wu Qinghua said to her with a chuckle, "No, your face is not fake, and your body is not fake. I can recognize every part of your body that hasn't changed. But your soul is not Lu Tianyu's." Lin Xiao said with some surprise, "Why don't you say it's my memory? It's still possible to change a person's memory with the current science." Hypnosis and memory implantation were not only possible with science, but also with superpowers. In fact, it wasn't difficult to change a person's memory. At this time, Wu Qinghua turned around and walked to the only sofa in her room and sat down, then answered Lin Xiao's question. If a person's memory is changed, then when he does things according to the fake memory. In fact, his eyes are not firm, but there is a faint sense of doubt in his heart that he doesn't know. But you are different. You are very determined to do things that Lu Tianyu would never want to do in the past. There is also a person's physical instinct. Even if the memory is changed, it can't be changed. The instinct only exists in the soul's memory. Lin Xiao looked at him and felt a little unhappy. All of a sudden, all of her secrets were peeled away layer by the other party, and then her true face was revealed. He wanted to expose her true identity at the slightest disagreement. She had been wearing a good disguise, but it was suddenly exposed. Could they still cooperate well? What about the trust between people before? Was it fed to the zombies by Wu Qinghua? Although she had surrendered in her heart, on the surface, Lin Xiao's face did not change. She sneered and said, "Although I don't understand what you are saying, I don't want to know what you are thinking. It's late, please go back." Wu Qinghua looked at her deeply for a few seconds, then stood up silently. Then when he walked to the door, he said with a meaningful smile, "It doesn't matter. I have already got the answer I want." Lin Xiao. What the hell did I say? How did you get the answer you want? Wait, what is your answer? Wu Qinghua opened the door and looked at Duan Wan standing outside with a smile when he walked out. Then he turned around and left. Duan Wan walked in, then closed the door and turned to look at Lin Xiao. Why do I feel that when he looked at me just now, he seemed to have seen through something? Lin Xiao said helplessly. His mind suddenly became clear. Duan Wan looked at her blankly. Lin Xiao said clearly, "He guessed my identity." Duan Wan's eyes slightly widened. "You mean?" Lin Xiao nodded and didn't want to talk more. She waved her hand at her with a tired expression. "Well, how's the information?" Chapter 1034. Duan Wan looked at her in surprise for a few seconds before she put away her astonishment. He began to report to Lin Xiao that Jiang Anan has been infected by the zombie virus. I don't know how Mother Jiang found out that Haiqing Central Medical Hospital has a medicine made from your energy lake that can suppress the spread of the virus. In the end, she wanted to send Jiang Anan here. In order to prevent Jiang Anan from turning into a zombie, it doesn't matter even if she remains unconscious. As Duan Wan spoke, she continued, "And tonight, Bai Shuer and Ding Biao are also preparing to send people to deal with the mother and daughter. Li Yueshan and I have already secretly moved Jiang Anan to another place. I also let Jiang Anan drink your energy lake water, which temporarily suppressed the spread of the virus in her body." Lin Xiao nodded. Duan Wan continued, "You guessed correctly. Bai Shuer and Jiang Anan's friendship was intentional. Although Jiang Anan was often alone, she and her mother carried a secret. It was because of this secret that Bai Shuer took the trouble to get close to her and befriend her. Now that the secret is in our hands, Bai Shuer is preparing to get rid of Jiang Anan." Lin Xiao glanced at her. So, Jiang Anan saving Bai Shuer this time was actually a trap that Bai Shuer had set for her? Duan Wan nodded. Lin Xiao asked again, "What is the secret?" Duan Wan said, "It's said that Jiang Anan's father is dead, but he's not actually dead. However, her father was not in Haiqing, but in China. It was said that he was an expert in botany before the apocalypse. No one in Sea City who knew the Jiang family knew about this, but Bai Shuer's corpse hunting team had a secret intelligence transaction with Huaxia. Huaxia might think that Jiang Anan's father was a very important person, so in order to control him, they tried to find out the existence of Jiang Anan and her mother. So let Ding Biao help keep an eye on Jiang Anan." Lin Xiao frowned. In that case, Jiang Anan and her mother should be used as hostages. Why does Bai Shui's team want to get rid of them now? Duanwan said. Mrs. Jiang said that Jiang Anan's father was going to betray Huaxiao a few months ago. But in the process of being chased by the Chinese, he was accidentally shot and killed. However, he had given a copy of the diary to someone else and asked that person to bring it to High City for Jiang Anan. Bai Shui had tricked Jiang Anan into giving her this diary, so she was prepared to kill the two of them. Lin Xiao nodded in understanding. I see. So, does Bai Shui's corpse hunting team still trade information with Huaxia? Duanwan replied. Li Yushan has also investigated the matter regarding their team. I believe that leader Wu will send someone to deal with it soon. Do you still want to see Jiang Anan? She is now infected by the zombie virus. Do you have any way to cure her? Lin Xiao responded and stood up. Go. Why not? If she's not dead, I can save her. Lin Yu was the first, Bao Xiaoguo was the second, and now Jiang Anan was the third. On the other side, Wu Qingyue returned to his study room and received the report from Li Yushan. It was the same as Duanwan's. Then he asked Wu Qingyue, are these people righteous or secretly righteous? Wu Qingyue said, are they just trading information? Do they have any intention of joining Huaxia? Li Yushan shook his head. I think so. They seem to be preparing to join Huaxia. Wu Qingyue thought for a while and said, then let's clean them up openly. Anyway, they haven't left Sea City yet. Let's use selling confidential information as an excuse. Yes. Oh right, go and get me detailed information on the former Netherworld King's leader Netherflame. I want it to be very detailed. I want his background before the apocalypse too. Wu Qingyue suddenly gave him an order. Ah, didn't she? Li Yushan looked at him in confusion. He didn't know why his leader suddenly wanted him to investigate the background information of the dead Netherworld King's base leader. But thinking that he was just a subordinate, he could only do his job first. Oh yes. Wu Qingyue smiled mysteriously and murmured. No wonder your interaction with Lin Hao gave me a very familiar feeling. And Duanwan too. Li Yushan was confused. He didn't understand what his leader was talking about. When Bai Shui and Ding Biao secretly brought people to Jiang Anan's house, they looked at the empty house with a gloomy expression. Where are they? Didn't you guys send people to keep an eye on her house? Ding Biao looked at a man beside him and asked. The man seemed to be a little flustered and said, They suddenly lost contact. I haven't been able to contact them now. So. Bai Shui frowned and said, Jiang Anan is already in this state. If she's discovered, she'll be immediately captured and locked up. They don't dare to appear outside casually. But where can they go now? Ding Biao thought for a while and looked inside and outside the house with a flashlight. Everything is still there. It seems like they left temporarily. Bai Shui suddenly sneered and said, Jiang Anan is already in this state. She might turn into a zombie at any time. That old woman even dared to bring her out. Does she want to die faster? Although Mother Jiang was young, she looked older because of her poor health. So Bai Shui called her old woman behind her back. Ding Biao said with a serious expression, Quickly find out where they are. Don't let them expose the diary to others. It'll definitely cause us a lot of trouble. Oh, Bai Shui replied woodenly. The few of them quickly left the Jiang family and went around to find out where Jiang Anan and her daughter went. But after a night of searching, there were no clues. Lin Xiao arrived at the place where Jiang Anan was. It was a rather remote place in the Central Medical Center. There was a tightly guarded building there. There were many rooms in the building. She followed Duanwan into the building. The guard at the corridor door didn't stop them. Duanwan brought Lin Xiao into the building and walked up the stairs. When they reached the third floor, they turned and walked along the side corridor. He only stopped when he reached the door of one of the rooms. They're inside. Duanwan looked at the closed door and said. As she spoke, she raised her hand and knocked on the door. Soon the door opened from the inside. The middle-aged woman that Lin Xiao saw during the day stood behind the door and was stunned when she saw Lin Xiao. It's you. When she looked at Duanwan again, her expression turned into one of realization. She didn't notice Duanwan's face during the day, so she didn't remember that she was the person who fought with Bai Shui during the day. But when she saw Lu Tianyu's face, she remembered. Chapter 1035. Mrs. Jiang knew Lu Tianyu. Many people in the entire Sea City base knew Lu Tianyu, and many people had seen her. But very few people had seen her without makeup. However, she also recognized Lin Xiao's face as Lu Tianyu's, and when she went to see Bai Shuer today, she also noticed Lin Xiao. Because of the discussion around them, she didn't notice Duan Wan. Now that she saw the two of them together, she remembered that she seemed to have seen Duan Wan during the day. She is the one who can save your daughter. Duan Wan pointed to Lin Xiao and said. Mrs. Jiang looked at her hesitantly, but she didn't resist. She took a step back, which meant that she agreed with Duan Wan's words. Lin Xiao walked in through the passage she made. Without saying anything, she went straight to the bed in the room. Duan Wan locked the door, then took out an agreement and handed it to her. She said cautiously to Mrs. Jiang, "You can't tell anyone what you see later. If you leak the news, it won't do you any good." Madame Jiang looked at Lin Xiao and then at her daughter. She looked a little sad and nodded to take the agreement from Duan Wan. Lin Xiao looked at Jiang Ainan's face and saw that she had a very beautiful face and facial features. But there was a scar from the end of her right eyebrow to the bottom of the corner of her eye, which completely ruined the beauty of her face. There were some eyebrow lines between her eyebrows, which only appeared when she frowned often. It seemed that there was a reason why she was a loner. Lin Xiao looked at Jiang Ainan's face and reached out to touch the carotid artery on the side of her neck. After feeling a slight pulse, she turned to look at Mrs. Jiang. She said, "You should have heard about me. Everyone thought I was dead. In fact, I was really dead, but I came back to life." Mrs. Jiang looked at her in confusion. Lin Xiao continued to say to her, "I can't show you the way to save your daughter, so please go out for a while. Can I?" Mrs. Jiang looked at Lin Xiao with some resistance, as if she couldn't accept this condition. Lu Tianyu's character had always been bad in Sea City. If he left his daughter alone with him in the same room, Lu Tianyu wouldn't be able to escape. She didn't know what she would do to her daughter. However, the other party was here to save her and so she couldn't refuse him directly. Can't I watch from the side?" she said hesitantly to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao shook his head. "There are some things that you can't know. It won't do you any good if you know." Nanny Jiang looked at her in silence. Duan Wan placed her hand on Mother Jiang's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. Our leader is here to save people, not to harm them. Follow me out first, please trust me." Nanny Jiang turned to look at Duan Wan and Lin Xiao before gritting her teeth. Turning around, he walked to the door, opened it and walked out. Since things had come to this, Nanny Jiang had no reason to refuse. Duan Wan followed her out, leaving Lin Xiao alone in the room. Only then did Lin Xiao hold Jiang Ainan's hand and roll up her sleeves. Green veins popped up on the skin of his arm. The corners of her eyes began to overflow with an eerie darkness that began to devour the whites of her eyes. In less than a second, her eyes were already pitch black. Lin Xiao opened her mouth and revealed her teeth. Then, she bit down on Jiang Ainan's arm. She easily bit through her skin and stopped her teeth in her flesh for 3 seconds before letting go. After letting go, her eyes quickly returned to black and white. She rolled up Jiang Ainan's sleeves and stuffed them under the quilt. Lin Xiao narrowed her eyes and watched as the virus she injected into Jiang Ainan's arm began to spread and devour the virus in her body. Then, she took out a glass of pure lake water and poured it into Jiang Ainan's mouth. Seeing the virus in Jiang Ainan's body quickly dissipating, the energy of the lake water immediately began to spread from her stomach, replenishing and restoring her body functions. Lin Xiao turned to the door and opened it. She said to the outside, "Come in." Nanny Jiang immediately rushed in and leaned against the bed to carefully observe Jiang Ainan's situation. Jiang Ainan's face was still pale, and there was no difference from before. Nanny Jiang turned to look at Lin Xiao with some doubt. "This Ainan's situation, how is it?" Lin Xiao said, "Just watch. The effects will slowly show in an hour. Don't worry." Duan Wan also walked over and looked at Jiang Ainan's face. Then she rolled up her eyelids. Then she said to Nanny Jiang, "Look, her eyes have deteriorated." Hearing this, Nanny Jiang immediately came over and looked at Jiang Ainan's eyes. She saw that the purplish blood vessels in the whites of her eyes had faded a lot. They were slowly receding at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. Seeing this, Nanny Jiang immediately revealed a surprised expression. Really? That's great. That's great. Hope broke out of the gloom in her heart and filled it at once. When she wakes up, take her to the universal base. Your secret has been exposed. Even if we get rid of Bai Shuer's group now, the next group will come again, Lin Xiao said to Nanny Jiang. Nanny Jiang nodded and stared straight at Jiang Ainan on the bed. Lin Xiao glanced at Jiang Ainan on the bed. Since the diary is still in Jiang Ainan's hands, we don't know what the contents of the diary are, but it must be very important. There are too many people in High City. Even if you want to hand the diary over to the High City military, you might not be able to avoid being hunted down. Moreover, Jiang Ainan was originally infected with the zombie virus and was about to die. Now she suddenly recovered. She was saved by me. This is another secret. So, I think it's safer for her to come back to the universal base with me. That's right. Giving us the second diary is no different from giving it to High City, Duanwan said. In exchange, Duanwan had already discussed it with Nanny Jiang. The condition for saving Jiang Ainan was to hand over the contents of the diary to the universal base. This was because Duanwan and Li Yueshan had found out that the diary Jiang Ainan gave Bai Shuer was not complete. Jiang Ainan's father had given her 2 diaries. As for Bai Shuer, she only received 1 book. Bai Shuer and Ding Biao didn't know about this. Originally, Haiqing had full authority to research this matter. But Lin Xiao also wanted to know what the contents of the diary were about. Jiang Ainan's father researched mutated plants. Perhaps there were some clues in his diary that could be of help in dealing with the underground guerrillas. So Lin Xiao immediately decided to save Jiang Ainan herself and share the contents of the 2 diaries separately. She took half of the diary and let Wu Qinghua send people to snatch the other half. Chapter 1036. Mother Jiang sighed and said, "The diary is with Jiang Ainan. We'll only know when she wakes up." Lin Xiao nodded and said, "She'll wake up before dawn." In fact, Jiang Ainan was still tied up on the bed to prevent her from suddenly turning into a zombie and jumping up to bite people. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he left with Duanwan. The next day, Bai Shuer and the others returned to their residence after searching for a whole night without finding any clues. Bai Shuer lived with Ding Biao. When they returned home, both of them didn't look too good. How did they suddenly disappear? Did that old woman really take Jiang Ainan away and hide her? Bai Shuer sat on the sofa in the room with a puzzled expression. Ding Biao sat on the other side with his eyes narrowed and didn't respond to her question. Bai Shuer didn't get an answer from him and looked up at him. Then she asked, "What if we can't find her? Although we've already got the thing, if she spreads the news, Haiqing will definitely target us. In that case, Sea City will definitely target us, and they will even suspect us." Ding Biao turned to look at her and replied, "So no matter what, we must find them and kill them." Bai Shuer nodded and suddenly thought of Lin Xiao and the others she met yesterday. I don't know if the leader has gotten any information about Lu Tianyu. I'm sure she must have been hiding in the universal base. I don't know who the 2 women around her are, but they're so obedient to her. Ding Biao thought of Duanwan who blocked them at that time and said, "That woman in camouflage clothes isn't simple. Her ability is also at the 5th level. She's actually a bodyguard for Lu Tianyu. I don't know who she's working for. Maybe you're right, they're indeed from the universal base." Bai Shuer showed an annoyed expression and said gloomily, "Unfortunately, the people you sent to follow her have been lured away. Now we can't find any traces of her. We want to get some clues about the universal base from her, but we can't find her. Seeing that she's protected by a 5th level psychic, the person she hooked up with in the universal base is definitely not a simple person. Maybe we can really find a breakthrough from her and find out some information about the universal base." Ding Biao thought of Lu Tianyu's fair face and her immature appearance when she first went to college a few years ago. Very beautiful, very charming. Although the Lu Tianyu she saw yesterday was not wearing heavy makeup, he was even more fascinating than when he was wearing makeup. Moreover, the cold gaze in Lu Tianyu's eyes yesterday, the calm expression, and the powerful aura that suddenly came out of nowhere were completely different from before. Ding Biao's eyes flashed as he thought of the exquisite body he had played with before. "Come here," he suddenly called out to Bai Shuer. Bai Shuer was confused by his sudden greeting and did not know what he wanted to do. "Come here, I want to hug you." Ding Biao looked at Bai Shuer's chest and licked his lips. His eyes were dark as he spoke to her. Bai Shuer's expression froze slightly, but she did not resist. Instead, she stood up and walked to him with a dazed expression. Then, she consciously sat on his lap and looked at him with uncertainty. "What's wrong? You suddenly want it?" When she sat on his lap, Ding Biao hugged her waist and buried his face in her chest. However, his mind was filled with Lu Tianyu's face and body. Bai Shuer's breathing deepened slightly when Ding Biao bit her collarbone. Then, she relaxed her body and allowed him to take off her clothes. Mother Jiang leaned against the recliner in the ward and fell asleep. She had been worried about Jiang Anan for the past few days and had exhausted her mind. After Lin Xiao left last night, she watched as Jiang Anan's expression gradually recovered. Only then did she relax and sleep for a while at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. At this moment, Jiang Anan, who was lying on the bed, moved her eyelids. Her thick eyelashes trembled slightly and then slowly opened. After opening her eyes, she stared blankly at the ceiling. After more than 10 seconds, her eyeballs moved and then rolled a few times. Her eyes also regained consciousness. After looking around, she saw her mother sleeping on the recliner. Jiang Anan turned her head to look at a very high and small window next to her. The light outside the window was very bright. It looked like the sun had just risen in the morning. Where was this? Why was she here? Jiang Anan thought about these two questions. She frowned and began to move her body as she thought. She found that her body was imprisoned on the bed, and something was tying her up. There was a dull pain coming from several parts of her body. It was the pain of external injuries. A thought flashed in her mind. Jiang Anan suddenly remembered that she should have gone out on a mission at the base not long ago. Suddenly thinking of something, Jiang Anan's expression changed a few times and finally, she revealed a sinister look. She closed her eyes and restrained the emotions in her eyes, covering them with a layer of coldness. Her fingers moved, and her hands slowly turned into stone. "Papa!" She struggled with her hands, and the restraints on her hands were broken. She knew why these restraints were holding her down, because she was infected with the zombie virus. After her hands were free, she immediately untied the restraints on her neck and upper body before sitting up. She looked at her hands in confusion. They were still her hands, but her nails were pink and white. There was no change of blackening, and her skin looked normal. She rolled up the sleeves on her forearms in disbelief, and found that the skin was normal. There were no blue veins floating, and the color had turned pale. "Anan, you're awake." At this time, Mother Jiang's voice suddenly sounded. Jiang Anan looked up and saw her mother standing up from the recliner. She walked toward her with a face full of surprise. "Mom," Jiang Anan calmly said to her. "Great. Anan, my Anan, you really woke up. You didn't turn into a zombie. You didn't turn into a zombie." Mother Jiang rushed over and sat on the bed, holding her face with both hands. She looked at her with red eyes and cried tears of joy. "Mom, how did I?" Jiang Anan was also very puzzled and wanted to know what was going on. According to her last conscious mind, her whole body was cold, and her limbs were stiff. There were signs of zombification all over her body. Why did it all disappear now? From her mother's words, it seemed that she knew why she didn't turn into a zombie. Great. They didn't lie to Mom. "Anan, how do you feel? Have you recovered your consciousness?" Mother Jiang was excited for a while, but she quickly recovered. She wiped her face and asked Jiang Anan. Jiang Anan nodded, then smiled and comforted Mother Jiang. "I've recovered. I'm very good now. It seems that the virus has been cured, and my ability has recovered." Chapter 1037. That's good. That's good. Mrs. Jiang sat next to Jiang Anan and stroked her long hair. Jiang Anan looked around the strange room and said, "Mom, where are we?" And you said they didn't lie to you. Who are they? Are they the people who saved me? After thinking about it, she asked, Mom, who sent me back? Mrs. Jiang wiped the tears off her face and said, It was a guy from your team who sent you back. She left without saying anything after putting you down. After that, you were in a coma. And I saw that you seemed to have been scratched by zombies. Our family didn't have enough credit points in zombie cores. Later, I told them that you were injured because you were trying to save by Schwer. So I wanted to ask her to send you to the Central Medical Center. Speaking of this, Mrs. Jiang's expression darkened. She was angry and helpless. When Jiang Anan heard the name by Schwer, a cold light flashed in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. Mrs. Jiang continued, But she didn't want to care about you at all. Didn't you save her? Why doesn't she want to have anything to do with you at all? Jiang Anan shook her head and said, Mom, don't mention her anymore. From today onwards, my relationship with her is no longer that of a friend. They are enemies. Then she asked, Who helped us? Mom, what's the purpose of the other party helping us? No one would come to save her for no reason, and they even cured her of the zombie virus. She had never heard of someone who could be saved after being infected with the zombie virus. Since the other party had this method, they must know how valuable it was. If it was known, it would cause a sensation. If she didn't have any value, would the other party use this method to save her? Jiang Anan wasn't a stupid person. Since the other party saved her, it was equivalent to telling her the secret. So they definitely wouldn't let her know about it and save her life out of kindness. Mrs. Jiang also knew what she meant. She sighed and said, Do you remember Lu Tianyu who died a year ago? Jiang Anan looked at her blankly. Yes, why? Hearing her mother mention Lu Tianyu, she was a little confused. What did this have to do with that notorious woman? Mrs. Jiang said, She came back alive. She didn't die. No, she said she died, but she came back to life. She was the one who cured you of the virus. Jiang Anan's eyes slightly widened. She was shocked by her mother's words. What? She didn't die? Or she saved me? Mrs. Jiang nodded. After the shock, Jiang Anan asked in disbelief, How is that possible? It's fine that she didn't die. But why would she save me? Did she ask for something? If it was really that woman, she would definitely not be so kind as to save her. No, she wouldn't save anyone, right? Unless she had a purpose. Mrs. Jiang nodded. Jiang Anan immediately looked at her and asked, Mom, did you agree to her request? Mrs. Jiang sighed and said, I told her about your father's diary. So Jiang Anto Jiang, Jiang and to Jiang Shi Jiang, and Jiang, to Jiang Ji, and I. The other one is to reveal the contents of your father's diary to her. Jiang Anan calmed down when she heard that there were conditions. Because it was expected, she didn't have much of a reaction. Moreover, after hearing these 3 conditions, she could still accept it. Although she was a little unwilling to hand over the diary, at least she could save her life. But at least it was in exchange for her life. If she lost her life, what was the point of guarding these things? Who would take care of her mother when she was gone? So these 2 diaries were not so important to Jiang Anan now. She said, But the first volume of the diary has already been taken by Ding Biao and the others. I only have the second one. Mrs. Jiang smiled and said, It doesn't matter. They said you don't have to worry about the first one. They only need the second one. Jiang Anan nodded. Suddenly she said, Did they say when they will leave? I still have one more thing to do. I'll leave after I'm done. They said 2 days later. Mrs. Jiang said, and then asked, What else do you want? Jiang Anan said, Mom, Ding Biao took the diary from me. I have to get it back. And by Schwer, or that liar, I don't want to let her go. When she said this, her expression became fierce, and an ominous glint flashed in her eyes. Ah, do you still want to find that woman? Let's go. We can't fight them. Don't make trouble. You are alive. You can't get into trouble again. If something happens to you, what should I do? Hearing Jiang Anan's words, Mrs. Jiang's expression became very resistant. Jiang Anan reluctantly held her hand back, and her eyes began to redden. She looked at her and said, Mom, but I can't take this lying down. Not only did she take my diary, but she also cheated my feelings. I used to treat Bai Shui, as a friend. But I didn't expect her to do this to me. But how can you fight with her? You know how powerful the zombie hunter group is. You can't fight with her. How about we talk about it later? Mrs. Jiang still looked at her uncompromisingly. At this moment, the door was suddenly opened, and a woman's voice interrupted. How do you want to deal with her? I'll help you. She provoked me yesterday. I'll let her know what it means to overestimate herself. Jiang Anan and Lin Xiao turned their heads and saw Lu Tianyu walking in with his hands in his trouser pockets. But it was another woman who opened the door. You are Lu Tianyu? Looking at Lin Xiao, Jiang Anan looked at her hesitantly. Lin Xiao nodded. Yes, that's right. Is there a problem? Jiang Anan looked at her for a while, then looked at the other woman who came in with Lin Xiao. Then she suddenly said to Lin Xiao, You said you want to help me. How are you going to help me? Lin Xiao smiled and said, I'll tell you the details of her and Ding Biao's movements, and then you can do it yourself. I can also help you control Ding Biao. Jiang Anan looked at her in confusion. Are you serious? Can you do it? Of course our leader can do it. If we didn't want you to take revenge yourself, we wouldn't have come to you, Shen Yuzhen said from the side. Leader? Jiang Anan grasped this title and looked at Lin Xiao in confusion. Is there a problem? She's the leader of the All Beings base. Haven't you heard that the leader of the All Beings base is a woman? Shen Yuzhen smiled. Jiang Anan's eyes widened, and he said with a dumbfounded expression, Of course I heard that the leader of the All Beings base is a woman. And there are rumors that her surname is Lu. He just didn't expect that leader Lu to be Lu Tianyu. This was a little exciting. Chapter 1038. When Lin Xiao went to look for Jiang Anan, Xiao Liqing and Li Yushan quietly went to the place where Bai Shui and Ding Biao were staying at noon. They sent people to surround their residence without them noticing. Bang! The bedroom door was suddenly blown open by someone. The two people on the bed, who were naked under the blankets, immediately woke up and sat up on the bed. Who is it? Ding Biao yelled and sat up, looking around cautiously. He saw a group of soldiers walking in from the bedroom door. Put on your clothes and follow us, Xiao Liqing said coldly, staring at the two of them. The surrounding soldiers had already raised their guns and surrounded the two people's bed. Deputy Leader Xiao, what's going on? Breaking into a private house is one thing, but you suddenly want us to follow you. May I know the reason? Ding Biao calmed down and asked Xiao Liqing. Follow us and you'll know. Don't ask so much now. Put on your clothes, Xiao Liqing said to him calmly. Put on your clothes. The soldiers pointed their guns at the two of them and shouted coldly. They had no reaction to Bai Shui's exposed skin. Bai Shui grabbed the blanket and covered her chest. She glared at them angrily and anxiously. How am I supposed to put on my clothes like this? You've seen me naked, okay? Cut the crap and wear yours. A soldier standing closest to Bai Shui yelled at her impatiently. He continued, If you don't put on your clothes, you can come with us naked. The last sentence immediately shut Bai Shui up. She could only say sullenly, At least, help me pass the clothes over. Go pick them up yourself. The soldier refused without hesitation. Bai Shui, give them to her, Xiao Liqing said calmly. Thus, the soldier standing closest to Bai Shui's clothes had no choice but to use his gun to pick them up. Then he threw them to her on the bed. Ding Biao sat on the bed and bent over to pick up his underwear. He put them on under the blanket and then got off the bed to get other clothes. Don't think about escaping. You can't escape. Xiao Liqing seemed to see the darkness in Ding Biao's eyes and suddenly said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldier next to him suddenly fired at Ding Biao and Bai Shui. However, what came out of the gun were not metal bullets, but two needles. Behind the needles was a small tube of liquid. Pfft. And, just as Ding Biao was about to move, he was injected. His legs suddenly went limp, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. After a few seconds, the strength in his legs returned. However, he could no longer sense the energy of his special ability. I heard that Jiang Anan's father's diary is with you. Do you want to take it out yourself and give it to us? Or do you want us to search this place? After seeing that both of them had been injected, Xiao Liqing turned around and walked out. He then sat on the sofa and looked at the two people who had been dragged out. Oh, you guys also want to snatch that diary? Ding Biao looked at him and sneered. Xiao Liqing shook his head. I'm not robbing you. I'm returning this diary to its owner. Return it to master? Jiang Anan is about to become a zombie. Will you give it to her? Do you think we're idiots? Bai Shuer stood at the side and rolled her eyes. Xiao Liqing shrugged. Who said we want to return it to Jiang Anan? Returning it to her mother is also returning it to master. However, you don't have to worry about that. You just need to hand it over. Ding Biao said. The diary isn't with me. You want to know it from me? Do you think I'll tell you that easily? Of course you won't tell us that easily. Otherwise you wouldn't have needed me. At this time, a woman's voice came from the balcony. Then, Emily walked in from the balcony. Ding Biao and Bai Shuer looked at her, but they did not know Emily. As most of Mo Li's work was in the research lab, it was normal that Ding Biao and Bai Shuer, who were normal zombie hunters, did not know each other. Xiao Liqing nodded to her. I'll leave the rest to you. Emily walked over and stood in front of Ding Biao, staring at his eyes. Ding Biao did not know that she was a spiritual type psychic. At first, he stared at her without fear. However, after staring at her for 2 seconds, Ding Biao's eyes suddenly panicked. You're a spiritual type psychic. However, just as he finished speaking, the light in his eyes suddenly blurred, and his pupils began to disperse. Emily only stared at him. In fact, her spiritual power had already invaded Ding Biao's brain from his eyes. She's a spiritual type. Hearing Ding Biao's panicked words, Bai Shuer was shocked. She immediately looked at Ding Biao, and the woman in front of him in panic. Don't cause trouble. Xiao Liqing waved his hand at her and said. As soon as he spoke, the 2 soldiers who were holding Bai Shuer immediately dragged her to the side, putting some distance between her and Ding Biao. After Bai Shuer realized that Emily was a spiritual type psychic, she panicked. She was dragged to the side in a daze. The more she thought about it, the more afraid she became. She spent 2 years trying to build a relationship with Jiang Anan to obtain the diary, and it finally fell into her and Ding Biao's hands. As long as they could safely leave Sea City with the diary, they would be able to survive in Huaxia. However, if Ding Biao handed over the diary now, they would be able to escape. There would be no benefits in Huaxia. Just as Bai Shuer was panicking, Emily stared at Ding Biao and said, Tell me, where did you put the diary? Ding Biao's eyes were dull, and he was like a puppet. Hearing Emily's words, his eyes showed a hint of resistance. Emily continued to ask, Tell me, where did you put the diary? The resistance in Ding Biao's eyes immediately disappeared, and he obediently said expressionlessly, Here. Emily continued to ask, Where did you put it? Ding Biao said, On the wall behind the bed in the bedroom. There's a secret compartment in the wall. Hearing his words, without Xiao Liqing and Emily's orders, the soldiers immediately went into search. Bai Shuer, who was at the side, thought, It's only been 2 days. I didn't expect it to be found so quickly. You guys are quite fast. Did you find it? At this moment, a woman's voice came from outside the door. Everyone turned their heads to look, and saw a few more people coming in. Lin Xiao's long hair was tied up behind her head, and her hands were in the pockets of her jacket as she walked in with a few people. Xiao Liqing immediately stood up from the sofa and nodded at her. I'm looking. Found it. At this moment, the soldier in the bedroom walked out with a heavy notebook. Chapter 1039. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the soldier's hand. My diary. A figure flashed out, and immediately rushed in front of the soldier. Jiang Anan. You're not dead. Seeing the figure flash out, Bai Shuer, who was originally a little flustered by the situation in the room, immediately screamed in horror when she saw Jiang Anan's figure. Jiang Anan took the familiar diary from the soldier's hand, and first checked to see if there was any damage. After hearing Bai Shuer's words, she then turned her head and looked at her with a cold smile. What? Are you disappointed that I didn't turn into a zombie? You. Impossible. Impossible. Bai Shuer could no longer think at this time, her eyes staring at her blankly. She mumbled, then suddenly stared at her and shouted in disbelief. Impossible. You were clearly scratched by zombies and infected with the zombie virus. It's already been 3 or 4 days. How can you still wake up? Bang dash. The door was closed by Lin Xiao with a wave of her hand. Then she said to Xiao Liqing, "Ask the others to leave." Xiao Liqing didn't say anything and just waved to the people in the room. Knowing that these subordinates wouldn't say anything, the soldiers all left, leaving Xiao Liqing standing beside the sofa in the room. Lin Xiao walked over and sat down. Shen Yuzhen retreated to the door and stood there. Duanwan walked to the balcony door and stood there to look outside. Lin Xiao sat on the sofa with her legs crossed. Then she said nothing with everyone else, starting to watch the drama. Jiang Anan took the diary and walked in front of Bai Shuer. Her eyes cold as she said, "You spent more than 2 years to get close to me with this thing and lied to my feelings. I treat you as my only friend now, but you only treat me like a fool." Saying this, she took 2 steps back and suddenly laughed. There was a hint of disdain and mockery in her laughter. "But in the end, do you think that the diary you got will bring you a better life in China? The real value is not this diary, but the second one. But you don't seem to know that there are 2 scientific research diaries of my dad, and the one that the Chinese base really wants is the second one." Hearing her words, seeing the disdain and mockery on her face, Bai Shuer's eyes widened, and she only reacted after a few seconds. "Well, what did you say? No, you're lying, right? Hee hee. You were deceived by me and hate me in your heart. That's why you said that, right?" Jiang Anan's words seemed to be mocking her for being too stupid. She had spent more than 2 years, but had not clearly seen the true value. Jiang Anan's words told her that she was lying to him like a fool, but he seemed to have seen through her. Was she acting like a clown in his eyes? "It's up to you whether you believe me or not. There's no need for me to lie to you. I plan to hand over these 2 diaries anyway." Jiang Anan looked at her coldly. "No. Impossible. You must be lying to me. You hate me. Hate me for letting you get scratched by zombies. But that's your own fault. It's because you're not strong enough that you got infected by the zombie virus." Bai Shuer roared at her agitatedly. Her eyes were already wide open, and her brows furrowed together as she opened her mouth wide. Then she smiled again. Her smile was twisted as she said to Jiang Anan, "You think that I should thank you for saving me? Ha 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 ha. Actually, I didn't need you to save me. Oh no, I did need you to save me. If you didn't come, how could we let you get hurt? But I didn't expect you to be so lucky. In the end, you actually managed to escape into that broken warehouse with me." Jiang Anan heard her words. Although it was a little confusing, it reminded her of what happened before. A flash of hatred flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by murderous intent. "Yes, it was my mistake to save you. It was also my mistake to trust you. But I didn't die, and you, Ding Biao, and the entire zombie hunter group have to pay the price. Although I didn't die, unfortunately, all of you will die. So, do you hate me? Do you hate me now?" Jiang Anan reached out and pinched Bai Shuer's chin, then stared at her with murderous intent. Being oppressed by the cold murderous intent in Jiang Anan's eyes, Bai Shuer felt a chill run through her body, and her legs began to weaken. Plop! Jiang Anan's gaze forced her to sit on the ground. Jiang Anan used to live alone outside the base. Naturally, she wasn't a simple person. The murderous intent and hostility on her body were stronger than the average level 4 mutant. How did she get to know Bai Shuer back then? It was only because she unintentionally helped her mother a few times, and then they got to know each other. Now that she thought about it, perhaps when she wasn't at the base, the trouble her mother encountered might have been set up by someone else. No, Anan. I was wrong. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. They forced me to get close to you. Yes, they were the ones who forced me to do this. I had no choice. Anan, save me, please let me go. After Bai Shuer knelt on the ground, she looked around blankly. After seeing the circle of people quietly watching the show, her expression suddenly changed. She threw herself on Jiang Anan's legs and hugged her, crying, "Get lost. Do you think I'm an idiot? I'd be retarded to let you go. Bai Shuer, I don't hate you for trying to steal my father's diary, but I won't let you off for tricking me to save you. And you came back and tried to harm my mother's life. I definitely won't let you off again. You're even more disgusting than Lu Tianyu back then. At least everything she does is above board, and she won't cheat other people's feelings. Jiang Anan kicked Bai Shuer away. Lin Xiao, who was inexplicably implicated. Why are you all looking at me? I don't care about my reputation. Seeing Lin Xiao's somewhat fierce gaze, Jiang Anan also realized what she had said. She immediately glared at Bai Shuer, who was on the ground guiltily. Yes, she was right. Lu Tianyu was indeed like that in the past. It was just that he had a high status now. More importantly, she had accidentally compared him in front of him, which was not giving him face. Hearing Jiang Anan's merciless words, Bai Shuer panicked and wanted to climb onto her legs again. No. Anan, listen to me. They arranged for me to get close to you, and I really treat you as a friend. Are you still trying to lie to me? Do you really think I'm stupid? Jiang Anan looked at her with disgust, then continued. Seeing that I used to treat you as a friend, I'll personally send you on your way. Then, one of her hands suddenly stabbed towards Bai Shuer's forehead at lightning speed. Poof! A crisp sound was heard, and her fingers instantly turned into stone, directly penetrating Bai Shuer's forehead. Not even a drop of blood flowed out. Chapter 1040. Jiang Anan pulled out her petrified finger and heard a soft sound. She didn't look at Bai Shuer, whose eyes were wide open as she collapsed with a frozen expression. She raised her blood-stained finger and looked around the room. Then, she found a box of tissues and pulled out a tissue to wipe her hands. Bai Shuer's corpse fell to the ground, her expression still on her face. However, the light in her widened eyes had disappeared and were lifeless. Ding Biao, who was beside her, had been hypnotized by Emoli when he revealed the location of the diary after being controlled by her psychic ability. He stood at the side in a daze. When Jiang Anan looked at the dead Bai Shuer, she suddenly turned to Lin Xiao and the rest and said, If I kill her, you won't arrest me, right? Killing people was not allowed in a safe base. Lin Xiao looked at Xiao Liqing and the rest. Of course not, she deserved to die. And this Ding Biao and his corpse hunting team are all criminals who betrayed the base. They will all be executed. Xiao Liqing immediately shook his head. Jiang Anan immediately looked at Ding Biao and frowned. She hated Bai Shuer because she felt that Bai Shuer had lied to her. And this Ding Biao was Bai Shuer's accomplice, so Jiang Anan also wanted to kill him. After some thought, she brought the diary in her hand to Xiao Liqing and said, This is the first diary. I'll give it to you first. Anyway, it's useless to me. I was going to give it to City Base anyway. Xiao Liqing took the diary and flipped through it. It was filled with handwritten notes on various mutated plants. After giving him the first diary, Jiang Anan looked at Lin Xiao and said, Then let's go get the second one now. I've put it somewhere else. Lin Xiao looked at Ding Biao in surprise and asked her, What about him? Aren't you going to do it? Jiang Anan glanced at Ding Biao coldly and said, I've already gotten the diary back, so I'm too lazy to do it. Anyway, even if I don't do it, he won't end up any better than me. There's no meaning to me anymore. The only person I want to kill is her. As she spoke, she calmly glanced at Bai Shuer's corpse. Lin Xiao stared at Bai Shuer, and suddenly smiled as he sighed. Say, if they had left immediately after getting the notebook, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. And this Bai Shuer just had to come in front of me to argue with me. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Jiang Anan glanced at her with a strange gaze. She had been friends with Bai Shuer for so long, so she naturally knew about the conflict between Lu Tianyu and Bai Shuer. She also knew about Lu Tianyu's previous performance, but the Lu Tianyu in front of her, she couldn't overlap with the Lu Tianyu of the past no matter what. It felt like there were two of them. Lin Xiao brought them away, leaving Xiao Liqing to clean up the scene. Tomorrow was Xiao Tingting's 1-month birthday party. Wu Qinghua said that it would be held at night. Everyone might not have time during the day, so it was arranged to be at night. Qiu Lily and the others should be able to make it back in time. When Lin Xiao walked out of the building, he raised his head and looked in the general direction of Lake Tai. At this time, Qiu Lily was waving a few huge fire tornadoes as she chased after a group of people who were fleeing in a sorry state. Her level 7 tornado was not comparable to the tornadoes created by level 5 zombies like Yu Xiaoxian and Lu Mingsong. The wind was as strong as level 15, and the surrounding desolate and dilapidated buildings were all lifted from their ceilings, doors, and windows. Even the walls were directly torn into pieces and flew into the sky, swept into the tornado. The red tornado swept up a scorching wave of wind within a radius of 2 or 3 miles. All the objects swept into the tornado were torn apart and burned, and finally turned into flying ashes. 5 huge fire tornadoes connected the sky. If it was at night, it might have been a very beautiful scene. But in the daytime, it only made people feel that the sky was reflected red. Run! Quick! The Chinese elite troops that were running away. Although they were running away, they didn't seem very panicked. However, he did not appear to be very panicked. Instead, he tried his best to find an opportunity to escape. They definitely couldn't escape from the ground, so they needed to find an underground passage. Only by drilling into a place like the sewer could they escape the other party's fire tornado. Want to hide? If I let you go back to China alive, I will write my name backwards. Humph. Qiu Lily floated in the sky and looked down at the deserters below. Miss, your name doesn't change much even if you write it backwards. Yu Xiaoxian said next to her speechlessly. Lily, isn't it still Lily? Qiu Lily. Can I write it backwards from the bottom to the top? Yu Xiaoxian. Yes. Although she didn't know what that word was. Behind the tornado, 2 groups of people had already gathered together. Lin Wenwen looked at Long Qingying and asked worriedly, Is your injury serious? Although Long Qingying was now standing upright, like a person who was fine. But Lin Wenwen saw her fall after being shot, and Kong Qingming saved her in time. And looking at her face, it didn't look very good. Long Qingying shook her head lightly. It's okay, I won't die. Outside the base, if she didn't die, it meant that the situation was not serious. Oh, Lin Wenwen looked at her, and then looked at Kong Qingming who was next to Long Qingying. He was like a sticky candy, following her even when she went to the washroom. Thinking of Long Qingying slashing him with a katana with a black face, Lin Wenwen smiled. Why were all the men in High City chasing after someone like this? Did they learn this from that guy Wu Qingyue? But this Kong Qingming was much more shameless than Wu Qingyue. Although he had a beautiful face, he didn't expect his nature to be so ruffian. But looking at his good friend's face, although she was resisting, her eyes were a little confused. Lin Wenwen felt that if this Kong Qingming was a little more clingy, there would still be a chance. It seemed that Kong Qingming's timely risking his life to save her made her very confused. Lin Wenwen felt that Kong Qingming was so serious. Handing Long Qingying over to him was actually not a bad thing. Li Yueshan moved closer to Lin Wenwen and asked her curiously, How long do you think it will take for your best friend to surrender? Lin Wenwen glanced at him, a little disdainful. You seem to be very unwilling for Kong Qingming to chase after someone. Are you jealous? Li Yueshan looked at her in surprise. That's right, I just don't like to be abused, okay? You on the other hand, look like you want to matchmake them. Lin Wenwen said, What's wrong with that? If he really loves my Qingqing, I don't have any objections if he won't bully my Qingqing. Also, Qingqing needs a man to accompany her. She always follows me alone. It's hard for me to abandon her and find someone else to date. Li Yueshan, do you think she's a hindrance? Lin Wenwen shrugged and didn't say anything. Chapter 1041. The appearance of Qiu Lily and Lin Kuei made Lin Wenwen and the others feel relieved. The situation had suddenly changed. The people who were running for their lives had now become the hunters. Ah, Miss Lily didn't let us do anything. But since they made such a big scene, there shouldn't be any fish that slipped through the net. Yi Qingxian raised her head slightly and looked at the 5 huge tornadoes spinning and twisting as she murmured. Emo stood next to him with a cold face and ignored him. Lin Wenwen said, I don't think so. Lily is very strong. Li Yueshan said, There's still enough time. As long as we can leave tonight, we will return to the base tomorrow. Lin Wenwen's eyes lit up and said, How about it? Have you seen our leader's baby? Who does it look like? Li Yushan's expression was a little strange. He touched his chin and pondered for a few seconds before looking at her and asking, "Well, have you seen a newborn baby that can talk?" Therefore, in Lin Wenwen's mind, there was a picture of a newborn baby who was covered in blood and whose arms and legs were curled up. The baby opened his mouth and spoke. She shuddered inexplicably. The scene was a little scary. Seeing Lin Wenwen's strange expression, Li Yushan smirked. "Did you think of something bad?" In fact, the baby is very cute. He has big eyes, is short and vigorous, and is not afraid of anything. Every day, he will argue with your leader. If he can't win, he will roll on the ground and act like a spoiled child." Therefore, Lin Wenwen subconsciously imagined the faces of babies crying with their mouths wide open. It was like a devil's voice penetrating the brain. She laughed. "Then our leader will be angered to death by him. However, since our leader agreed to let your leader hold the full moon banquet in Sea City, does that mean there's progress in their relationship?" Li Yushan shook his head. "No, your leader didn't agree. It's just that the other two leaders in Sea City plan to steal the baby from the base." Lin Wenwen stared at him with a strange expression. "Steal the baby? I can't believe those two men could think of something like this." Although the others were sitting idly on the side, they were all listening attentively. Everyone present were either level 5 or level 6 metahumans or zombies. Their hearing was able to pick up sounds from hundreds of meters away. Therefore, Kong Qingming interjected at this time. He probably thought that Chief Wu couldn't handle your Chief Lu. So he came up with this idea. Long Qingying silently turned her head and glanced at him, her eyes filled with disdain. It was as if he was looking down on the people of Sea City for not doing proper work. "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm such an open and above-board person. How could I do that kind of thing?" Kong Qingming immediately felt unhappy. "Humph." Long Qingying snorted coldly. She swung the back of her head and swept her long, vertical ponytail across his face. She didn't know who was the one who wanted to lock her up yesterday and not let her go anywhere. At this moment, Lin Kuei, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said in a hoarse voice, "It's almost time to go back." When everyone turned their heads, they discovered that the fire tornadoes had already disappeared. In the sky, two figures quickly flew towards them. "Done. The bugs have all been burned, let's go back." Qiu Lily landed lightly on the ground and said to everyone who was waiting for them. Then, everyone immediately got into the car. Li Yushan drove 2 off-road vehicles and the car that he had stolen from the people of Huaxia. It was enough for them to go back. Just after Qiu Lily and the others left, the huge surface of Lake Tai suddenly surged. It seemed that there was a large amount of violent activity underwater, causing the surface of the water to be unstable. Then, half an hour later, the water around Lake Tai, which covered an area of more than 2,000 square kilometers, began to fluctuate. Giant beasts began to climb out of the water. Most of these beasts were still munching on the mutant fish in the lake. They looked like lizards and crocodiles, but there were horns on their heads. The bigger ones were the size of water buffaloes, and the smallest ones were the size of domestic pigs. They had 4 thick legs, but their bodies were slender. Their tails were very short, and their claws were very sharp. They were very agile when they crawled, and they quickly rushed up to the shore. However, after these things climbed up, they did not go too far. After moving around the area within 200 meters of the shore, he returned to the lake and dived back into the water. Then, the surface of the lake became quiet again. Far away in the Huaxia base in the north, Sikong Chun appeared in a secret underground base. He walked through a large door, and the heavy alloy door automatically closed behind him. Sikong Chun looked up, and in front of him was a huge mechanical space. He was standing on a platform that was 3 stories high, and the space in front of him was at least 150 meters high. Below it, there were countless neatly stacked large glass boxes. The space was divided into many areas, and each area had neatly arranged tempered glass boxes of different sizes. In the boxes, there were all kinds of mutant beasts and a large number of zombies. Countless people wearing white protective suits were walking around in this underground space, controlling the machines, or standing beside the glass boxes to record something. Leader. Seeing Sikong Li appear, the person in charge immediately appeared in front of him. How's the research progress? Any breakthroughs? Sikong Chen looked at him and asked. The person in charge was a beautiful woman wearing a white research robe. Her long hair was tied behind her head, and she wore a pair of glasses on her clean and white face. She turned her head to look at the scene below, shook her head and said, "The amount of medicine cannot control their consciousness. A little bit won't be able to control their consciousness, and a little bit more won't be able to control their consciousness, but a little bit more will make them explode. I keep feeling that our medicine is missing something. If we don't find the diary that he took away, we don't know how long it will take for us to research it. Only by finding his diary can we find a solution as soon as possible." Sikong Chen looked at her with some dissatisfaction. "Do we have to find his diary? If you don't hurry up, the American and Japanese research teams will laugh at us for being inferior to them." He didn't want the foreign people to look down on him, and he had already found all the famous researchers in the country, but they couldn't find a solution, and now they had to put their hope on the two diaries. This was not his style. Our technology has always been a step behind the American, and there is nothing we can do about it. I have tried many kinds of special energy, but I can't reach this level of compatibility. Now we can only continue to experiment to find the energy with the highest compatibility. The woman's expression was calm as she pushed up the glasses on the bridge of her nose. Chapter 1042. For the time being, no one knew that a group of exotic beasts had suddenly climbed ashore and returned to the lake, and that the major bases were secretly plotting something. When Lin Xiao returned to Wu Qingyue's house with the diary given by Jiang Anan, he sat on the sofa in the living room and flipped through it. For children were playing on the carpet in the living room and on the sofa. Wu sat on the sofa on the other side, holding a document in his hand. As soon as Xiao Yunlong and Meng Yu came in, they saw two adults sitting on one side, either looking at documents or notes. Several children were playing on the floor and on the sofa. In fact, there were 3 older children sitting on the sofa. Only little Tung Tung was crawling on the carpet in a black and white panda costume. Is this child Little Ting? Hello Little Tung. I'm Meng Yu. You can call me Aunt Yu. Meng Yu came in and saw little Tung Tung crawling on the carpet with short arms and legs, and immediately came over. She stretched out her arms to hug him. As a result, little Tung Tung turned around and climbed onto the sofa with a whoosh. He turned his head and stared at her without making a sound. The sequence of movements was not at all like that of a baby of his age. In order to make it convenient for the children to play in the living room, Wu Qingyue had moved the coffee table in front of the sofa to a corner. So the empty space in front of the sofa was left empty. Xiao Yunlong came in and saw Meng Yu's disappointed look. He said to little Tung Tung, "Little brat, don't pretend, little Yu knows about you." When little Tung Tung heard this, he immediately pointed his short finger at him and said angrily, "You traitor! How can you betray my information?" Xiao Yunlong walked over with his long legs, stretched out his arms, and quickly hugged him before he was about to crawl away. He said with a smile, "What betray? Yu is one of us. She won't tell anyone about you. Don't be afraid." When the two arrived, Wu Qingyue and Lin Xiao both raised their eyes. Meng Yu also came to his side and looked at him curiously. Then she reached out and poked his little face. "You really know how to talk. It looks like you don't know how to walk yet, but you crawl so fast. It shouldn't take long for you to stand up and walk, right?" Moreover, the tone of the child's voice didn't sound like that of a child. Meng Yu turned to look at Lin Xiao, and then at Wu Qingyue. His eyes darkened slightly. These two people. No, how did this man and corpse do it? Not only did she give birth to a child that was crawling around, but the child's performance was also so magical. No wonder Brother Yu was so obsessed with this female zombie. Was it because he already had a child? Could it be what about that time? But the last time they had sex was in July last year, and it was already October now. It was born last month. Do zombies need 15 months to give birth? It's been so long. Lin Xiao didn't miss Mengyu's gaze. His heart moved slightly, and he sensed her thoughts. Seeing that the other party was just purely curious and puzzled, and didn't have any negative or dark emotions, he ignored her. By the way, the table and chairs are ready. Who are you going to find to be your assistant chef? Xiao Yunlong, while holding Tingting's soft body, suddenly turned to look at Wu Qingyue and asked, "Wait for Qingming to come back, and Li Cheng will also help." Wu Qingyue looked at his watch. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he should go cook. So he got up and walked toward the kitchen. "I don't know if Qingming can make it back tomorrow," Xiao Yunlong said uncertainly. "If he can't make it back, I won't let him go to the All Beings base to see Miss Qing. Wu Qingyue didn't look back, and casually threw out a sentence before entering the kitchen. Xiao Yunlong. You're really ruthless. Put me down, your body is so hard. It's not comfortable to hold. I want you to hold me. At this time, Tingting began to kick and clap his hands on his arm. Yo, you're really quick. Just now you were hiding from me. And now you want me to hold you? Xiao Yunlong looked down in disdain. Isn't it because your muscles are too hard? Don't talk nonsense, quickly put me down. Tingting disdainfully looked at him. Xiao Yunlong, who was despised for his muscles being too hard, stared at him for 3 seconds before saying, If you don't like it, I don't want you to like it anyway. My name is Yu. It's fine if she likes it. As soon as he finished, he was reprimanded by Mengyu. Hey, what are you saying in front of a child? Mengyu said as she took Tingting from Xiao Yunlong's hands. He is an impure child. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Xiao Yunlong looked at Mengyu with some grievance. After all, this kid was talking nonsense in front of everyone yesterday for tomorrow's banquet. Wu Qingyue had already sent people to prepare the tables and chairs, as well as wine, dishes, meat and fruits. Of course, most of the fresh food was provided by Lin Xiao. The list of people participating in the banquet included a bunch of people on Lin Xiao's side, and a bunch of people on Shanghai's side. To eat a meal, at least 5 tables had to be set up. After dinner in the evening, Wu Qingyue began to sort out the menu for tomorrow in the kitchen in advance, preparing the things that could be prepared in advance. The things that could not be prepared would be done tomorrow, during the day. In any case, they would only be seated in the evening. After Lin Xiao coaxed the few little ones back to her room, she sat on the sofa and continued to look through the diary given by Jiang Anan. From time to time, she would unconsciously turn her head to look at the situation in the kitchen when she heard the sounds coming from the kitchen. Why did this man have such a serious expression every time he entered the kitchen? He was usually smiling, but after he entered the kitchen, he never smiled. Watching him bustling in and out, he took out some melons and beans that could be stored overnight. Then he took out some dried vegetables that needed to be soaked, and soaked them in several pots. A serious man was really charming. A handsome face, bright eyes, and a serious expression. A slender and strong figure. Lin Xiao's mind shook fiercely. She quickly regained her composure, and pulled her gaze back to the notebook in her hand. Then she couldn't help sighing, feeling that she was in a bad situation. She didn't know how long she had been looking at it, but a hand suddenly reached out and took away her notebook. You have been staring at this page for 10 minutes. What are you thinking about? You didn't even react when I approached you? Wu Qingyue sat down next to her, looking at the contents of the diary that she had just read. But his mouth asked. Lin Xiao watched him naturally sit down next to her. Well, he was sitting on the sofa armrest. And he was actually sitting next to her. A wave of warmth came from his body, and Lin Xiao suddenly came to her senses. Her expression changed slightly, and then she replied calmly, I was thinking about whether there was anything that could restrain those underground creatures. Chapter 1043. Of course there is. Isn't sunlight their nemesis? Wu Qingyue said with a smile. What about at night? Lin Xiao turned her head and glanced at him. There was an empty seat next to him. He was actually sitting next to her. There was an empty seat next to him. He was actually sitting next to her. Wu Qingyue said with a smile. What about at night? Lin Xiao turned her head and glanced at him. What about at night? Lin Xiao turned her head and glanced at him. Why was he leaning so close to her? There was an empty seat next to him. but he didn't want to sit. She thought about it and felt that she didn't want Wu Qingyue to interfere. So she raised her palm and said, "Forget it. I will think of a way." The meaning of her words was clearly telling him not to interfere in her affairs. Since her ability could devour the energy of those creatures from within, she felt that something poisonous might have an effect. She also decided that after Xiaoteng's full moon, she would personally capture a few living underground creatures to experiment on. She didn't believe that she couldn't find any weaknesses other than their fear of sunlight. Wu Qingyue shrugged and returned the notebook to her with a smile. His sleeves were still rolled up to his elbows, because he was busy in the kitchen. He extended his muscular arm in front of Lin Xiao, and his healthy, tan skin made her want to touch it. "Do you feel that your ability is recovering very quickly these 2 days?" Wu Qingyue suddenly asked when he saw her take the notebook. Lin Xiao was about to stand up and sit on the other side, because the man obviously didn't want to get up. Hearing his words, she subconsciously paused, then turned her head in confusion, and raised her chin slightly to look at him in confusion. Hearing what he said, Lin Xiao had indeed found out about this matter. She noticed it when she absorbed the zombie cores last night. Usually, she could only absorb about 10 level 4 or level 4 zombie cores, or energy crystals in a night. After she was pregnant with Xiaoteng, her absorption was even slower. She could only absorb 5 or 6 in a night, and most of the energy was absorbed by Xiaoteng. However, she absorbed 30 last night. The speed was fast, and the stored energy had recovered to about 80%. This situation didn't happen in the month after she gave birth to Xiaoteng. It only happened in the past 2 days. At first, Lin Xiao didn't understand what was going on. In the past 2 days, besides absorbing the energy and flesh of 10 level 7 underground creatures, she had sex with Wu Qingyue for a night. She didn't know where this opportunity came from, but when she heard Wu Qingyue's sudden question, Lin Xiao faintly had a premonition that she didn't want to believe. "Don't tell me, he's also in the same situation?" Seeing that Lin Xiao's eyes were flickering, Wu Qingyue's lips curled up even more. She smiled subtly and said, "It seems like you've thought of something. What do you think happened between the two of us? It seems like doing this kind of thing is very good for us." Xiao Lin. Come to think of it, the previous 2 times when the two of them had a reaction was actually because of her. For the first time, most of her body's functions were activated, and the strange touch on her body seemed to have turned on some kind of switch. Then Little Man changed her form, and the second time, it didn't take long for Little Man to be born. Not to mention the previous 2 changes, Lin Xiao could feel his energy erupting in her body during the few times the night before yesterday. At that time, her consciousness was a bit fuzzy, so she didn't notice it. Now that she thought about it, there seemed to be a subtle feeling of something being extracted. Lin Xiao's mind seemed to have opened a hole. She thought about the 3 times they had sex, and there were obvious changes in her body. Oh, that's not right. Lin Xiao remembered that when this man had sex with her for the first time, his ability was still at level 7, although he was on the verge of breaking through at that time. But after being tricked by Little Man, it didn't take long for him to show the strength of a level 8 metahuman. Then Wu Qingyue crossed his arms and leaned against the back of the sofa. He continued to smile and said, "I broke through to level 8 because I was tricked by Little Tongue last year and broke through the shackles. And you seem to have improved a lot. How is it? Do you have any changes this time?" Lin Xiao retracted her gaze and said, "So? What do you want to say?" She didn't directly answer his question, but she had already given the answer indirectly, and her attitude was a bit ambiguous. Wu Qingyue's eyes lit up, and then his gaze became deep. Suddenly, he stretched out his finger and gently touched her ear. Lin Xiao's whole body trembled, and then she stood up abruptly. In an instant, she flashed 2 meters away and turned around to glare at him. "What are you doing?" He dared to touch her. He really wanted a foot after giving her an inch. Wu Qingyue looked at her meaningfully, and his eyes flickered faintly. He opened his mouth and said with a chuckle, "What are you nervous about? I don't plan to do anything." Lin Xiao stared at him coldly and pursed her lips. Then she coldly snorted and turned to walk to the stairs with her notebook. It's getting late, Leader Wu, rest early. As soon as she walked to the stairs, she saw a shadow moving at the end of the stairs. She immediately rolled her eyes and raised her legs to walk up. These two brats. Did they think that her nose was a decoration? Couldn't they smell them? Lin Xiaolu sneaked back to her room with little Tungting in her arms, and then immediately threw little Tungting onto the bed. She also climbed up neatly and pulled the quilt over her. She pretended to be asleep. After a while, Lin Xiao opened the door of their room and stood at the door to look at the situation on the bed inside. She walked over and pulled the quilt for Tong Tong, who had rolled to the side. Seeing that the four children's bodies were not exposed outside the quilt, she turned around and walked out. As soon as she closed the door, the room became dark. Little Tungting and Lin Xiaolu, who had been pretending to be asleep, sat up. Well, Papa is too lame. There are still 2 nights left, tonight and tomorrow night. If you don't hurry up, Mama will leave again. Little Tungting whispered with a sad face, holding his arms. Lin Xiaolu also sat up and said to him, "Why do you always care so much about adults' affairs? Go to sleep. Don't go back on your promise." This boy promised to let her take him out to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two adults, and then go to sleep obediently when he came back. Tut! Your father and mother live together. Of course you don't understand the feeling of running at both ends. In 2 days, Mama will go back again, even if I want to stay. She will agree, but she will definitely leave me here for a long time. Maybe she will be very happy. Little Tungting said with a face full of dissatisfaction. How do you know that Aunt will be very happy? Lin Xiaolu asked doubtfully. I know my Mama's thoughts the best. Look at her face now. She doesn't want to see me. She must think that I am usually too noisy, making her unable to work in peace. Little Tungting said with his eyes shining in the dark, with an expression that he understood everything. Chapter 1044. Hearing what little Tungting said, Lin Xiaolu also felt a little sorry for him. Oh well, adults will deal with their own affairs anyway. You little boy, don't worry about it, lie down and sleep for me. Saying that, she pressed little Tungting's body down and covered him with the quilt. Little Tungting kicked his legs. I can't sleep. You have to lie down even if you can't sleep. Who asked you to sleep so much during the day? Lin Xiaolu was actually a little tired. Little Tungting blinked his eyes and looked at the ceiling. In fact, his vision at night was also very strong. Because of his physique, there was not only the zombie virus in his body, but also his 5 senses were strengthened at the same time. His ears could hear very far, his eyes were very sharp at night, and his nose could smell a lot of smells. Listening to the breathing of the other 3 children in the room, in order to make it convenient for them to sleep together, Wu Qinghua prepared a large bed of 1.5 meters long for them, so that they would not feel crowded. Wu Yueling was now willing to play with them and sleep with them. And these days, little Lingling's mentality was also a lot more cheerful. So Wu Qinghua did not object to her sleeping with the other 3 children. But at night, he would come to take a look at the sleeping posture of the children from time to time, and help them with the quilt and so on. Little Tungting thought of the conversation between Lin Xiao and Wu Qinghua just heard, and then showed a trace of a proud smile. Of course, he knew what was going on. The energy lake in his mama's space could not only cure the zombie virus, but also cure and repair such a simple thing. The first time they did it with his help at the bottom of the lake, their bodies were actually transformed by the energy in the lake. Not only his mama's body had changed, but his papa's body had also changed. Otherwise, how could it be so quiet during the 2 times of madness? It would have been noisy long ago. However, his papa and mama didn't seem to know about this. If the 2 of them did that thing more often, it would be very helpful for his mama's breakthrough. Of course, his papa would also benefit a lot. Turning his head to look at Lin Xiaolu, he didn't know that she was already asleep. Little Tingting's pair of black eyes rolled in the night. Papa would definitely drink a lot of wine at his full moon party tomorrow night. He had to put something in the wine. He saw that Mama was always looking at Papa in a daze these 2 days. In fact, Mama had already begun to care about Papa. As their good son, little Enchanting felt that he had the obligation to help them. Anyway, if his mama wanted to beat him, he would hide in Papa's house, ha 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 ha. Lin Xiao, who didn't know that his son was going to cheat him again, went back to his room and directly entered the space. He collected some lake water and took a bath in the room in the small building. Thinking about Wu Qingyue's words just now, what was he trying to express? Even if he knew that the union between the two of them was beneficial to their bodies, could it be that he still wanted to use this as a reason to do something to her? Anyway, she knew that the other party was always smiling, but in fact, he was coveting her body. Don't think that she couldn't see the hidden desire in his eyes. Wu Qingyue smiled helplessly as he watched Lin Xiao walk up the stairs. After tidying up the first floor, he turned around and went upstairs. When he went upstairs, he felt that Lin Xiao's breath had disappeared. He guessed that she might have entered the space. Leaving her alone, he walked to little Enchanting's room and opened the door. The four children were all lying in bed, covered with quilts, and sleeping soundly. Then he gently stepped back, closed the door, and walked to his study. Lin Xiao took a bath in the lake water for 2 hours, and then walked out with her head wet. After getting dressed, she picked up a dry towel and went downstairs while wiping her head. There was a figure standing at the door. It seemed that she wanted to come in but was hesitant. "Mom, do you remember?" Lin Xiao walked over and pulled the figure in. Mrs. Lin looked at her blankly with a pair of zombie-like eyes. She shook her head and then nodded. Lin Xiao pulled her to sit down and then smiled. "You mean you remember something, but you don't know me, right?" Recently, Mrs. Lin had been staying in her space. After being transformed by her blood, her memory recovered very slowly. Maybe because of the second outbreak of the virus, her body became more resistant to the energy of Lin Xiao's blood. She only regained some of her memory, and there were still some things she couldn't remember. Lin Xiao sat opposite to her and said, "I am your daughter, Lin Xiao, and you have a grandson. He will be 1 month old tomorrow, and I will bring him here to see you." Mrs. Lin stared at her with her zombie-like eyes, shocked and confused. She remembered her eldest daughter, and of course, she also remembered what her daughter looked like. But it seemed that she forgot something. Anyway, no matter what she forgot, her eldest daughter didn't look like this. She was so young, and she became a zombie. Lin Xiao looked at her helplessly and said, "You seem to remember the past, but you forgot the recent things." Mrs. Lin nods confusedly and agrees with Lin. The pressure from Lin Xiao was so strong that she didn't dare to get close to her. She already knew that she had become a zombie, and in this gray space where there was no distinction between day and night, there were other zombies besides her. Mrs. Lin didn't know what to say. Lin Xiao calling her mom was familiar, but her face was strange. She didn't believe what Lin Xiao said, but she couldn't be sure. She looked at Lin Xiao, opened her mouth, and said something silently. Lin Xiao didn't need to look at her mouth to know what she was thinking. She replied, "Lin Feng and the others are fine, and so is Lu. When we get back to the base, I will take you out, but the place you will live is not on the human side." As she spoke, she stood up and walked outside. In the open space in front of the building, Mo Yan and the female zombie in the white dress were standing together, looking at her. Lin Xiao stood at the door with her arms crossed. She looked at the female zombie and said to Mo Yan, "She is about to break through. If she reaches the 6th level, the recovery speed of your zombie core will be much faster." Mo Yan nodded. The black lines on his face had thinned a lot. His facial features and handsome face were revealed, and the evil smile on his face was faintly discernible. The female zombie spent most of her time healing him, and he was soaking in the energy lake in this space. More than half of the cracks on Mo Yan's zombie core had disappeared. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at his head, estimating the speed of his recovery. It would take another 3 months or so for the cracks on his corpse core to completely disappear. At that time, his ability would gradually recover. Mo Yan's eyes darkened when Lin Xiao stared at his zombie core. It was not a good feeling. It was as if someone had locked on to his life. Fortunately, Lin Xiao didn't show any malice, so Mo Yan could bear it. Chapter 1045. Hurry up and recover, your lightning element can help a lot. Unfortunately, you can't do it now. Lin Xiao looked at him and sighed helplessly. If his lightning element recovered, he wouldn't need Wu Qingyue's help. It would be good to have someone who could deal with the underground creatures there. Unlike Elmar and the others who couldn't do anything to the underground creatures, causing heavy casualties like the night before yesterday. Mo Yin didn't know about the situation outside, hearing Lin Xiao's words. He looked at her in surprise, feeling that the situation wasn't good. Otherwise this female zombie wouldn't say that to him. Lin Xiao still had a towel hanging on her neck. She raised her hand and rubbed it. She waved at Mo Yin and flashed out of the space. Standing on the table, she wiped the surface of the table with her palm. A pile of shining zombie cores and energy cores appeared on the table. There weren't many, ranging from level 4 to level 6. Lin Xiao roughly looked at it. There were less than 50 cores left. He didn't know if he would be able to recover his ability if he absorbed another one tonight. After sorting them, he looked at the number of zombie cores of each level. There were only 3 level 6 cores left. There were still a lot of level 5 and 4 cores. After putting away all the zombie cores, Lin Xiao tilted her head and rubbed her hair. After rubbing her hair until it was half dry, she didn't blow on it. She just sat on the bed and started to absorb the zombie cores. The next day, Wu Qingyue woke up early in the morning before the sun rose. And soon someone came to help. After Xiao Liqing arrived, he went straight to the living room and found the kitchen. Sure enough, his leader had already opened the pot and prepared some of the dishes that would take a long time to stew. He was about to start stewing. She was also making breakfast. There was a pile of flour at the side, ready to be kneaded. You're here? Is there still no news from Yushan and the others? Wu Qingyue was squatting under the cabinet. He heard footsteps and turned to look. Then he lowered his head and continued what he was doing. They'll be back soon, don't worry, I'll make it. After Xiao Liqing came in, he stood at the side and asked, What am I doing? Wu Qingyue said, Kneading dough. Oh, this dough was probably going to be used to steam buns or make dumplings. Xiao Liqing consciously started to look for tools. Lin Xiao came down with a few children and a big fat rabbit. Hey, is that rabbit edible? If it's edible, let's cook it too. Braised rabbit meat. Xiao Liqing joked when he saw the big, fat, gray rabbit jumping into the restaurant. Hearing this, Wu Yueling immediately ran over, holding the rabbit and looking at him with a vigilant face. Lingling, you're awake. Did you sleep well last night? Xiao Liqing greeted her with a smile. His joke just now was actually to get her to come over. Wu Yueling glared at him, then turned around and ran away. Where are you going? Time for breakfast. Wu Qingyue was carrying a big bowl of noodles when he saw his baby running away. He immediately said, Good morning, Uncle Wu, Uncle Xiao. Good morning, Uncle Wu, Uncle Xiao. Lin Xiaolu and Tong Tong obediently greeted Wu Qingyue and Xiao Liqing. Morning, sit down and have breakfast. Wu Qingyue smiled and nodded to the two children. Tengting was carried by Lin Xiaolu as he stretched his neck to look at the breakfast on the table. He sighed. Why haven't I grown teeth yet? I want to eat those too. Hee, wait a little longer. I heard that babies usually grow teeth at 6 months old. You still have to wait a few more months. Seeing Tengting looking at the table with a greedy and resentful face, Lin Xiaolu laughed and said to him, Eat your porridge. They make different kinds of porridge for you every day. Isn't it delicious? Lin Xiao glanced at her son coldly. But I want to eat something else. I can only look at the delicious food all day, but I can't eat it. I can't eat it even when it smells good. I can't eat it even when it looks good. You don't understand my pain. You don't understand my feelings at all. Is there a mother like you? Tengting angrily rebuked his own mother. Lin Xiao was unmoved and said to him, You're not sleeping and running around in the middle of the night. Whose baby would run around like you when it's just a month old? This brat hid and eavesdropped on their conversation last night. She didn't even teach him a lesson. How dare he question her? Hearing this, Tengting immediately looked up at the ceiling and didn't say anything. But after thinking for a while, he suddenly looked at Lin Xiao and said, Am I a normal child? I'm a child prodigy. I can't be compared to a normal child. Lin Xiao. Why is there a layer of cement on your face? It was thick and hard. As she said this, she took Tingting from Lin Xiaolu's arms and sat on his seat. She used her hands to pinch the flesh on his little face. Wah, it hurts so much. Are you still my real mother? You're so heavy-handed. Tingting cried out in pain. Xiao Liqing took a bowl of noodles for Tong Tong next to him and said with a smile, "It's so lively with children in the morning. Unlike us single people who wake up in the morning, it's so miserable." Wu Qingyue was also taking noodles for Wu Yueling. Hearing this, he glanced at him with a smile and said, "Then hurry up and find one. It's useless to be envious." Xiao Liqing shrugged and said, "I haven't met one yet. Let's just muddle through." "You still want to wait for one? Don't you know how many girls there are now? When you meet one, she'll already be someone else's." Lin Xiao couldn't help but stab him in the back. Xiao Liqing. His heart was so tired. Could she not tell him this cruel fact? At this time, Tingting stretched out his head from Lin Xiao's arms and looked at Xiao Liqing with his eyes and said, "Uncle Xiao, what do you think of my Auntie Duan? Do you need my help?" "Pa, don't mess around." Lin Xiao slapped his bald head. Can you be more gentle? Stepmother." Tingting's face was pinched by her just now, and now she hit his head. He immediately glared at her with a pair of tearful eyes. "Pa," Lin Xiao sneered and pinched his ear and said, "How dare you call me stepmother? Who worked so hard to give birth to you? You little bastard." Wah, Papa, save me. Mama mistreated me." Seeing Lin Xiao pinching his ear, Tingting immediately surrendered. He struggled to free his hands and feet, and asked Wu Qingyue for help. Xiao Liqing looked at him with a speechless smile. "The Auntie Duan you're talking about can't be Duan Wan, right? Well, I don't get along with her." Although he said that, Xiao Liqing didn't realize that his eyes were a little fluttering. Wu Qingyue glanced at him, and then looked at Tingting with a smile. He said, "Oh, put out the fire you lit yourself. Remember not to call others for help in the future." Tingting immediately became quiet. He angrily opened his mouth and ate the spoonful of porridge that Lin Xiao just brought over. Chapter 1046. Not long after breakfast, a few cars arrived outside the courtyard. Lin Xiao turned to look outside but didn't say anything. Tung Tung's ears twitched and he sniffed. He suddenly said, Sister Lily and the rest are here." The few cars stopped outside the courtyard. Chiu Lily, Lin Kuei, Lin Wenwen, Long Qingying, and the rest got off the cars. Chiu Lily and Lin Kuei, who were zombies, wore sunglasses to hide their white eyes. Li Yushan, Kong Qingming, Leng Xiantong, and the rest followed behind. Lin Wenwen rushed in excitedly as soon as he got off the car, while the rest followed behind slowly. "Where's the baby?" Lin Wenwen's voice came in before he entered the living room. Once he entered the living room, he saw a few children sitting on the sofa, and Lin Xiao sitting at the side. Lin Wenwen locked onto the short baby on the sofa, and immediately pounced on him. Wow, so cute! Tung Tung was wearing a one-piece tiger costume, with a hat hanging behind his neck. He had a smooth and round head, and was looking at her with his big round eyes. He was very cute with his short arms and legs. Lin Wenwen picked him up, then sat on the sofa and began to pinch his face, his hands, and his feet. His face is so round and chubby. Ha, this head is round too. It looks like an egg. Tung Tung's big round eyes immediately turned into dead fish eyes as he looked at her angrily. Seeing that there were a lot of people coming in, he didn't say anything, and just stared at his aunt. Then he struggled to stop her from pinching him. Other than Chiu Lily and Lin Kuei who had already met, the rest immediately came over. Everyone knew that this child was magical, but they didn't say anything. Because there was someone here who didn't know, Leng Xiantong. This guy was a researcher. If he knew that Tung Tung could talk as soon as he was born, would he want to capture him for dissection and research? Therefore, when Li Yushan secretly told Kong Qingming, he wanted him to keep it a secret. On the other side, when Chiu Lily and Lin Wenwen were talking, Lin Kuei reminded them. Tung Tung was also ordered not to speak today. Wow, your little expression. Are you telling me not to touch you? How cute. Hee hee. Lin Wenwen seemed to have found a new toy, and he hugged Ting Ting and didn't want to let go. No matter how much he struggled, he wouldn't let go. What was even worse was that she even smirked at his armpits. Wah 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 ha 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 ha. Little Tung Ting immediately laughed and shouted at her coquettishness. He struggled even more. I can't even speak, it's so stifling. Someone take this crazy woman away. Quick! Don't let her harm me here. Oh, this kid has met his nemesis. Wenwen is very afraid of you. Lin Xiao looked at the two of them curiously. This child is so energetic. A 1-month-old baby is already like him. That's amazing. Seeing that little Tung Tung was struggling hard, Lin Wenwen immediately clamped his legs together, trapping his short legs underneath. Then she took his hand and continued to tickle him, shouting Ting. I'm so tired. It's bad enough that I have an unreliable mother, but now I have an unreliable aunt. He missed second uncle and little uncle very much. Both of his uncles were much gentler than these two women. The more he thought about it, the more he rolled his eyes speechlessly. So small. Long Qingying walked over and carefully reached out to touch little Tung Tung's face. Her smooth, tender and soft skin felt good to the touch. She continued to poke him expressionlessly. So soft. Lin Wenwen directly grabbed little Tung Tung's armpits with both hands and lifted him up. Then he stuffed him into Long Qingying's arms and said with a smile, Your body is even softer. Carry him. Long Qingying was a little flustered as she took over Tung Tung's body. Although she usually looked calm and composed, she couldn't help it. She would become cautious when facing a soft baby. He was afraid that if he was not careful, he would cause harm to the child. In her eyes, babies were very fragile creatures that needed to be protected. Lin Xiao stood up and waved at Lung Xiantong, Qiu Lily and Lin Kuei. Come with me for a while. This was the home of the leader of Sea City, a private residence. Other than Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying who had been here before, they weren't familiar with the other three. So they stood at the side and watched quietly. Oh, Qiu Lily wasn't so restrained. She found a chair and sat down. Seeing that Lin Xiao had spoken, the three immediately followed her upstairs. The others also knew that Lin Xiao wanted to understand their mission progress during this period of time. Seeing that Long Qingying was carrying little Tung Ting carefully, as if she was afraid that he would fall, Kong Qingming seemed to come over. He asked her, Do you like it? Long Qingying was staring at little Tung Tung intently. Children's eyes were really very bright, very clear and very clean. Hearing Kong Qingming's question, she didn't understand what he meant. She only raised her head to take a quick glance at him, before she began to stare at Tung Ting again. Little Tung Tung. This auntie seems to be more normal. Kong Qingming smiled with some evil intentions as he leaned towards Long Qingying and whispered in her ear. If you like it, let's have one too. Long Qingying. She quickly retreated to the side and then glared at him expressionlessly. Little Tung Tung looked at Kong Qingming curiously, and then at Long Qingying who was holding him. He immediately revealed an expression of understanding. These two people had a JQ. Moreover, looking at the tenderness in Kong Qingming's eyes and Long Qingying's evasive attitude, little Tung Tung's chubby little hand touched his chin as his eyes wandered back and forth between the two people. This scene seemed a little familiar. Lin Wenwen's expression was similar to little Tung Tung's, as he looked at the two people meaningfully. I think this is a good idea. Qingming, you have to work harder. Li Yushan said at the side with a smile. Work harder for what? Qingming, come over and help. Yushan, prepare to set up the table outside the courtyard. Fortunately, the weather is good today. Xiao Liqing came out of the kitchen and happened to hear Li Yushan's words. Oh. Coming. The two of them immediately replied and went over to help. When Kong Qingming entered the kitchen, Xiao Liqing immediately came over and asked him nosily. Look at what you did just now. Did something happen between you two? Why did your attitude change so much? It's nothing, I just got a benefit once. I'm still chasing after her, but I'll get it sooner or later. I have a goal now. How about it, what's your goal? Kong Qingming immediately smiled at him proudly. Speaking of the bachelors in Sea City, In fact, besides him and Lu Tianyi, as the popular people around Wu Qingyue, Xiao Liqing, Xiao Yunlong, Li Yushan and others were all quite popular. Then Xiao Yunlong's goal had always been Mingyu, which everyone knew. Li Yushan was also very low-key, and his sense of existence was actually a little weak. So most people's eyes first fell on Xiao Liqing. Chapter 1047. Looking at Kong Qingming's satisfied expression, Xiao Liqing inexplicably felt that he had just asked a stupid question. Tisk, look at her. You still have a long way to go. Just look at our leader. It's not easy to woo a girl from the universal base, Xiao Liqing said. Kong Qingming looked at Wu Qingyue, who was peeling at the back door of the kitchen, and felt pity for him. Then he said, that's not for sure. Maybe I'm one step faster than the leader. Wu Qingyue looked back at them and said, how fast can you be? Are you going to have a baby earlier than me? Kong Qingming. Damn. He was speechless. Hee, that's true. But boss, you even let her have a baby. But you haven't brought your wife home yet. Isn't that a little inappropriate? Xiao Liqing laughed and said, Wu Qingyue. The people in the living room didn't pay attention to what the three men were talking about in the kitchen. Lin Xiao went to her room upstairs and let the three of them in. She then passed the notebook and the first copy to Lung Xiantong. She said, this is a mutated plant research diary I got recently. Take it and see if you found anything. Lung Xuantong's eyes lit up. He took it and flipped through it. Lin Xiao looked at Qiu Lily. Have you taken care of the people from Huaxia? Qiu Lily nodded and sat on the sofa in her room. She crossed her legs and played with her long hair. Of course, how could I let them get away? The news in Haiqing isn't confidential enough. There are too many people, the news will spread. Lin Xiao touched her chin and said. Then she looked at Lung Xiantong. Did you guys find that stone? Lung Xiantong looked up from the notebook and nodded at her. He then took out a stone the size of an egg from his pocket and handed it to her. Lin Xiao sat on the chair and took the stone. The stone looked normal and had an irregular shape. Its surface was smoother than normal stones on land. She squinted and looked at the energy in the stone. There was a faint purple color in the center of the stone. That was the color of energy. There is indeed an energy in here. It's at the center, Lin Xiao said. He then brought the stone up to his nose and sniffed it. A faint and strange smell came from the stone. It was very light and very floaty. Even Lin Xiao's nose could only smell it when he got close, let alone the others. Lin Xiao sniffed the smell and felt that it was a very strange energy. However, Lin Xiao felt that this kind of energy was somewhat similar to the energy in the bodies of the underground creatures. She immediately looked up at Lung Xiantong and asked, how many did you bring back? Lung Xiantong said, one's side has about 200 kilograms. Lin Xiao raised the stone, his eyes flashing with a glimmer of light. He smirked and said, I think this stone is not only useful for crazed paranormals, but also for those underground creatures. Qiu Lily and Lin Kuei's eyes lit up at her words. Really? How do you know that this stone can deal with those strange things? Qiu Lily immediately sat up straight and stared at Lin Xiao with her ruby-like eyes. Lin Xiao threw the stone to her and said, smell it. Actually, I'm not too sure what effect this stone has on those underground creatures, but I'm sure it does. Because the energy in this stone is similar to the energy of those underground creatures. The effect I'm talking about might be beneficial to those underground creatures, but I'm not sure. Or maybe it's harmful and not beneficial. However, this is at least a breakthrough point. We'll only know after doing an experiment. Qiu Lily's expression immediately became disappointed. You're not sure either. She took it and sniffed it, but she didn't smell anything. She then asked in confusion, I don't smell anything? She then threw it to Lin Kuei. Use your cat's nose to sniff it. Lin Kuei thought, what the hell is a cat's nose? He looked at her helplessly and discontentedly, then caught the stone she threw at him and looked at it. He put it to his nose and sniffed it too before saying, there's a fishy smell. It smelled like the stone beside a freshwater lake. Lung Xiantong looked at Lin Xiao hesitantly and asked, can you really smell the energy in this stone? Lin Xiao glanced at him and said, "Not only can I smell it, but I can also see it. Anyway, no matter what, immediately study the energy in these stones when you get back. I'll capture some live underworld creatures for you to experiment on." At that time, she would be the only one who would be able to capture those things. Leng Xiantong nodded. Not long after lunch, Lu Tianyi and Lin Hao appeared at the entrance of Wu Qingyue's courtyard. Cheng Wangxue and Lu Jun, "My brother said he has something to do, so he can only come in the afternoon," Lin Hao said to Wu Qingyue after entering. Wu Qingyue smiled and nodded. "It's okay, as long as he can make it." Lin Hao saw that he was smiling weirdly and felt a little awkward. Hence he stopped and stared at him strangely. "What's wrong?" Wu Qingyue looked at him and continued to ask with a smile. Lin Hao shook his head, then moved closer to Lu Tianyi and whispered to him, "Did you notice that your former leader's attitude towards me is a little weird?" Lu Tianyi looked at him blankly and asked, "What's weird?" Lin Hao found a chair and sat down. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and lowered his head to think for a while before raising his head to look at him. "It seems like I'm looking at my brother-in-law." Speaking up to this point, he suddenly paused and then looked at Wu Qingyue with some surprise. "It can't be. Could it be that he knew?" Lu Tianyi looked at him strangely and said, "I'm the real brother-in-law, okay? Who are you?" Lin Hao glanced at him. "TCH, don't be too proud. I'm the real deal too." Lu Tianyi couldn't be bothered with him and moved towards the kitchen. "What are you doing? Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter the kitchen." Kong Qingming immediately blocked him outside the door. "TCH, looks like you guys don't need help anymore. Goodbye." Lu Tianyi pursed his lips and slipped back into the living room. He saw Lin Hao and Lin Wenwen fighting over Tungting. "How can you hug him like this? Do you know that this will be too much of a burden on the child's soft body? You're a woman. How can you be so rough?" Lin Hao pointed at Lin Wenwen, who was hugging Tungting and hiding behind her to prevent him from touching her. "You're so annoying. I haven't hugged enough yet. You usually hug more than me at the base. Why are you still fighting with me?" Lin Wenwen didn't want to bother with him at all, but he also noticed that he changed his position of hugging Tungting. Chapter 1048. Little Tung Tung looked like he had nothing to live for as he allowed them to do whatever they wanted. He almost rolled his eyes like a dead fish. Even Lin Xiaolu and Wu Yueling next to him looked at him sympathetically. Because there were so many people in the family, Wu Yueling was not used to it. But thinking that little Tung Tung was still here, she could only sit in the corner patiently. She stared at little Tung Tung while paying attention to his condition. Lin Xiaolu accompanied her, so the two saw little Tung Tung being tortured by Lin Wenwen from the morning until now. Although they knew that the adults would not hurt little Tung Tung, but looking at little Tung Tung's lifeless expression, they could not help but sympathize. Little Tung Ting only slept for a short while at noon, and when he woke up, he was in his aunt's arms again. Although it was true that his aunt was very soft in her arms, this guy had been touching him all the time, okay? He did not stop at all. After Lin Xiao came down, she saw that the living room was very noisy. There were also a few people standing and sitting in the yard outside the living room. "Why are you here so early? Didn't it start in the afternoon?" Lin Xiao looked at Lu Jun. Lu Jun sat on a chair with his son in his arms and smiled at her. "I gave myself a day off today, so I came here first. I wanted to see if I could help, but now it seems that I can't help." The kitchen was occupied by Wu Qingyue and the other two, and they did not let them in. They only said that they would help when the food was served in the afternoon. At 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, almost everyone came, except for Lin Feng and Zhou Shihui, who had a lot of work to do. Everyone sat at the table. But as zombies, Chiu Lily, Lin Kuei, Lu Tianyi and the others did not prepare bowls and chopsticks in front of them, only a wine cup. For them, they could only put on an act in this kind of situation. They were not really going to eat, but the others were in luck. Little Tung Tung was finally taken away from Lin Wenwen's arms. Lin Hao hugged him for a while. Then Lu Tianyi hugged him for a while. Then he was carried back by Lin Wenwen and stuffed into Long Qingying's arms. Then he was carried out by Kong Qingming from Long Qingying's arms, then carried by Xiao Yunlong, and finally transferred to Meng Yu's arms. Wu Yueling followed him the whole time. Wherever he was carried, Wu Yueling followed. Look at Lingling, she's so protective of Xiaoteng. What a good sister. Cheng Wangxue couldn't help but say as she stood beside Lin Xiao. Then she thought of something and asked, "Is she completely cured?" Lin Xiao shook her head. "I don't think so. She is still nervous now. It was just that his attention was on Tungting, so he suppressed it. I wonder when this child will be able to speak." Cheng Wangxue smiled and said, "It's pretty good now. When he grows up and becomes more sensible, he should be able to talk about it." She was no longer afraid of crowds, and her condition was much better. Just don't provoke her. Lin Xiao glanced at Wu Yueling and said, "I hope so." In fact, after Lingling had said that last sentence, she and Wu Qingyue had thought that the child would be able to speak again. However, he didn't expect that after that one time, she wouldn't speak again. But she's very persistent about protecting her brother. You have a strong sense of responsibility. Lu Jun came over from the side and listened to the conversation between the two of them and interrupted. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it's because his first companion is little man, so there's a sense of belonging? Children's feelings are actually very simple. But this is only limited to ordinary children." Thinking of her son, Lin Xiao felt tired. This child was really too noisy after he was born, although he was very quiet when he should be quiet. But once he was noisy, Lin Xiao felt a headache. Especially his loud voice. Wah wah wah, ah ah ah. Just as she thought of this, she heard the startling cry of a baby coming from outside the courtyard. The child's voice was loud and clear, it could penetrate the sky. Lin Xiao walked out and saw Tingting grabbing Xiao Yunlong's hand and not letting go. She was shocked and immediately said, "Xiaoteng, what are you doing? Quickly let go." If it was bitten, she would have to help bite again. Tingting loosened his mouth, and Xiao Yunlong's hand was covered in saliva. But there was only a circle of teeth marks on the place where he bit, but it did not break. He gave Lin Xiao a disdainful look, then snorted and turned his head into Lu Tiany's neck. "Who told you to look at other people's little squeak? Serves you right to be bitten." Meng Yu covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking as she laughed. The other people around looked at Xiao Yunlong with a funny face. Xiao Zilong looked up at the sky and murmured, "I'm just curious what this kid's little bean sprout looks like. Are you a little squeak who has never seen a baby? You wretched uncle." Kong Qingming next to him looked at him speechlessly. Lin Xiao's face immediately changed. "Oh!" Shouting bite back. "Xiao Yunlong. Ba ba ba." As a result, Tingting tilted his body and spat out with a look of disgust. "Xiao Yunlong. Fuck you little brat. Even if you dislike him, don't be so rude, okay?" Squeak. Tingting immediately pinched his lower eyelids with his fingers and stuck out his tongue to make a face at him. "Xiao Zilong. Not cute at all. Little brat." "Humph." Tingting raised his chin and snorted at him, then turned the back of his round head to him, patted Lu Tiany's shoulder, and pointed to the room with his little finger. Lu Tiany knew that he wanted to go into the room, so he carried him in. "The banquet is starting, the banquet is starting. Why haven't Lin Feng and Old Zhou come yet?" Wu Qingyue clapped his hands, greeted them, and said with some doubts. Then he stopped Xiao Liqing who was passing by. "Send 2 people to see their situation." "Okay." Xiao Liqing was rolling up his sleeves and coming out with a dish, nodding when he heard the words. Then he walked out of the courtyard and disappeared for a while, and came back 2 minutes later. Everyone immediately sat down and found a suitable place to sit down. Tingting was originally held by Lu Tiany, but when he heard that the banquet was starting, he immediately patted his hand and whispered in his ear, "Send me to Papa later, and then find a way to make him look away from the table." Lu Tiany looked at him strangely and saw that the little brat's clean and bright eyes were flashing with an unknown light. He immediately asked warily, "What do you want to do?" "Don't worry about it. If you don't help me, I will tell Uncle Kong that you like Auntie Long." Tingting threatened him in a low voice. "Lu Tiany. This little brat. I know. Lu Tianyi promised him with a black face. Then he asked curiously, "What do you want to do to your father?" Tungting said, "Help him chase Mama." Lu Tianyi did not understand. "How do you want to chase?" Tungting, "Let them sleep together and make love." Lu Tianyi. Chapter 1049. Lu Tianyi looked down at Tung Tung for a moment, then said, "Be careful, your mom will beat your ass." Tung Ting said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, we'll run away tomorrow morning." Lu Tianyi felt something was wrong. "Wait, why are you asking me to run away with you?" Tung Ting looked at him with disdain. "Don't you know you're an accomplice?" Lu Tianyi was speechless. Lin Xiao's voice came from the side. "Tung Tung, come here." Lu Tianyi carried him to Lin Xiao's side and passed him to her, his face expressionless. Lin Xiao looked at him strangely. The kid didn't show it on his face, but he felt like he had just dropped a hot potato. Ahem. Tung Tung cleared his throat and looked at Lin Xiao. "What are you doing?" Lin Xiao smiled at him. "I'm taking you to see Grandma." She walked into the living room and disappeared into thin air with Tung Tung in her arms. "Grandma?" Lu Tianyi looked at where Lin Xiao had disappeared. He asked in confusion, "Where was this Grandma? His mom was dead a long time ago. What are you spacing out for? Come and drink." At this time, Kong Qingming suddenly appeared, stretched out his arm, grabbed his neck and dragged him out. "You think you can drink better than me?" Lu Tianyi looked at him with disdain. He was a zombie now. He had no reaction to alcohol. Kong Qingming clicked his tongue. "All right, come drink with us." Xie Dong, who hadn't shown up until now, suddenly appeared at the door. He walked in and looked around. He didn't see his leader anywhere. He walked over to Lu Jun. "Where's the leader?" Lu Jun was arranging Tong Tong's bowls and chopsticks. She looked up when she heard his voice. "Oh, I think she said she wanted to go into the space." "I think she did." "What's wrong?" Xie Dong pulled out a chair and sat down next to her. His expression was serious. "Something's going on at Skyfire Base." Lu Jun was stunned and immediately looked up at him. "Oh? What's going on?" Xie Dong said. "The thing that the man brought back for Li Jingye. Now Li Jingye has begun to take action. However, he only targeted ability users, and he did not distinguish between his own people and outsiders. Right now a large number of metahumans from the corpse hunting team are being captured in secret. I heard that he did not even let off the metahumans from his own army." A dark light flashed in Lu Jun's eyes. When he heard Xie Dong's words, he knew that Li Jingye was definitely doing some shady business by secretly arresting people. "Didn't you find out why he captured them?" Xie Dong shook his head. "There's still too little time, and he's only focused on capturing people. What are we going to do with him? There doesn't seem to be any next steps. It took time to catch people in secret. They couldn't let so many people in the base go missing at once. He had to find an excuse to cover it up, so that the other survivors would not panic." "What does he want to do to these metahumans?" Lu Jun asked with a frown. "In any case, it's not something good." The second thing was that Li Jingye had sent a large number of people to capture the corpse hunters from other bases. Now their target is not only our base, but also Sea City's Huaxia Qingshan base. Xie Dong snorted. "He has a big appetite. Isn't he afraid that the people he sent out won't come back?" Lu Jun said, "Let's wait. The leader is not here now." On the other side, Lin Xiao carried Tungting into the space building. She stood at the door and pointed at her mother, who was squatting in the vegetable field. "Look, your grandma." Tungting looked at her mother in surprise. "What? How did grandma become like this?" Tungting had been sleeping for a long time, and Lin Xiao didn't mention this to him. Tingting didn't know that his mother had become a zombie. Lin Xiao carried him out and said, "She became a zombie after the virus broke out for the second time. Now she has lost her memory and can't remember what happened recently." Feeling Lin Xiao's breath, her mother looked up at her. She remembered that Lin Xiao said that she would bring a child to see her today. She said that the child was her grandson. Mrs. Lin was surprised to see that Lin Xiao really had a child in her arms. Mrs. Lin was confused when she smelled the smell of the child. "Why does the child smell so strange?" Call me Grandma. Lin Xiao walked to her mother with Tungting in her arms and said, Grandma. Tungting called out obediently. At the same time, he was looking at his mother. Mrs. Lin widened her eyes when she heard what Tungting said. Then she looked at Lin Xiao in shock. She couldn't believe that a 1-month-old baby could talk. He is special. I gave birth to him. Lin Xiao explained to her mother. You may have forgotten that you knew about this before. You won't be surprised when you remember. Mrs. Lin was still shocked. After hearing Lin Xiao's explanation, she looked at Tungting in surprise. In her eyes, Tungting was just a baby in a gray baby suit. There was no bright color. However, Tungting's eyes were the only bright ones in her eyes. It was the eyes of a baby, pure and clean. Mrs. Lin couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. She raised her hand to touch Tungting, but found that her hand was dirty. She was a zombie. What if she scratched Tungting's skin with her nails? Thinking of this, she immediately withdrew her hand. Don't worry. His body is special. He won't be infected by the zombie virus. Besides, he has the virus. Lin Xiao held Tungting's butt. On the other side, Mo Yin was standing on a balcony on the second floor of the building in the middle. He bent down and looked at Lin Xiao. The female zombie next to him looked at Tungting and Lin Xiao's arms in confusion. Even though Lin Xiao was 200 to 300 meters away from them, they could still hear him clearly. So Lin Xiao said that she gave birth to Tungting, which made the two zombies curious. Mo Yin looked at Lin Xiao. He didn't expect that she could give birth to a living baby. But what is the baby now? A zombie? Or a human? None of them? It was already dark when Lin Xiao took Tungting out of the space. The lights were on in Wu Qingyue's yard. There were 3 tables of people sitting outside. One table was in the living room, and the other table was in the dining room. Oh, he came out. He came out. Come on, let me see the baby. Zhou Shihui saw Lin Xiao and immediately stared at Tungting. Lin Xiao glanced at Xie Dong, who appeared out of nowhere, and handed Tungting to Lin Wenwen, who came over. Lin Xiao walked to the wine table and took a clean glass. She poured a glass of liquor for herself. Lin Wenwen heard that Zhou Shihui wanted to see Tungting, so he carried Tungting to their table. Chapter 1050. I've finally seen this child, let me see. Zhou Shihui and others were at the table in the living room. Seeing Lin Wenwen carrying Xiao Tungting over, he immediately held out his hands to Xiao Tungting. Lin Wenwen gave Xiao Tungting to him. Not bad, his little eyes are bright. Very spirited. Let me see, his eyes look like yours, old Wu. Zhou Shihui sat on his lap with Xiao Tungting in his arms, and looked at his eyes, smiling at Wu Qingyue next to him. Xiao Tungting looked up at Zhou Shihui, and sat quietly on his lap. Wu Qingyue smiled and filled his glass, saying, Of course, this is my DNA. Xiao Yunlong leaned over and looked at Xiao Tungting, saying, It would be a problem if they don't look alike. Wu Qingyue turned his head and looked at him with a smile. Xiao Yunlong immediately changed his words and said, Well, they look alike. Their eyes, nose and mouth are alike. You can't even flirt with me. He really can't take a joke. Humph. Then he immediately said to Xiao Tungting, Oh little devil, you are so obedient when old Zhou carries you. Why are you so noisy when I carry you? Xiao Tungting immediately rolled his eyes at him. If you don't look at me, we can still be good friends. Don't think you can molest me just because you are an adult. Humph. Wu Qingyue smiled as he poured wine for Xiao Yunlong and said, If you don't look at my son's little baby, he is still very obedient. What he meant was that there was no need to give him face. You wretched uncle. Lin Xiao sat on the sofa in the corner of the living room with a glass of wine, waiting for Xie Dong to come over. As soon as Xie Dong saw Lin Xiao appear, he stood beside her. What's the situation with Heaven Fire? Lin Xiao glanced at Wu Qingyue's table and asked lightly. The 3 leaders of High City were all at Wu Qingyue's table, and Lin Feng was also at that table. Their respective women were also sitting next to them. In fact, there were only 4 men and 2 women. Cheng Wangxue and Meng Yu sat next to them. Zhou Shihui was still single. At the dining room table were the children, Lin Wenwen, Long Qingying, Lu Jun, Duan Wan, Shen Yuzhen and Qiu Lili. Outside the courtyard were Lin Xiao and Wu Qingyue's other subordinates, such as Kong Qingming, Lin Hao, Lu Tianyi, and Li Yushan. They were all trusted subordinates. Of course, Lin Xiao's subordinates were mostly zombies. Therefore, they could only watch the others eat happily. They could only watch and recall the taste they had tasted as humans. Yes, Li Jingye began to secretly attack the metahumans in his base and captured them. I don't know what he's trying to do. They've also sent a lot of troops out of the base, heading towards us, Huaxia and Qingshan base, Xiedong said to her in a low voice. Another army? Li Jingye's army was really able to withstand the exhaustion. That's right, only 3,000 people came last time. He still has over 200,000 soldiers in his base, Lin Xiao said with a sneer. But most of the people he has captured are Arcanists from Earth Dragon Base and Hidden Cloud City. The survivors of Skyfire have not been touched. Xiedong suddenly thought of something and said, also, the Qingshan base suddenly sent someone over, saying they want to see you. See me? On purpose? Lin Xiao was startled and turned to look at him in confusion. Xiedong nodded at her and said, it's Yi Yingyue who came last time. She said she can only tell you when she sees you. She's waiting in the base now. Lin Xiao nodded. Only one person? Xiedong nodded. Okay, I got it. It seems that she's not in a hurry, otherwise she would have come here directly, Lin Xiao said. Tung Ting sat on Zhou Shihui's lap for a while, and immediately stretched out his arms towards Wu Qingyue, looking like he wanted a hug. Does he want you to hug him? Zhou Shihui looked at Wu Qingyue when he saw Tung Tung's actions. Wu Qingyue put down his chopsticks and said, he might be hungry. I'll go get his porridge first. He stood up and walked into the kitchen. After a while he came out with a bowl of hot porridge. After putting the porridge on the table, Wu Qingyue put Tung Tung in his arms and sat him on his lap. Lu Tianyi, who was outside, glanced at Wu Qingyue from time to time. Now that he saw Wu Qingyue put Tung Tung on his lap, he knew that this little devil was looking for a chance to trick his parents. And he even wanted his help. If he didn't help, he even dared to threaten him. Lu Tianyi thought about it and decided to drag his good friend into the water as well. He said to Kong Qingming, let me tell you something. Go talk to old Wu. Ever since he became a zombie, he didn't call Wu Qingyue leader anymore. Of course, he didn't call his big sister that either. What is it? Aren't you going to talk to her yourself? Kong Qingming was drinking with Lin Hao and looked at him in confusion when he was pulled by Lu Tianyi. Although he drank a lot of white wine, and his face was slightly red, his eyes were still clear. After all, he was a level 6 paranormal. He wouldn't get drunk so easily. This was the good thing about being a paranormal. It's not easy to get drunk. My identity is awkward now. It's about Haicheng. I think you should go. Lu Tianyi found an excuse. What is it? Kong Qingming asked curiously. I heard that my big sister has received some information about Starfire Base. Go tell old Wu to keep an eye on their movements. Ask him if Yushan has received anything. Lu Tianyi told him about the conversation he'd overheard between Xiedong and Lu Jun. Kong Qingming looked at him strangely. There's no rush. Why don't we talk about it tomorrow? Isn't it strange to talk about it on a day like this? Maybe Yushan has already received the information. Besides, if he's going to warn Yushan, he doesn't have to tell the leader. Lu Tianyi snorted. If we don't go now, what if we miss it? Intelligence was such an urgent matter, and there might be changes. Go, don't talk so much nonsense. Kong Qingming had drunk quite a bit with Lin Hao. His eyes and consciousness were clear, but his brain was a little numb. Lu Tianyi's urging made it seem like he had no choice but to go. He got up and walked over to Wu Qingyue's table. Lu Tianyi got up and walked over to Tung Tung's line of sight. He gestured and winked at him. Tung Tung got the signal, and his eyes lit up. Kong Qingming walked over to Wu Qingyue. Kong Qingming leaned in behind Wu Qingyue and bent down to speak to him. Wu Qingyue turned to look at him, a dark light in his eyes. The moment he turned around, Tung Ting suddenly pricked his finger and flicked a small drop of blood into Wu Qingyue's bowl. Tung Ting's movements were swift and stealthy. No one else at the table noticed. Chapter 1051. Lu Tianyi, who was staring at his movements, silently turned his head, and then poured himself a cup. Well, don't be nervous. After tomorrow, let them find Kong Qingming and that little devil to settle the score, ha 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 ha. After Wu Qingyue heard Kong Qingming's reminder, he nodded. I know, I will ask you Shan after the banquet. Kong Qingming nodded, turned and left. He did not know that when he asked Wu Qingyue to divert his attention, little Tung Tung had quietly done something. And the others were also eating and drinking. Come, do you have enough wine? If it's not enough, do you want me to give you some? Xiao Yunlong urged Wu Qingyue to drink. Wu Qingyue glanced at him and said, Do you think I lack wine? TSK. As he spoke, he subconsciously picked up a piece of meat from his bowl with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth, but did not notice little Tung Tung's strange gaze. You win if you drink all these on this table first. I will make you die from drinking too much. Wu Qingyue chewed and swallowed the meat, glancing at him. Hey, just your dozen bottles? Don't dream. It's not even enough for me and old Zhou. Xiao Yunlong disdainfully laughed at him. Little Tung Tung sat on Wu Qingyue's lap for a while, then twisted his body. Then he patted Wu Qingyue's arm and pointed to Lin Xiaolu's table. You want to go over there? Wu Qingyue understood his meaning, stood up, and walked over there with him in his arms. Seeing Wu Qingyue come over with little Tung Tung, Lin Wenwen immediately stood up and took little Tung Tung. Everyone ate and drank to their heart's content, drinking until 11 or 12 o'clock before they began to leave. There were also some who drank until they passed out, but only a few. After all, most of the people present were psychics. Only a few ordinary people were drunk to the point of collapse. And the zombies who drank wine, as if it was water, were also driven away, because they did not need to sleep and would not get drunk. So they were directly driven back to the base by Lin Xiao. Seeing that the children had fallen asleep, Lin Xiao had no choice but to stay. He prepared to leave at dawn. And Lu Tianyi and Lin Hao also stayed. One wanted to see the result of little Tung Tung's trick. The other was drunk. He wasn't really drunk, but his laziness was acting up after drinking too much, and he didn't want to move. Thus, Wu Qingyue arranged a room for him to lie down. The other rooms were left for Lu Jun, Lin Feng, Lin Wenwen, and the others who had yet to return. I saw you glancing at old Wu the whole night. Is there something wrong? Or do you want to cause trouble? Lin Hao occupied the bed and lazily asked Lu Tianyi, who was sitting by the window. Lu Tianyi looked at him and played dumb. You're blind. You must have seen wrongly. TSK. With that answer of yours, there must be something. Lin Hao snorted disdainfully, then suddenly turned over from the bed, moved to his side, raised his hand to put it around his neck, and asked, Tell me, is it about Lao Wu and your sister? Are you trying to set them up? Lu Tianyi looked at him in surprise. He didn't know why he would think so. Was he so obvious? After some thought, he spread his hands and said, I didn't do anything. Why do you care so much about them? I think your attitude towards my sister is very strange, and your third sister and brother. Lin Hao was the youngest, so his third sister was obviously Lin Wenwen. Although Lin Xiao was the second, Lin Wenwen and Lin Hao were used to calling her big sister. It felt like calling her big sister meant more. When they were young, Lin Xiao's temper was much hotter than Lin Feng's, and she was very good at fighting. When they were teenagers, Lin Feng couldn't even beat her in a fight. Fortunately, Lin Feng didn't like to fight, so there were more cold wars, but Lin Xiao wasn't so gentle to the two younger ones. During the time Lu Tianyi followed Lin Xiao, he gradually discovered some strange things. Although he never said it, it didn't mean that he didn't care. When Lin Hao heard him say that, his eyes flashed. Then he smiled and said, She's our current leader, so it's normal for her to be concerned. What's strange about her attitude? You must be mistaken. Although he also wanted to know how this kid would react when he found out that his sister's body had changed. But he definitely couldn't let him reveal this, or his sister would definitely beat him up. Don't change the topic. I'm talking about old Wu. Did you do something? He immediately changed the topic. Lu Tianyi looked away and thought guiltily, If he knew about this, would he tell his big sister? Although Lin Hao wasn't a talkative person, what if he did? And his sister wasn't someone to be trifled with. If it was in the past, he wouldn't be so worried. Didn't I say that I didn't do anything? Get up, don't press on me. Do I know you that well? As he said that, he immediately pushed Lin Hao away from his shoulder, walked to the door, opened it and walked out. Tisk, do you think I'm stupid? Lin Hao said to his back, then didn't care so much. He walked back to the bed and collapsed. After Lu Tianyi went out, he immediately felt his way to the children's room, and saw that the door was still open. He poked his head in, and saw that Lu Jun and Cheng Wangxue were still coaxing the children to sleep. Hey, you're still awake so late. Little Tung Tung, why are you so energetic? Everyone else is asleep, but you're still awake. He walked in and acted as if he had just passed by. Then he picked up little Tung Tung, who was still rolling on the bed, and sat on the edge of the bed looking down at him. I don't know what's wrong with this child, but he refuses to sleep, Lu Jun said with a smile. Then he looked at Cheng Wangxue and said, You must be sleepy. Why don't you go to sleep first? Cheng Wangxue looked at the time, and it was almost time, so she nodded and prepared to leave. Then she suddenly turned to look at Lu Jun and said with a smirk, Okay. Although you don't need to sleep, it's not easy for Xiedong to come back. You should go and accompany him. Cough in, I know. Lu Jun nodded a little awkwardly. Hey Miss Lu, you go too. I'll coax this kid. I have a way to coax him. Lu Tianyi immediately persuaded Lu Jun that's fine. Lu Jun glanced at him. Anyway, in this room, except for little Tung Tung, the other 3 children were already asleep. Lu Jun pulled the quilt for Lin Xiaolu and the other 3 children. Then she turned and left. She also closed the door behind her. After seeing Lu Jun leave, Lu Tianyi immediately stared at little Tung Tung and asked in a low voice, You gave your blood to your father to eat. What kind of method is this? What effect does your blood have? Thinking of Wu Qingyue, who was still drinking with Lin Feng and Xiao Yunlong, there didn't seem to be anything strange. Lu Tianyi expressed his curiosity. Little Tung Tung smiled proudly. You don't understand. My blood has many magical uses, and not everyone can eat my blood, except for my parents. Lu Tianyi looked at him with suspicion. There won't be any side effects, right? Chapter 1052. Little Tung Tung rolled his eyes at him. Would I let Papa eat it if there were side effects? You look like I'm going to hurt him. Lu Tianyi said. It's good that he's fine. But is your blood really useful? Why doesn't he seem to have changed? Little Tung Tung said. Humph, the effect of my blood is related to its quantity. And it is also related to the level of the user's own ability. If I had given a drop to a 5th level ability user, the reaction would not be as simple as that of my papa. And if I gave it to you, you may have some unexpected reactions. Do you want to try? As he spoke, he blinked his deer-like innocent eyes at Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi immediately shook his head. No, looking at your eyes, I know it's not a good thing. Humph, my blood is very special. If Papa ate that little bit, he will probably really get drunk tonight. And he will be in heat, little Tung Tung first said with a proud face. But in the end, his little face showed a wretched expression. His eyes squinted as he squinted at Lu Tianyi. He looked very funny and devilish. Moreover, with his bald head, it was inexplicably comical. Lu Tianyi, how did you develop this character? He suddenly felt that this little demon gave him an inexplicable sense of crisis. It seemed that he could not bully him or make him angry in the future. Otherwise he would fall into a pit, because it must have been dug by this little demon. Downstairs, Wu Qingyue said to Xiao Yunlong with a dissatisfied face. Enough, still drinking? Don't waste my wine. Quickly get out. Xiao Yunlong also stared at him discontentedly. TSK. You're stingy. Alright, I know. I'll get out. I'll find dozens of boxes for you one day. If you have the ability, you can brew dozens of boxes for me. Wu Qingyue propped one elbow on the table and held the wine glass with the other. He smiled lazily, but there was a layer of fog in his eyes. If I knew this technique, I would definitely brew it for you. Xiao Yunlong stood up, looked at him and suddenly said, "Hey, are you drunk? Really?" Although he did not want to believe this kind of thing, but looking at Wu Qingyue's eyes, Xiao Yunlong felt somewhat suspicious. "I'll get drunk? Are you stupid?" Wu Qingyue immediately sneered at him, drank the wine in his hand in one gulp, and then waved his hand at him to drive him away. Oh, maybe he is pretending to be drunk. Xiao Yunlong thought again. Only then did she turn around and leave Wu Qingyue's house. Maybe this bastard pretended to be drunk so that he could sneak into zombie sister Lu's room? Xiao Liqing and Li Yushan cleared the table outside the courtyard, then helped with the dishes and the kitchen. When he came out, he saw that one of the three had left, and the other two were still drinking. Lin Feng, who had been silent all this time, watched Xiao Yunlong leave before he said to Wu Qingyue, "Why do I feel that you really seem a little drunk?" Wu Qingyue looked at him, and the fog in his eyes finally lightened a little. He smiled and said, "No, I'm very clear-headed. The alcohol content of these drinks did not even exceed 60%. Besides, how could an Esper's body get drunk? You think too much." Cough, that's true. Lin Feng nodded. Then he heard someone coming down the stairs. Cheng Wangxue walked to Lin Feng's side and said, "Haven't finished drinking yet? Prepare to drink until midnight." Seeing that his wife had come down, Lin Feng knew that he should leave. He looked at Wu Qingyue and said, "Let's call it a day, we can drink next time." As he spoke, he stood up and patted Wu Qingyue on the shoulder. "Ah, it doesn't matter, I'm almost done." Wu Qingyue also smiled and stood up. After the banquet, Wu Qingyue looked at the two bachelors who were still washing the dishes in the kitchen. He said with a smile, "Look, Qingming already has someone in his heart and ran away early. Only the two of you are still washing the dishes. So miserable." Xiao Liqing and Li Yushan. They really wanted to drop the bowl in their hands. What should they do? Seeing the darkened faces of the two, Wu Qingyue smiled and let them go. "Well, leave the rest, I'll do it tomorrow. You can go back." So the two bachelors immediately threw down the unfinished dishes and left. Wu Qingyue glanced at the messy kitchen, then turned back to look at the table behind him that he had just finished eating. He originally wanted to do it tomorrow, but now that he saw it, his heart was very uncomfortable. He reckoned that if he did not finish it tonight, he would not be able to sleep well. So Wu Qingyue, who had just chased away the laborer, suddenly wanted to regret, but it was already useless. The laborer had already left. He could only do it himself. In the end, Wu Qingyue rolled up his sleeves and started to clean the last table, then washed the dishes, and then wiped the kitchen stove. When the entire kitchen was cleaned up, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at his watch. It was already past 1 o'clock in the morning. Upstairs, Xiaotingting and Lu Tianyi quietly stretched their ears to listen to the movements downstairs. When Wu Qingyue finally walked out of the kitchen, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. Old Wu has such a strong obsession with cleanliness? Lu Tianyi couldn't help but ask Xiaotingting. Oh, he only has such a strong obsession with cleanliness in the kitchen. Everything else is normal. Xiaotingting slumped on the empty seat beside the bed and said, "Oh, is that so?" Lu Tianyi looked curious. "Yeah, he usually doesn't let people into the kitchen. Hey, he's coming up." Xiaotingting was talking. Suddenly his limbs loosened. He closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Lu Tianyi rolled his eyes. He thought that Wu Qingyue might come to this room to take a look, but he didn't. Instead, he walked towards his room. After Wu Qingyue reached his room, he went into the bathroom to take a shower. He didn't know why, but the more he showered, the hotter his body felt, and his head was a bit dizzy. Although it wasn't uncomfortable, he always felt that his head was heavy and his feet were light. After showering, Wu Qingyue only wore a pair of pants. He walked out of the bathroom with his upper body bare. While wiping his hair, he felt that his body was strange. Did I really drink too much? Otherwise, why would I feel so hot? A familiar fragrance was faintly discernible in his nose, making his body heat up. Then it was transmitted towards his lower abdomen. Wu Qingyue. What the hell? Why did his body suddenly feel so thirsty? The faintly discernible fragrance came from outside. Needless to say, it was coming from the female zombie's room. But he had always been very self-controlled. Why did he feel like he couldn't control his body now? Not only was his body a bit strange, even his head was a bit dizzy. His mind inexplicably recalled the passionate scene a few days ago with the female zombie. Wu Qingyue felt even hotter. As soon as he thought about it, the beautiful body of the female zombie couldn't be erased from his mind. That pair of soft and bouncy breasts, that delicate and slender waist, those long and slender legs. Wu Qingyue felt that his breathing was a bit chaotic. Chapter 1053. Just when Wu Qingyue thought that his entire body was about to burst into flames, a sudden chill came from his heart, instantly dispersing the heat in his body. However, it also made him unable to help himself from bending over and shrinking his shoulders. What's going on? Wu Qingyue was shocked, and his mind suddenly became sober. This is not right. How can my body be like this? What the hell is going on? It can't be that there's something wrong with the food and drinks today. It's all made by himself. There must be no problem. There was a sense of suffocation in his chest. Wu Qingyue took a few deep breaths. Then, his body was a little unstable as he leaned towards his bed step by step. At this time, the energy of his physical strength began to jump around in his body and began to rush uncontrollably in his blood vessels. On the other side of Tungting's room, he immediately turned over and sat up. He whispered, "It's coming." Lu Tianyi looked up. Wu Qingyue's room was on the 3rd floor. Sensing that Wu Qingyue's state seemed to be a little abnormal, he couldn't help but say worriedly, "Will something happen to you? Old Wu's situation doesn't seem to be right." Tungting shook his head carelessly. "It's okay. Even if he doesn't do that with Mama, he won't be hurt too much. It won't cause too much damage, but it will be very uncomfortable and blurry for the next 2 days." Lu Tianyi said, "How can you trick your parents like this? I really pity them." "Haha, what do you know? I'm helping them. Don't you notice that my mama's eyes have changed when she looks at my papa? In fact, she is in a state of mind that she doesn't understand. I'm helping her see her own mind clearly, and if she and papa do it 2 more times, she can smoothly upgrade." Tungting first made a face at him, and then explained, "Hey, how do you know so much? You're a child." "Not a child, at most a baby. Can you not say that your mother and your father do it 2 more times with a calm face? Aren't you ashamed? You're just a little baby." Lu Tianyi looked at him speechlessly. Tungting didn't bother to pay attention to him. Anyway, it was not the first time that he had spoken like this. Why haven't these people gotten used to it? As he climbed to the bedside gently, he said, "I was born by Mama, and I have a strong feeling for Mama. Moreover, we used to be able to communicate with each other through telepathy. So I realized that her mentality was very normal. Quickly come and carry me up. I'll go and give Mama another strong medicine." As he spoke, he stretched out his arms towards Lu Tianyi, wanting to hug him. Lu Tianyi was stunned, then looked at him in surprise and said, "What did you say? Do I still have to appear in front of them? Wouldn't that be telling them that you did it? Aren't you afraid of being beaten up by your mother?" "I'm not afraid. If I don't explain it to the 2 of them, I'm afraid that Mama will shake her hand and quit." Little Tungting was not worried about being cut at all. Lu Tianyi looked at him in silence for a few seconds and said, "I'm not convinced by heaven or earth, but I'm convinced by you. You cheater." As she spoke, she stood up from the sofa, walked over, and picked him up. Then he quietly left the room, turned off the light, and closed the door. On the other side, Lin Xiao also turned her head to look at the room upstairs strangely. Her room had always been the guest room on the 2nd floor. So when she sensed that Wu Qingyue's breath on the 3rd floor was a little strange, she could not help but suddenly think of his sudden crazy state a few days ago. Could it be the sequela left over from a few days ago? Or could it be that his previous frenzied state was only temporarily lifted? Was it starting to flare up again now? In any case, Lin Xiao subconsciously went out of her room. As a result, she saw Lu Tianyi appear with little Tung Tung in his arms. "Why are you still awake?" After a slight pause, she blurted out as she looked at the adult and the child. "Ahem. Little Tung said that he has something to say to you." Lu Tianyi immediately pushed little Tung Tung towards Lin Xiao unkindly, shifting the blame to her. Lin Xiao looked at the two hesitantly, then looked at little Tung Tung. Suddenly, her eyes flashed. Then she stared at her son and said, "Does his current situation have anything to do with you?" Little Tung Tung was a little unbearably stared at by her so fiercely. He secretly pinched Lu Tianyi's flesh and pushed him back, indicating for him to retreat a little. Lu Tianyi's skin was pinched on his back, and he took 2 steps back. He distanced himself from Lin Xiao. "Ahem. It's nothing serious. Because I saw that there seemed to be some abnormal energy lurking in Papa's body. So I wanted to help him get it out as soon as possible. It's just that the reaction is a little big. Hee." Little Tung Tung began to talk nonsense. His small eyes glanced left and right guiltily, not daring to look at Lin Xiao's face. Lin Xiao's face darkened, and then she said indifferently, "And then? What's his situation now?" Little Tung Tung immediately said, "If I let Papa go on like this, he may be crazy for a few days or more, and then he will slowly wake up. At that time, the abnormal energy in his body will disappear. But if you want him to wake up earlier, well, there is another way." Lin Xiao narrowed her eyes and looked at him without saying anything. Seeing that little Tung Tung was unwilling to say anything, she suddenly guessed his intention. She moved and quickly walked up the stairs. She threw out a sentence. "You come up here." Lu Tianyi looked at little Tung Tung with a little schadenfreude, but he rolled his eyes. Then he carried him up to the 3rd floor uninterestedly. In addition to Wu Qingyue's room, there were 2 guest rooms on the 3rd floor. One was for Lin Feng and his wife, and the other was for Lin Hao. At this time, the 2 brothers' doors were opened, and they looked at Wu Qingyue's door with a blank and solemn expression. Seeing Lin Xiao come up, the 2 immediately turned to look at her and asked, "What's going on? What's wrong with old Wu?" Wu Qingyue's aura was a little dangerous now, but the energy had not overflowed his body. Otherwise, the items in his room would be turned into ashes. Lin Xiao did not say anything, and directly walked to Wu Qingyue's door and opened it. Lin Hao, Lin Feng, and Lu Tianyi, who was carrying little Tung Tung, all came over behind her and stretched their heads to look inside the door. They saw Wu Qingyue rolling on the bed in only a pair of pajamas, curling up into a ball, bending like a shrimp. He held his arms with both hands, and his cheeks were puffed up by his gritted teeth. His eyes were closed tightly, and his face was pale. What the hell is going on? Lin Feng and Lin Hao looked at him blankly. Lin Hao was a doctor, and he knew Wu Qingyue's current situation at a glance. Then he said calmly, "His current situation is not quite right, as if his whole body has entered a state of extreme cold, and his body's self-protection consciousness made him curl up into a ball. And his superpower energy is fighting with something, which caused the phenomenon of his aura being disordered." Lin Xiao's gaze immediately shot towards little Tung Tung. At this time Wu Qingyue, who was on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. His purplish red eyes stared straight at Lin Xiao. Chapter 1054. Wu Qingyue's eyes were cold at the moment, which was very different from his usual gentle and smiling face. And even if it was cold, his eyes were only looking at Lin Xiao. He didn't put others in his eyes, as if he didn't care about others, or he had a sense of aggression towards Lin Xiao. But after a few seconds, Wu Qingyue closed his eyes again. He kept his original posture stiff, and his body even trembled slightly. Why did he suddenly become like this? Lin Feng frowned, and asked with a serious expression. Lin Hao was also very confused and said, "He seems to be going crazy now, but he is suppressing it. And looking at him now, it seems that he is still rational." What was going on? He was already very confused when he heard that old Wu went crazy for the 2nd time. And now he was going to go crazy for the third time? By the way, how did you wake him up that night? Lin Hao suddenly looked at Lin Xiao and asked. Lin Xiao was stunned, and then the expression on her face changed subtly. Then she didn't answer Lin Hao's question, but suddenly walked towards Wu Qingyue. She didn't know when an egg-sized stone appeared in her hand. Open your mouth. Standing in front of Wu Qingyue, Lin Xiao put the stone in front of his mouth. Wu Qingyue opened his eyes and looked at the stone in front of him. Lin Feng, Lin Hao, and Lu Tianyi were all dumbfounded. Did she want old Wu to eat the stone? Mama, you actually want Papa to eat the stone? That's too cruel. At this time, little Tung Ting suddenly spoke and looked at his Papa with sympathy. Seeing that Wu Qingyue was not moved, Lin Xiao turned around and glared at little Tung Tung. The energy in this stone can suppress the situation of going crazy. I just let him eat it for a while, it might be useful. As a result, little Tung Tung immediately waved his little hand and said to her, It's useless. If Papa can calm down so easily, then my blood will be wasted. Ah. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. Lin Xiao stared at him dangerously and said, You gave him your blood to eat? Is this what you did to catalyze the strange energy in his body? By the way, why didn't I feel the hidden abnormal energy in his body before? What energy couldn't she see with her eyes? This little brat actually dared to trick her. Little Tung Tung's shifty eyes immediately looked at the ceiling, the walls, the floor, but not at Lin Xiao. Listening to the conversation between the mother and son, the others immediately understood what was going on. It was obvious that someone had done this intentionally. Since the instigator was Xiaotung, then old Wu should not be a big problem. Thus, Lin Feng and Lin Hao, who were relieved, immediately changed their attitude and started to watch the show. Wu Qingyue, whose body was alternating between hot and cold, but was still conscious, was at a loss for words. He had thought that something had happened to him, but it turned out that his son had dug a hole for him. But this female zombie actually wanted him to hold a stone in his mouth. That was enough. He really owed this mother and son. Otherwise, why would they treat him like this? At this time, Lin Hao said, There is a virus in little Tung Ting's blood. No wonder he looked so cold right now. Actually, it was just hot and cold at the same time. After a while, it would be so hot that it felt like his whole body was on fire. So the energy in his body was fighting against the virus in Xiaotung's blood? No wonder it was wreaking havoc. But why would it cause him to go crazy? Saying that, he looked at little Tung Ting inquisitively, as if he wanted to find an answer. Little Tung Ting's gaze drifted left and right, then pouted and said to Lin Xiao, Your sensing system is different from mine, and you always stay far away from Dad. It would be strange if he saw it. Anyway, he is already like this now, the solution lies with you. If you don't care, then Papa may go crazy and lose his mind anyway. Papa will wake up on his own. It's just that the time is uncertain. Wu Qingyue looked at little Tung Ting's small face and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that little Tung Ting must have some other reason for doing this to him. But looking at the conversation between him and this female zombie, he didn't know if he was wrong. He seemed to be doing this for his own benefit. Was this true? Could it be that he was thinking too much? Lin Xiao immediately knew that little Tung Tung was blatantly and openly fighting against him. What solution lies with me? Are you sure that I will help him? Aren't you afraid that I will leave him alone? Anyway, you already said that he will wake up in the end. The process in the middle doesn't matter. Lin Xiao stared at little Tung Ting and snorted. Oh, so that's how it is. I didn't expect that little Tung Ting's blood could be used in this way. Hee hee, you little devil. Lin Hao revealed an expression of realization at this time, and then said to little Tung Ting with a smirk. Little Tung Ting looked at the sky. Lin Hao immediately pointed at Lu Tianyi and said, No wonder this kid is acting weird tonight. So he is also involved. Lu Tianyi was stunned. He didn't expect this bastard to suddenly throw the blame on him. His expression changed, and then he said to him snappily, How am I acting weird? I don't understand what you are talking about. Little Tung Ting, you have finished speaking. There is nothing else for us to do. Let's go back to sleep. Saying that, he immediately retreated with little Tung Ting in his arms. turned around, and was about to escape. But Lin Hao stared at him and said, "Oh, you want to squeeze with little Ting Ting? Aren't you ashamed? Such an adult squeezing into a bed with a child? Shouldn't you go back to this room with me?" Saying that, Lin Hao pointed to his room door. "Bah, who wants to share a room with you? Go away." Lu Tianyi rolled his eyes at him and said in a hoarse voice. Then he quickly carried little Tungting and slipped away before Lin Xiao could make a move. Seeing this, Lin Feng looked at Lin Xiao and said, "In, you do as you see fit." Then he turned around and left. Lin Hao was the last, and he even considerately closed the door for the two of them, leaving one person and one corpse in the room. The two of them looked at each other silently. At this time, the cold feeling in Wu Qingyue's body suddenly began to recede like a tide, and then a familiar heat began to rise from his body. He immediately loosened his body and let out a long breath. It was as if he had exhaled the coldness in his heart, and his whole body began to relax. But with the stimulation of this alternating cold and hot, a certain part of Wu Qingyue's body quickly stood up. Feeling this, he immediately turned over again, and then pulled the quilt on the bed to cover his abdomen. He raised his still purple-red eyes and stared at Lin Xiao, and said with a rough voice, "Do you want to leave me like this?" Chapter 1055. Wu Qingyue didn't blame Tung Tung at all, even though he knew that Xiao Tung Tung was trying to set him up with this female zombie. He just wanted to know what this female zombie was going to do. Xiao Tung Tung also said that if she didn't care about him, even if he went crazy and lost his mind for a while, he would recover on his own. But with his strength, no one knew what would happen if he went crazy. And at this time, he couldn't show any flaws for the base to find out, because it would be very disadvantageous for him. If Haiqing was disadvantageous, it would directly affect the base. Even from the perspective of the overall situation, this female zombie should also help him. Seeing that this female zombie was still very calm, Wu Qingyue's heart was a bit stifled. Did this mean that his importance in her heart was still too small for her to not show any other expressions? Lin Xiao moved her hand, and a cup filled with water appeared in her hand. She handed it to him. "Drink it." Wu Qingyue looked at her and said speechlessly, "Since you have this, why did you give me the stone just now?" Lin Xiao pursed her lips and said indifferently, "I just wanted to see if the stone was really effective." Wu Qingyue. Enduring the burning sensation in his body, Wu Qingyue sat up. He raised his hand and took the water from her hand, then drank it. Lin Xiao took the empty cup and wiped the rim of the cup with her other hand. The cup was immediately filled again. She continued to hand it to him. Wu Qingyue didn't say anything and took it again. He looked at her and drank it again. After drinking it, he handed it back to her and waited for her to hand over the third cup. After drinking the third cup, Wu Qingyue suddenly felt a strong energy rising from his lower abdomen. His hand shook, and the cup in his hand fell to the ground. Bang! The glass directly exploded on the tile floor. Wu Qingyue suddenly lay on the bed and pressed his whole body down. He turned his head and said to Lin Xiao with a suppressed voice, "Ming, go!" Lin Xiao was stunned and didn't know what was going on. She immediately squinted her eyes and looked at his body. She saw a strong and aggressive red energy slowly growing in his lower abdomen. It swallowed all the energy that Wu Qingyue just drank. How could this be? A trace of confusion flashed through Lin Xiao's mind. Did the energy from her spatial lake have no effect on him? Xiao Tung's blood was actually so tyrannical? Seeing that Wu Qingyue seemed to have fallen into a very uncomfortable and strange state, Lin Xiao frowned. His heart began to waver. Based on what Xiao Tung had just said, the solution was obviously not the lake water in her space. Then, could it be her body? If it was 2 or 3 months ago, Lin Xiao would have left without hesitation. But now she couldn't move her feet. How could she just leave him like this? Wu Qingyue's face began to turn red, and the purplish-red light in his eyes began to burst forth dazzlingly. 2 blue veins appeared on his forehead. It was obvious that he was trying his best to endure it. While Lin Xiao was still hesitating, Wu Qingyue's figure suddenly flashed. He grabbed Lin Xiao's arm and threw her onto the bed, pressing her down. Oh, you, oh. By the time Lin Xiao came to her senses, her hands and feet were already pinned down. Subconsciously, she immediately struggled to resist, but just as she opened her mouth, her lips were sealed by his. While she was hesitating, she had actually given Wu Qingyue a chance. How could Wu Qingyue let go of such an opportunity? So before she could change her mind, he immediately made his move. Since you can't decide, I'll help you decide. Wu Qingyue released her soft lips and said, but in the next second, he forcefully sealed her mouth again. His tongue nimbly and forcefully opened the gap between her teeth, and then fiercely stirred up the contents of her mouth like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds. And every time Wu Qingyue did this, he would become very tyrannical, and his actions were very fierce. Lin Xiao couldn't react for a moment. She only felt that her mouth and nose were suddenly filled with his strong smell and breath, mixed with a faint smell of alcohol. She knew that she was entangled, stirred, rubbed, and even sucked out of her mouth. She was sucked into his mouth. Lin Xiao felt that he really wanted to tear her apart and eat her up. His smooth and nimble tongue wreaked havoc in Lin Xiao's mouth, making her mouth slightly numb. While Lin Xiao's attention was focused on Wu Qingyue's strong tongue kiss, Wu Qingyue had already pressed down on her body, both of his hands grabbing onto hers to prevent her from moving. Then he pulled Lin Xiao's hands to the top of her head, using one hand to hold them tightly, and the other hand began to wander around her body. Wu Qingyue stirred up her mouth to his heart's content, and after absorbing enough of her sweet fragrance, he withdrew his tongue and began to suck on her two soft lips, holding them in his mouth as if they were sugar. From time to time, he would nibble on them or trace her lips with his tongue. He carefully felt the soft touch on her lips. Lin Xiao was pressed down by him, and her eyes flashed slightly. She only felt that her heart was filled with dissatisfaction. Why did she have to be taken advantage of by this bastard every time? Even if she was willing now, she should be the one in charge. She stared closely at Wu Qingyue's psychedelic purple eyes. His eyes were very beautiful when they turned purple. The light was dazzling and beautiful, as if it wanted to attract people's minds into the bright purple. If this pair of eyes only belonged to her, it would also be very good. Her heart moved slightly, but then she felt a tingling sensation on her lips. Wu Qingyue let go of her lips, narrowed his purple eyes and stared into her eyes, saying, "You're so inattentive. Is my service not good enough?" As he said this, he suppressed the impulse in his body, lowered his head to smell the corner of her mouth, and then pressed his lips on hers. Then he repeatedly placed a series of delicate kisses on her smooth and elastic face, and then along her chin. He took the opportunity to smell the slender white swan neck. Feeling his hard thing pressing against her body, looking at his purplish-red eyes, Lin Xiao suddenly licked her lips. Then she struggled with both hands, and suddenly broke free from his hands that were pressing down on her. Her hands suddenly hugged his chest and shoulders, and one of Lin Xiao's legs wrapped around his waist. Then she twisted her waist forcefully, and the other leg pushed against him. She immediately flipped Wu Qingyue over. Then her whole body was pressed down on Wu Qingyue's body, and her hands quickly grabbed his hands and pulled them above his head. The situation between the two of them was immediately reversed. Lin Xiao lowered her head and stared at him, pressing her face in front of his. When their noses were about to touch, she said, "That depends on your ability." Now that she had recovered 90% of her strength, he wanted to suppress her? In his dreams? Yes, join the group if you want to see the details. Chapter 1056. Tung Tung and Lu Tianyi weren't the only ones who heard the commotion in Lin Xiao's room. The two rooms next to Wu Qingyue's on the same floor also heard the commotion. After all, everyone's abilities were above level 5. They were in the same building and on the same floor, so they could hear clearly if they wanted to. Lin Hao lay on the bed, and listened with great interest. He was speechless. Why didn't these two close the window? The sound came out of their window, and it came in through his window. Although his sister tried her best to suppress the sound, she would still let it out from time to time. Her and Wu Qingyue's panting could be heard, coupled with the sound of the mattress being moved violently and the pa-pa sounds. It had already formed a scene that would make one's imagination run wild. Lin Hao, who was a single dog, could only lie on the bed and use his left and right hands to serve his brother. Lin Feng was much luckier, because his wife was next to him. Enough. Enough. Don't. Please rest. I can't take it anymore. When the sky was about to brighten, Lin Xiao laid on the bed listlessly. He closed his eyes and spoke to Wu Qingyue, who was lying on his back, with a look of despair. God knows why a zombie like her couldn't beat a human's physical strength. Was a level 8 psychic's physical strength already this strong? From 1 or 2 o'clock last night until dawn, Lin Xiao looked at the alarm clock on the nightstand beside Wu Qingyue's bed. It was already past 7 o'clock. Damn, they did it 5 times in one night. Wu Qingyue lay on her back and pressed against her. When he heard her words, he turned his head and looked out of the window. Then he used his hand to hook Lin Xiao's hair behind her ear. Then he hugged her waist and stuck out his tongue to lick her ear. Lin Xiao instantly shrunk her neck. Wu Qingyue then turned over and stood by the bed to look at her. Then he decided to turn around and go into the bathroom to fill up the water. Then he came out and carried her into the bathroom, because he saw Lin Xiao's "I'm really tired, don't bother me" expression, and then looked at her slumped body with her eyes half closed. He knew that she was really tired, so he carried her into the bathroom. Actually, I can wash it myself. Lin Xiao was lying on the bed, listening to his movements. Seeing him pick her up, she opened her eyes and said to him expressionlessly, "Is that so? But I want to help you wash it." Wu Qingyue smiled and said to her. His eyes returned to black, and he smiled like a crescent moon. As he spoke, he put Lin Xiao directly into the bathtub. The warm water flowed over Lin Xiao's body, washing away the sweat and mess that Wu Qingyue had left on her body. After Wu Qingyue put her down, he stood under the shower head and washed himself. He then turned around and looked down at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao immediately looked up at him. "If you want to say that you want to help me clean, then there is no need. Thank you. I can do it myself." If he dared to do so, she would not hesitate to give him a beating. Wu Qingyue shrugged and took a clean towel to wrap around his waist. With a gentle smile, he said, "All right, you do it yourself. It seems that I don't need to prepare clothes for you. Then I will go down and make breakfast." He knew that the female zombie's clothes were in the space, so there was no need for him to worry. Lin Xiao just quietly watched him walk out with the towel, then relaxed and collapsed in the bathtub. She released all the water, then poured it into the lake in her space, and continued to soak. Her body still felt weak and numb. Her whole body was light, and her hands and feet were also soft, as if she was about to break away from her control. But even so, there was still a hot energy burning in her lower abdomen, spreading through her blood and meridians, and then converging on the zombie core in her head. The feeling last time wasn't this strong, so this time Lin Xiao noticed it. This energy completely replenished the energy she had consumed before, and it was more than enough. Lin Xiao soaked in her energy lake, relaxing her body and feeling the changes in the energy in her body. She had a faint premonition that she was about to break through, but she also felt that she needed a lot of energy to break through and enter the realm of the level 8 zombie emperor. But doing this with Wu Qingyue wasn't enough. But if she didn't do this with Wu Qingyue, she might not be able to feel the opportunity to break through so quickly. And after last night, she could no longer keep her distance from Wu Qingyue and turn a blind eye to his feelings. After last night's actions, she had already begun to surrender to him. The gentle energy of the lake washed the energy left by Wu Qingyue in her lower abdomen, and the purified energy was quickly sent to Lin Xiao's zombie core, making it more and more full. Although Lin Xiao didn't want to admit it, but they were all Wu Qingyue's children and grandchildren. Inexplicably, she felt a little embarrassed. Lin Xiao raised her hand to cover her eyes and laid there motionlessly. Wu Qingyue put on his clothes in the room, then turned around and left the room. Before leaving, he turned his head and looked at the bathroom door with a satisfied smile. Then as soon as he walked out, he saw Lin Hao walk out with dark eyes and weakly raised his hand. "Oh, good morning." Wu Qingyue looked at him and smiled. "What's wrong? You didn't sleep last night?" Lin Hao pursed his lips and glared at him. "If you know, then don't say it out loud. Why don't you think about who caused it?" Wu Qingyue continued to smile at him, and while walking downstairs he patted his shoulder. "You should quickly find one. Do you need me to introduce you?" "No way." Lin Hao refused without even thinking. Then his expression suddenly froze, and the look in his eyes changed. He stared at Wu Qingyue. "There seems to be a problem with your attitude. Why do you look like you want to hook up with someone else's sister, and then please your brother-in-law?" Wu Qingyue smiled and said, "You can tell? You're really sharp." Then he continued to walk downstairs, leaving Lin Hao standing in the middle of the stairs in a daze. Suddenly his expression changed. "Wait. Did you notice something?" He actually didn't refute him. Something was wrong. Lin Hao's gaze immediately sharpened, and he stared straight at Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue didn't care, and with his back facing him, he waved his hand and then walked down. Lin Hao. No way, did this man notice something? But would he believe it? Thinking of this, Lin Hao turned his head worriedly in the direction of Wu Qingyue's room. Then he shook his head, thinking that if Wu Qingyue was a normal person, he wouldn't believe it. But his attitude just now, Lin Hao was a little uncertain. After thinking for a while, he immediately turned and went upstairs, walking towards Wu Qingyue's room. Chapter 1057. Lin Xiao is still in the room when she hears someone knocking on the door. She smells Lin Hao's scent. Although she doesn't know why he is looking for her, Lin Xiao still gets up from the bathtub. She takes a bathrobe from the space and puts it on. After draining the bathtub, she walks out of the bathroom and opens the door. "What's up?" Lin Xiao looks at the messy bed before opening the door and finds that it has been cleaned up. Lin Hao also saw the situation inside. He retracted his gaze and looked at her, wanting to say something but hesitating. Lin Xiao thinks for a moment and walks out of Wu Qingyue's room. The smell in the room is very heavy. She feels that she needs fresh air. "Come with me." Lin Xiao walks out of the room, closes the door and pulls Lin Hao a few steps outside. Then she takes him directly into the space. After entering the space, the two appear in the open space in front of the small building. "Say it." Lin Xiao stands aside and looks at the farmland in front of her. Several level 4 zombies are shuttling through the vegetable fields or rice fields, taking care of the crops. Mrs. Lin is also among them. Lin Hao looks around and also sees Mrs. Lin's figure. But he doesn't ask about Mrs. Lin. Instead he asks, "What's the matter with Wu Qingyue? Did he see through your identity?" Lin Xiao turns to look at him in surprise and says, "He told you." Lin Hao shakes his head. He didn't say it clearly, but he didn't deny it either. "I just tested him," and his reaction seems to indicate that he already knows about it. "So, then he admitted it to you." Lin Xiao purses her lips. Lin Hao stares at her. "Why are you so calm? Do you think he will believe you? Aren't you afraid that he will capture you and dissect you for research or something?" Lin Xiao rolls her eyes at him and says, "That depends on whether he really has the ability or not. Besides, do you think everyone is like you who will never return from the path of research?" Lin Hao's eyes are a bit gloomy. From a normal person's point of view, it is hard for an ordinary person to believe this kind of thing. How can this be explained with science? And now that he knew about this, wasn't his reaction a little too calm? Could it be that there is something behind it? From a safety point of view, Lin Hao felt that no matter who found out about this, there would be some risk of being exposed. Moreover, it would also be used by people with ulterior motives and so on. Even Wu Qingyue could not be sure what he was thinking. No one knew what he was thinking. Even if he really liked Lin Xiao, who knew if he would change his mind because of this? Or maybe he didn't like Lin Xiao's soul at all. Maybe he just fell in love with Lu Tianyu's body? I know what you are worried about, but I believe in him. Lin Xiao looked at Lin Hao with a smile. If Wu Qingyue only liked her body and Lu Tianyu's face, of course, she would not reciprocate any of his feelings. However, when he called her leader Lin last night, it meant that he really liked her for everything, and not just her body and face. Besides, she had a telepathic perception of everyone's thoughts. She could accurately sense what kind of thoughts and feelings people had towards her. Even if she couldn't sense Wu Qingyue's thoughts, she could sense his true feelings and inner thoughts when he was in bed with her. If she hadn't sensed Wu Qingyue's sincerity and his obsession with her, she wouldn't have wavered in his heart. You believe him just like that? It seems that you have lost. Lin Hao looked at her and said with some sympathy. Then he thought about it and felt that something was wrong. He said, "Oh no, you are still the winner. He's the one who loses first, if he really loves you. It's not like she's pestering you for the sake of the two kids." Lin Xiao said firmly, "I can feel his sincerity. If he really changes his mind one day, then I won't hold on to him." Don't worry, I'm not such a weak person, okay? Hearing what she said, Lin Hao could only shut up helplessly. At this time Lin Xiao's eyes moved and she said, "Mom is coming." Lin Hao followed her gaze and saw Mrs. Lin walking towards them with a basket in her hand. However, it stopped 3 meters away from the two of them. She looked at Lin Hao with surprise, and then looked at Lin Xiao with a questioning look. Lin Xiao walked over and stood beside her. She nodded to her. "Yes, he is Lin Hao." Then she said to Lin Hao, "Mom said that you look so much older." Lin Hao was speechless. Lin Xiao explained to him. "Mom only remembers what happened in the past. She hasn't fully recovered her memory of the recent years. Perhaps looking at you, it feels like I haven't seen you for a few years." Lin Hao nodded and took a few steps towards Mrs. Lin. However, Mrs. Lin immediately stepped back and raised a hand to push him. Lin Xiao looked at Lin Hao and said, "Don't get too close to Mom. You are a living person. The smell on your body will make Mom hungry." Lin Hao immediately stepped back silently. Then he asked, "Will Mom's memory all recover?" Lin Xiao answered, "Yes, don't you see that others are slowly recovering?" Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiao took the basket in Mrs. Lin's hand. There were some beans, cucumbers, and tomatoes in the basket. "Then we should go back to the base today," Lin Xiao says to her mother, and walks to Lin Hao with the basket in her arms. Pulling him along, she flashed out. When Wu Qingyue went downstairs, he saw that the children in the living room were already playing on the sofa. However, where is Tong? He looked around and didn't see his 1-month-old son. Dad said that Uncle Lu took him out to play. Lin Xiaolu answered his question politely. Wu Qingyue's eyes flashed. Then he smiled and nodded. "Oh really?" At this time, Cheng Wangxue came out of the kitchen with a plate of fried radish in her hand. When she saw Wu Qingyue, she smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I borrowed your kitchen. I thought you wouldn't get up so early." She looked at Wu Qingyue ambiguously. Wu Qingyue said, "Oh, it's okay. Use it." How could he say that he was fine even if he didn't sleep all night? Oh, Lin Feng said he had something to do, so he went back first. Cheng Wangxue said to him again, and immediately shouted to the children in the living room. "Xiaolu, bring your brother and sister here for breakfast." "Okay." Lin Xiaolu answered immediately. Then she pulled Wu Yueling and Tong Tong to the dining room. Chapter 1058. Wu Qingyue looked in the direction of the door, and his eyes flickered. That little brat was probably going to slip away and hide for a few days. Who knew if he could hide from his mother's search? On the other side, Lu Tianyi brought little Tungting back to the house he used to live in. Kong Qingming, Lin Wenwen, and Long Qingying were standing next to him. Because of Kong Qingming's secret operation, Lu Tianyi's house, which was considered dead by Sea City, was preserved by him. Generally speaking, as a management cadre of the base, these houses would be redistributed after his death. Because this was originally allocated to him by the base, It was not his personal property. So why did you come with me? Lu Tianyi looked at the familiar door. He hadn't come back for a long time. Then he suddenly turned to Lin Wenwen and asked. Lin Wenwen just turned to look at Long Qingying, and then at Kong Qingming. For little Tungting's safety, how can I let you carry him away by yourself? By the way, aren't you hiding too close? Your mother can smell where you are just by smelling it. She looked at little Tung Tung with a gloating expression on her face. Little Tungting looked at her with a straight face and didn't say anything, but his hands were clinging to Lu Tianyi's neck. He was afraid that this strange auntie would rush over and snatch him away again, and then tickle him. He had enough of this strange auntie's hobby. Kong Qingming rummaged in his pocket and took out a key. Then he opened the door, and the scene in the house was displayed in front of everyone. How long has it been since you came to clean? It's covered in dust. Lu Tianyi glanced at the environment in the house and immediately complained to Kong Qingming. Are you blaming me? Is this my home? Not only do you not thank me for saving it for you, but you also take it for granted. Kong Qingming glanced at him with his long and beautiful eyes and snorted coldly. Of course not. Thank you, sir. Lu Tianyi immediately changed his expression and said to him with a smile. Seeing that he was pretending, Kong Qingming immediately rolled his eyes. We stayed at Lake Tai for the last 2 to 3 months. And as soon as we came back yesterday, we went to the leader's house. Do you still expect my shadow clone to come back and clean for you? Lin Wenwen dragged Long Qingying in. Long Qingying's face was cold. The air pressure around her was a bit low. She had no choice, because she had planned to go back to the base with Lin Wenwen and the others last night. But they were stopped by Kong Qingming's way. Without saying another word, he forcefully pulled her away, leaving behind the people of the base, as they watched them leave with ambiguous expressions. Seeing that Long Qingying had been dragged away, Lin Wenwen silently ran back. This morning, Lu Tianyi secretly ran away with Tungting Lu and Qingming. As a result, Kong Qingming was woken up from his warm bed, and Long Qingying, who had been trapped by Kong Qingming for the whole night, was also brought out. When the 3 of them left Kong Qingming's house, they saw Lin Wenwen sitting on the stairs. Because Kong Qingming and Lu Tianyi lived in the same building, just on different floors. Lu Tianyi carried little Tungting and stood in the middle of his living room. He watched as Kong Qingming opened the balcony door and the surrounding windows to ventilate. Lu of Ling he was Tian I Qingming's. Long of Xiao of Ming he, Ten he. But he might sense little uncles. Hurry up and clean up your room. Let me carry little Tung Tung. After Lin Wenwen heard this, he immediately came over and wanted to carry little Tung Tung away. No, I want Auntie Long to carry me. Tungting turned to Long Qingying, who was exuding a low pressure. Seeing Tungting, Long Qingying's expression softened a bit. She took him and walked out to the balcony. The room was being cleaned, so it was full of dust. Lu Tianyi freed his hands and began to scrub his furniture with a rag. Lin Xiao came out of the space, but she couldn't sense Tungting and Lu Tianyi's aura. She immediately understood what was going on. She gritted her teeth and said, "That little brat. He ran pretty fast." After that, she went down to her room on the 2nd floor to change her clothes, leaving Lin Hao alone to walk downstairs with a funny look on his face. He knew Lin Xiao was talking about Tungting. That little brat and Lu Tianyi's aura weren't in the building. Looks like one slipped away last night. Hao Zi, come over for breakfast since you're awake. Cheng Wangxue immediately called her uncle over for breakfast after seeing Lin Hao come down. Oh! Lin Hao's footsteps paused for a moment before he responded and walked towards the dining room. I think our leader is going to leave right after she comes down. Old Wu, aren't you going to ask her to stay? Lin Hao sat on an empty seat, picked up his chopsticks and said to Wu Chengyue, not going to stay. She has things to deal with. I'll be very busy here. Wu Chengyue picked up a mouthful of leftovers from last night and ate a mouthful of porridge. He replied, Tisk, there's indeed a lot of trouble. I heard that Li Jingye is starting to play tricks again. He really can't be more obedient. And on Huaxia's side, there should be movement, but it's very quiet. Why are the 2 bases the opposite? Lin Hao said as he picked up some food and put it into his bowl. Although he was a doctor and didn't care much about things, he still knew what he should know. Huaxia is probably hiding something. They're very guarded right now. Wu Qinghua smiled faintly and put some food into Wu Yueling's bowl. He said to her, "Eat some meat too. Other people's children like to eat meat and not vegetables." But Wu Yueling didn't like to eat meat. When Lin Xiao came down, they were still eating breakfast. She didn't say anything and said good morning to Cheng Wangxue and the kids. Then she sat on the sofa and took out the stone Lung Xiantong gave her to study. She was going to wait for them to finish eating before returning to the base. "You seem very calm. Aren't you going to settle the score with that little demon?" Lin Hao looked at Lin Xiao strangely and asked. Lin Xiao said expressionlessly, "I'm not free." If that little demon was in front of her right now, she would definitely pull his ear and teach him a lesson. But now that he wasn't here, she couldn't be bothered with him. Since that brat was with Lu Tianyi now, he would definitely be with Kong Qingming. And Kong Qingming would probably not let go of Long Qingying. Then her sister would definitely be with them too. In addition to the group of bodyguards she sent, and Wu Qinghua secretly sent, that little demon's safety wouldn't be a problem. So Lin Xiao directly got into the car and went back to the base, leaving her son who tricked her last night. Chapter 1059. Lin Kuei, who had returned to the base last night, sorted out a pile of zombie cores in his room. He put them in bags according to their levels. There were a lot of level 4 and 5 cores, and a few level 6 cores. Then he put all of them into a bag. The next morning, he changed into casual clothes and went out with his bag. After going downstairs, he looked up at the rising sun in the sky, put on his sunglasses, and got into his car. Then he drove from the second base to the first base. Chiu Lily, who was sitting on the edge of the building and stretching her legs out of boredom, immediately noticed his movements. Seeing him drive to the first base, she curiously jumped to the roof of another building and followed him. There seemed to be no mission today. Where was this big cat going? Lin Xiao would be back soon, so she couldn't run around now. 10 minutes later, Chiu Lily saw Lin Kuei stop in front of a residential area. It was a civilian area, so she didn't know why he was here. She watched Lin Kuei park the car and get out. He carried a bag and walked into the residential area. Chiu Lily immediately flew to the roof of a building in the residential area and saw Lin Kuei enter one of the buildings. Only then did she lightly float down to the ground and follow behind him. As soon as she turned the corner of the stairs, she saw Lin Kuei standing there and looking at her. "Why are you following me?" He looked at her and asked. "Then what are you doing here?" Chiu Lily's big red eyes looked left and right. She wasn't wearing sunglasses. She wasn't wearing sunglasses because there were no humans around. "It has nothing to do with you," Lin Kuei said calmly. "It would be terrible if it had something to do with me." "Of course, I know it has nothing to do with me." Chiu Lily looked at him speechlessly. Lin Kuei. That was true, he was speechless. "So what are you doing here?" He looked at her silently and asked her with his eyes. Chiu Lily said, I'm just curious. It doesn't matter if I follow you. I won't get in your way." Lin Kuei thought about it. If he refused, this girl would definitely follow him secretly. Since she was really curious, it didn't matter. Thinking of this, he turned around and walked up. "Why don't we take the elevator?" Chiu Lily followed him and asked in confusion. "We will meet people." Lin Dao walked forward expressionlessly and answered without turning his head back. "Oh, which floor are we going to?" Chiu Lily asked. "9th floor." Lin Kuei turned a corner and continued to walk up. The grade of the buildings in this district was not low. Each building was at least 12 or 13 stories high. The residents here also had an elevator to take. An ordinary person would be out of breath after climbing 7 or 8 floors, but the metahumans and zombies did not care. Hence, Lin Kuei and Chiu Lily quickly climbed up to the 9th floor and knocked on the door of a room. "Are you looking for someone? Who lives here?" Chiu Lily looked at the entire door from top to bottom and couldn't help but ask. Lin Kuei did not answer her, but waited patiently for the person in the house to open the door. Chill Lily didn't mind Lin Kuei ignoring her. After sizing up the door in front of him, he began to size up the surrounding environment and other doors. In any case, his eyes just couldn't stop moving. After a while, the sound of light footsteps came from the room. Then the door in front of Lin Kuei opened. "Kuei, you're back." Seeing Lin Kuei, Ling Jing immediately showed a happy expression. After coming to the base, her standard of living had improved a lot. She had enough to eat and a warm place to live. Moreover, she had a brother who came back from the dead to rely on. Her complexion was much better than before, and her figure was not as sickly as before. Ling Jing's voice immediately made Chill Lily turn her head quickly. Her two long ponytails were swaying for a while. At this time, Ling Jing also saw Chill Lily next to Lin Kuei. After seeing her red eyes, she was startled and had some guesses in her heart. She asked Lin Kuei, "Kuei, this is?" Lin Kuei then turned his head to look at Chill Lily. "Her name is Chill Lily." After saying that, he lifted his leg and stepped into the door as if he was familiar with her, leaving Ling Jing and Chill Lily at the door for a few seconds. It was Ling Jing who reacted first. He smiled and said to Chill Lily, "Are you coming in?" Chill Lily immediately nodded and replied politely, "Hello." Then she followed him into the house. Ling Jing then closed the door, and then waved to Chill Lily on the sofa next to him. "Please sit down. The things in the house are all old, if you don't mind." Chill Lily immediately smiled sweetly. "It's okay." Although she was a neat freak, she couldn't show too much of herself in front of someone whom she met for the first time. Fortunately, although the sofa in Ling Jing's house was a little old, it looked clean. She sat down and immediately looked back and forth between Ling Jing and Lin Kuei curiously. She asked doubtfully, "Are you brother and sister?" After looking at them for a while, she keenly noticed that the two people looked a little similar. Ling Jing looked at her and saw that she seemed to be waiting for an answer to confirm. She said, "Didn't Kuei tell you about our relationship?" The girl looked like a teenager with red eyes. Ling Jing guessed that she was definitely not a human, but he didn't know what level the girl was. With the existence of her brother, Ling Jing was not very afraid of zombies. Moreover, the girl came with her brother. Chill Lily shook her head and looked up at her. "No, I secretly followed him. You guys look a little alike." "She's my sister, my biological sister," Lin Dao said and then handed the bag in his hand to Ling Jing. "Keep these. You gave me so many. Why don't you keep them for yourself? Don't you guys rely on zombie cores to level up or maintain energy? I don't need so many." Ling Jing took Lin Kuei's bag and found that it was quite heavy. She immediately frowned and said, "Oh, so you're here to give zombie cores. Hello, Sister Lin. I like your brother. Can I be with him?" Chill Lily saw the actions of the two and immediately understood why Lin Ran was here. So she immediately said, and then looked at Ling Jing with a pair of expectant eyes. However, Ling Jing and Lin Kuei were a little dumbfounded when they heard what she said. You mean you want to pursue Kuei?" Ling Jing reacted a little faster than Lin Kuei and immediately asked Chill Lily in surprise. Chill Lily nodded vigorously. At this time, Lin Kuei looked at Chill Lily with a blank expression. Chill Lily was a little embarrassed by Ling Jing's surprised expression. She slightly lowered her eyes and looked left and right, not daring to look at her. But she said, "Well, because I like big cats, and what?" She didn't say in the end. But her expression gave Ling Jing some clues. Chapter 1060. Ling Jing looked at Lin Kuei and then asked with a subtle expression, "Girlfriend?" Lin Kuei immediately came to his senses and looked at her in surprise. No, I. At this time, Chill Lily immediately stood up from the sofa and rushed to Lin Kuei's side. She subconsciously held his arm. She tilted her head slightly and said to Ling Jing, No, I'm not his girlfriend." "Well, I just like his transformed form. No, although I don't hate his human form. Qiu Lily felt that Ling Jing had misunderstood what she said just now. She wanted to explain, but she felt that something was wrong, and she couldn't figure it out. So her speech was a little flustered. Oh, I see. Okay, I got it. Ling Jing smiled gently, but his eyes were a little meaningful when he saw her holding Lin Kuei's arm. Lin Kuei didn't expect Qiu Lily to speak so directly. Although he was a little shocked, he inexplicably felt a little happy in his heart. Although he didn't show it on his face, there was a hint of joy in his eyes when he turned to look at Qiu Lily. Ling Jing had been observing the expressions of the two, seeing his brother's eyes, so the smile on the corner of his mouth deepened. Well, you two sit down first. I'll make breakfast later. Have a meal with me. Ling Jing smiled and waved to the two. Then he turned into the bedroom and put down the things that Lin Kuei had just given him. Then he walked out and went into the kitchen. Lin Kuei asked Xin Yuzhen to arrange the accommodation for her. Although in the eyes of outsiders, Lin Jing was just a thin and ordinary woman who didn't have the ability to get herself a one-bedroom suite to live alone. Lin Jing didn't have the ability to do so. But the people around her knew that she had a brother. Her brother was very mysterious and powerful, because the attitude of the security guards in this community was a little protective of Ling Jing. At first, people who wanted to inquire about Ling Jing were warned by the security guards. Hearing Ling Jing's words, Lin Kuei and Qiu Lily subconsciously looked at each other. Qiu Lily suddenly realized how intimate their posture was. She immediately let go of him, as if she was electrocuted. Then she silently retreated to the sofa and sat down. Although he said that he was accompanying Ling Jing for breakfast, he was really accompanying her. Since Lin Kuei and Qiu Lily couldn't eat human food, they could only sit and watch. So you like felines? Then there are very few feline zombies like Kuei. Most of them are mutant zombies with metal, wood, water, fire and earth abilities. Transforming into animals is the rarest type, Ling Jing said as he ate his pancake and drank his hot and sour soup, while thinking about Qiu Lily's words. Qiu Lily smiled embarrassedly. How long have you known each other? Ling Jing asked again. Qiu Lily said. It hasn't been long since we officially met. It was just a few days ago. Previously, we probably only sensed each other's existence and knew each other's names. Previously, she did not have much interaction with Lin Kuei, and Lin Kuei's presence was very low. Who knew where he would disappear to every now and then? If the underground creatures hadn't appeared a few days ago, she wouldn't have known that this male zombie could turn into a big cat. Oh, I see. The development was quite fast. Ling Jing smiled and glanced at Lin Kuei. Lin Kuei remained silent and listened to the conversation between the two women the whole time. On the other hand, after Lin Xiao returned to the base, the first thing he did was organize Xie Dong's information. Then he went to base number 1 to meet the people from Qingshan base. A round-faced girl came in. Lin Xiao had seen her before. She was here to recommend the zombie isolation agent. Just you alone? Are you here to check on the zombies in your base? Lin Xiao sat on the single sofa in the office, leaning against the back of the sofa, as he looked at Yi Yingyue. Yi Yingyue sat on the two-seater sofa and shook her head awkwardly. Not really. The main thing is that I wanted to inform you of something. Seeing the zombies in our base, it's just along the way. Lin Xiao looked at her, puzzled. Oh, what's the matter that Lan Lu sent you to come all the way here? It's your zombie identity. Skyfire's people found out by accident, but we're not sure if they believe it or not. We've tried to cover it up, to make them think the information isn't true. Yi Yingyue faced Lin Xiao. She didn't know if it was because of her guilty conscience, but she was a little timid. After all, the information had been leaked from their base, and from one of their leaders, Lan Lu. When Lin Xiao heard this, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. She looked at Yi Yingyue, expressionless, and asked calmly, So you're saying Skyfire's people found out about my identity from you? Even if she said they'd covered it up, they'd still found out. It didn't matter if they could cover it up or not. They already had their suspicions. Since they had their suspicions, they'd find a way to verify the truth. She knew Qingshan base was under the scrutiny of both Skyfire and Huaxia. She wasn't surprised that Lan Lu had leaked her identity. But Lan Lu had the gall to leak her secret. Yi Yingyue felt an invisible pressure bearing down on her from Lin Xiao's stare. It made it hard for her to breathe. Yes. Under Lin Xiao's gaze, she forced herself to nod. Lin Xiao looked away, silent for a few seconds. Then he asked, when? Yi Yingyue breathed a sigh of relief when Lin Xiao looked away. Half a month ago, she replied. The person who got the information isn't weak either. He made a secret trip back to Skyfire Base after he got the information. After all, someone who could sneak up on Lan Lu's level 8 spirit master wasn't weak. Something flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. This person you're talking about, did he bring something else back to Skyfire? Do you have any information on him? Yi Yingyue hung her head in thought at the sudden question. This person? We haven't been able to find out anything about him. He's very secretive. All we know is he's from Skyfire Base. As for what else you're talking about, we don't know. But there was an incident a while back that I think has something to do with him. Some of our adepts went missing, as did some of the adepts the Huaxia Base sent to spy on us. At this point, she frowned and continued. Later on, those people's corpses were found in a few places, but there was something strange about the corpses. There's evidence of Skyfire's presence in those places. What was it? Lin Xiao asked. Chapter 1061. Their bodies were injected with some sort of zombie virus drug. Their bodies are purple, and they've turned into zombies. But they're dead, and not because their heads were destroyed. It's more like the zombification process failed. Yi Yingyue explained what she'd seen and what she'd guessed. Lin Xiao folded his arms across his chest, one hand pinching his chin with his thumb and forefinger. His eyes were deep in thought. Was this the secret the mysterious man had brought back to Skyfire Base for Li Jingye? Are they all dead? Lin Xiao asked. A small number were missing, I'm not sure. Yi Yingyue shook her head. Based on what you're saying, someone purposely made them disappear. Then, their corpses appeared together again, and they all showed the state of zombification after being infected by the zombie virus. Were they experimented on? Lin Xiao asked after a moment's thought. I'm not sure. Our boss is still trying to figure out the culprit's intentions. I don't know if it's what you're saying. Yi Yingyue shook her head. Lin Xiao frowned, but didn't say anything. The office fell silent. After a few seconds, Lin Xiao said, All right, I got it. Since you said you'd like to take a look at your fellow zombies, I'll send someone to take you there. Yuzhen, take Miss Yi there to see what's going on. As he spoke, he called Shen Yuzhen in. Yes, Miss Yi. Please come with me. Shen Yuzhen smiled at Yi Yingyue as soon as she entered. All right, thank you. Yi Yingyue rose to her feet. She nodded to Lin Xiao, then followed Shen Yuzhen out of the office. Lin Xiao sat on the sofa, thinking about what Yi Yingyue had said, and the information Xie Dong had brought back from Skyfire. Recently, Li Jingye had been secretly capturing metahumans in his base. Thinking back to the information Yi Yingyue brought, the metahumans of Qingshan Base and Huaxia Base had all turned into zombies after their disappearance, but they hadn't died from having their heads destroyed. Putting all this together, Lin Xiao could imagine what Skyfire was up to, experimenting on living adepts to turn them into zombies? What was their goal? Add to that the fact that Skyfire Base already knew her identity. She'd have to get out there as soon as possible and sort things out. But now there was the threat of the underworld. If she didn't deal with it, she wouldn't be able to take on Starfire. Besides, Skyfire Base had already received the news, but they didn't seem to be doing anything about it. After weighing the severity of the crisis, Lin Xiao decided to first solve the problem of the base. As for the matter of her identity being leaked, Li Jingye was only suspicious and had yet to confirm her identity. So Li Jingye might send someone to investigate the situation first. This meant that her condition was not urgent. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately got up and walked out of the office. Then, he brought Duan Wan back to base number 2. Lin Xiao summoned Xie Dong to his office in the second base. Increase your efforts to keep an eye on Li Jingye's movements. There were two possibilities. One was that they might have already suspected my identity as a zombie. The other possibility is that Li Zhengye secretly caught those people with superpowers to do some kind of zombie virus experiment. Xie Dong jotted down the information in his notebook and nodded. Yes, sir. After that, he had a meeting with Lin Feng and Yuan Tianxing to discuss the situation of the underworld creatures. He told them about his plans and plans for the future. Are you going to go down to the caves and catch them? Will it be dangerous? Lin Feng asked, his voice serious. I'll find out when I get down there. I'll go alone. I have the invisibility skill and the dimension. If I run into danger, I'll be able to escape. Lin Xiao said. I wonder if the stone they brought back will be able to suppress the underworld creatures. Yuan Tianxing rested his elbows on the table, his hands crossed. His expression was serious. The energy in the stone is similar to the underworld creatures, but I don't know if it'll be able to suppress them. We'll have to try. Lin Xiao looked at him. Yuan Tianxing nodded. His silence indicated that it was the best he could do. When the meeting was over, Lin Xiao set off alone to the underworld creatures. On the other side of the city, the third floor of one of Skyfire's skyscrapers was heavily guarded. It wasn't a large space. When the elevator descended, there was a 200-square-meter office. The walls were made of matte metallic glass. You couldn't see what was inside, only a blurry image. There were a number of people dressed in white robes moving about. There were 2 corridors to the left and right of the office. On either side of the corridor were 2 rows of closed doors, with glass windows in the doors. If you peered through the windows, you'd be able to see what was going on. How's number 3 doing? Li Zhengye was in the office. He was dressed in white, a mask on his face and gloves on his hands. He held a notebook in his hand as he asked the man next to him. Number 3's consciousness is gone, but his vital signs haven't completely disappeared. One of the men answered timidly. He didn't dare look Li Zhengye in the eye. What about the infection? Li Zhengye frowned. His muscles have hardened, and his blood has stopped flowing. His fingers and gums have secreted the virus. He doesn't look any different on the outside, but he's already a zombie. The man replied. Then continue with the drug injections for numbers 4 to 10. Keep an eye on these people and don't let them escape. Li Zhengye said as he put the notebook in his hand on the workbench. Yes. Understood. The man next to him nodded respectfully. Seeing Li Zhengye turn around and walk out of the office, the man let out a sigh of relief. After waiting for a while, they heard the sound of the elevator. Only now did the people in the research department, who had been trying their best to reduce their presence, start to speak. Who gave Li Zhengye such a thing? This is harming people. She'll lower your voice. If someone hears this and reports it to Li Zhengye, we're all done for. Yeah, watch your words. Chief, we haven't dealt with the failed product. How do we send people to deal with it? The chief who was standing next to Li Zhengye didn't say anything. His expression was different from before. At this moment, his face was expressionless and his eyes were calm, but a dark light flickered in them. He didn't know what to think. Chief, the assistant asked again when he didn't get a response. These are all evidence. We can't just throw them out of the base. Find a place that no one knows about, and hide the corpses there. Find an ice ability user to freeze the corpses. The section chief then gave his orders. Will there be an accident like this? What if the corpses come back to life? Do we need to shoot them in the head first? The assistant asked hesitantly. No need. Just do as I say. Oh. Chapter 1062. The assistant turned around and left. Then, he walked to the side of the elevator and opened a door. Behind the door was a staircase. He walked down. After going down 1 floor, the situation below was similar. The layout was the same. There were corridors on both sides and rows of doors. The only difference was that there was a 200-square-meter research room in the middle. Similarly, there were many soldiers on both sides of the corridor, standing guard with guns. How many of you? After coming down, the assistant shouted to the soldiers on both sides of the corridor. The soldiers looked at each other. Finally, the few people closest to the staircase stood up and moved closer. The assistant thought for a moment and said to one of them, "Go out from the back door and prepare a medium-sized truck. Then wait up there." "Okay," the man answered, turned around, and walked into the elevator. Not enough, not enough. Bring a few more." The assistant looked at the rest and immediately shook his head. The soldiers looked at each other, and 5 more people walked out. The assistant looked at them and waved at them. "Come down with me." Then he turned around and walked down the staircase. He brought 8 or 9 soldiers down to the 3rd underground floor. Then he walked down the corridor on the right until he reached the innermost part before opening the last door. Inside the door was another staircase. However, this staircase was smaller and made of cement. The light inside was also dimmer. After walking down the staircase, there was another door below. After opening the door, it revealed a secret room inside. A gust of cold air gushed out from the door. On the ground inside, there were dozens of long humanoid objects that were as tall as a person and sealed with plastic bags. "Move these out and leave from the back door." The assistant pointed at the objects on the ground and said to the soldiers behind him. After coming down, the soldiers had already guessed what their temporary job this time was. Thus, without saying much, they hung their guns on their shoulders and went in to move the objects. At noon that day, Lin Xiao drove to the place where Elmar's team was stationed. Before reaching the camp, Elmar sensed Lin Xiao's appearance from afar. Then, when Lin Xiao was a few hundred meters away from the camp, she landed on the roof of Lin Xiao's car. Lin Xiao stopped the car and stuck his head out of the window to look up. "You're here?" Elmar turned over and jumped down from the roof. "Have they made any movements recently?" Lin Xiao looked at her and asked. "No, it seems to be hiding underground again." Elmar pursed her lips and said helplessly, "Where is the nearest cave entrance?" Lin Xiao asked. 5 or 6 kilometers away from here." Elmar pointed in a direction. "Take me there." Lin Xiao immediately shrunk into the car. "Oh." Elmar walked around the front of the car and got into the passenger seat. "Do you want to collect clues about those things?" Lin Xiao nodded as he drove. "You can say that. I still need to catch a few alive and bring them back to the base for experiments." "Capture him alive? Can it be locked up?" Elmar asked doubtfully. After all, those things were not afraid of any metal. One swipe of their claws would cut through it. Elmar really couldn't figure out how Lin Xiao was going to lock them up after he brought them back. "Let's catch the weakest ones first. There's always a way to control them," Lin Xiao said. He hadn't caught them yet, and he didn't know what to use to lock them up. If there was something that could restrict their movements, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Because he didn't know, he had to catch them first. Anyway, if he threw them into the forest in her space, they couldn't run away even if they wanted to. After a while, Lin Xiao smelled the earthy smell from afar. She put the car back into her space and walked toward the cave entrance. Elmar followed her and observed from left to right. They arrived at the cave entrance, which was a square. The cave entrance was in the parking lot next to the square. The cave entrance was very big, with a length and width of 10 to 12 meters. A strong earthy smell wafted out from the cave. "Pay attention to the surroundings and wait for me to come out," Lin Xiao said to Elmar, and jumped into the cave. There was no light in the cave, and it was sloping down. The lower they went, the darker it became, and the light gradually disappeared. But Lin Xiao's zombie eyes could see everything in the cave. The passage in the cave wasn't very small. It was 3 meters high, and at least 5 meters in diameter. If the level 8 gorilla crawled out, it would be able to pass. The passage from the cave entrance was tilted at a 45-degree angle, and it kept going down. Even when the light from the cave entrance disappeared, Lin Xiao still walked down the slope. After walking for more than 10 minutes, it suddenly became flat. There was a relatively large round space in the flat area. The ground was flat, and there was an arched ceiling at the top. There were 5 or 6 large and small caves around, one of which was as big as the one that Lin Xiao came in. It felt like a passageway for the level 8 underground creature to walk through. After thinking about it, Lin Xiao bent down and walked into a smaller hole. These smaller holes were only about 1.4 meters high. Fortunately, she didn't need to crawl in. He only needed to bend his waist a little before he walked in. The cave was very dry. Although the walls were dug rough, it didn't feel wet. Although there was an earthy smell, the earthy smell was left by the creatures. Lin Xiao walked along the cave. The passage was crooked, and she walked for more than 20 minutes before she saw the end. At the end, there were no more passages in front or on the left. The passage was below, and there was a hole to jump into. Lin Xiao squatted by the hole and looked at it. Even with her eyes, she couldn't see how deep the bottom of the hole was. After thinking about it, she flicked out her claws. Then, she jumped into the hole and used her claws to dig into the wall. Her claws scratched the wall, and a few deep claw marks and a pile of sand flew out. Swoosh! Lin Xiao landed on flat ground after a while. She patted off the dirt on her hands and head before she started to look at the bottom of the hole. The temperature was much lower. There was a passage similar to the one above that extended forward. She didn't know where it led to. Apart from the earthy smell of these creatures, there were no other smells in the surroundings. The surroundings were also silent. There was no sound. Lin Xiao continued to walk forward, and she heard her own footsteps. In Sea City, Tung Tung and Lu Tianyi didn't sense Lin Xiao when she left. At noon, Lu Tianyi sensed carefully on the balcony and found that Lin Xiao's breath was no longer with Wu Qingyue. She wasn't even in the entire Sea City base. Your mother left. Did you feel it? He returned to the living room and said to Tung Tung. Little Tung Tung glanced at him, then immediately said happily, Is he gone? That's great, quickly send me back to Papa. Why do you want to go back to your father? Isn't it better to stay with me? Lu Tianyi glanced at him and asked. Tung Tung immediately rolled his dead fish eyes and said, No, your cooking is too bad. Lu Tianyi. Chapter 1063. Lu Tianyi felt that although his cooking skills were not very good, at least it was edible. Besides, what could a toothless kid like him eat? He only cooked a bowl of white porridge at noon. Although he only put some salt in it, it took him a long time to cook it. How could it dislike him? Papa's cooking smells like milk, and there's delicious bone soup to drink. You only give me porridge, I'm still growing, okay? Little Tung Tung rolled his eyes at him. Therefore, Lu Tianyi sent Little Tung Tung back to Wu Qingyue's place under Little Tung Tung's extreme dislike. After sending Little Tung Tung back to Wu Qingyue's place, Lu Tianyi felt that he had nothing to do. So he planned to be idle for 2 days, and then go back to the base. In the end, he was caught by Kong Qingming to do hard work. No, you let me do everything. What are you going to do? Looking at the pile of documents on Kong Qingming's desk, Lu Tianyi asked him blankly. I'm going to chase after Qingqing. Kong Qingming replied naturally. Long Qingying and Lin Wenwen drove back to the base after lunch. At that time, Kong Qingming wanted to stop Long Qingying. But it was not good to go too far. After all, he had been pestering her all night last night. So he had to let them go back. So he had to find a way to follow them. But he had too many things to do here. So he had to grab Lu Tianyi to take over. Lu Tianyi. Lin Xiao groped in the underground passage for a long time, and suddenly appeared in an empty round hole. Similar to the previous one, this hole was more than 10 meters wide and 10 meters high. And it was very spacious. There were many small holes around, about a dozen. The big ones were more than 5 meters high, and the small ones were 1 or 2 meters high. Lin Xiao walked along these holes one by one, smelling the smell coming out of the holes. Some smells were light, and some were heavy. Some smells were very fresh, and some smells were very faint. However, there was a hole that had a very special smell. The smell of blood and decay was very strong. Lin Xiao knew what was going on with this smell. It was probably the smell of decomposing animal corpses. However, such a strong smell was somewhat unusual. Lin Xiao thought about it, and looked at the other caves. She didn't know how long it would take to reach the end of the tunnel. She had been walking for 2 to 3 hours, and she didn't know how deep she was, but she didn't encounter any subterranean creatures. It seemed like these things were hiding very deeply. He walked towards the bloody and putrid hole. The deeper he went, the heavier the stench became. Lin Xiao couldn't help but cover her nose. She couldn't stand the heavy smell. If the nose was too sensitive, it would have the opposite effect when it encountered a gas that was too pungent. The passageway of this cave wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. Compared to the other caves, it was considered medium. It was a little more than 2 meters tall, and about 1.5 meters wide. Therefore, Lin Xiao did not need to bend over and could walk straight. The underworld creatures had dug so many tunnels that were accessible in all directions. If there was an earthquake, they might collapse. After walking for half an hour, the smell became stronger. The smell made Lin Xiao cover her nose tightly. Fortunately, she did not need to breathe. Although it was pitch black in the cave, Lin Xiao could see a grayish-white scene. However, she could not see too far. At most, she could see within 10 meters. At the end of the tunnel, there was another big pit. The top wasn't dug very high, but the bottom was dug very deep. It was at least 10 meters deep, and the stench of rotting corpses rose from below. Lin Xiao squinted her eyes and looked down. There was a dark energy below. Because it was too deep, she could not see what was below. But it was definitely not a good scene. At this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly heard a sound coming from the tunnel that she came from. Following that, a pungent smell of earth and blood came closer and closer. Lin Xiao leaned against the wall and looked at the movement at the entrance of the tunnel. After a while, she saw 2 2-meter-tall subterranean creatures dragging something over from afar. When they got closer, Lin Xiao realized that they were dragging the corpses of 2 mutated dogs. The corpses had been gnawed to the bones, and the entire set of canine bones was still connected. There were still some remnants of flesh and blood stuck to the ghastly white bones. Only the head was preserved relatively well. It felt like these things did not eat the head. Obviously, this was their food. Now they were just dealing with the food residue. The 2 subterranean creatures dragged one in each hand. The 4 mutated dogs were of different sizes. The big one was the size of an adult Tibetan Mastiff, and the small one was the size of a husky. Lin Xiao watched the 2 subterranean creatures drag the 4 sets of bones to the edge of the big pit and stand next to her. She casually threw the mutated dog's bones into the big pit. After throwing it, she licked her paws and turned around to walk back. At this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly moved. She grabbed the 2 subterranean creatures with each hand and threw them into the forest of the space. Roar dash, suddenly thrown into a strange place. The 2 subterranean gorillas immediately roared in panic. But Lin Xiao did not pay attention to them. She turned around and walked out of the space, because there were 2 more subterranean creatures coming in from afar. They were also dragging a few mutated beast bones. But this time, it was not the mutated dogs, but the mutated cats and mutated rats. Roar roar. The 2 subterranean creatures made strange sounds before they reached the entrance of the cave. Then they walked to the entrance of the cave and looked left and right as if they were looking for something. Lin Xiao felt that they might be looking for the 2 that she had just put into the space. It seemed that she had miscalculated. It seemed that she couldn't let these 2 discover anything. Otherwise, it would be bad if they gave out a warning. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately moved the 2 subterranean gorillas that had not thrown the food residue into the space. Then she came out and kicked the remains into the big pit. She continued to wait for the subterranean gorillas that came from behind. She had already noticed that there were more than 4 subterranean creatures that appeared to throw the garbage. There were more at the back. Just in time, she would take one as they came. If there were 2, she would take 2. At this time, at the entrance of the tunnel that Lin Xiao had just entered from, a 3-meter-tall subterranean creature was standing beside the circular space. It watched as dozens of subordinates dragged the food residue in 2 by 2. But after a while, the 3-meter-tall gorilla turned to look at the tunnel in the cave with a puzzled expression. Logically speaking, the subordinates that went in should have returned. But why didn't they come out? Did they slack off halfway? By the time his subordinates had all dragged the mutant beasts' corpses back in, not a single one of them had returned. Chapter 1064. If the 3-meter-tall gorilla had eyes, it would be full of question marks. However, it didn't have eyes, but its actions showed its puzzled expression. After poking its head into the cave for a long time, and sniffing left and right with its nose, it finally stepped into the cave. Lin Xiao stood at the edge of the pit, and kicked the last mutated beast skeleton into it. Then she turned around and walked back. There were 16 gorillas, but there were 30 mutated beast skeletons. There were all kinds of mutated beasts. In addition to the dogs, cats, and mice at the beginning, there were snakes, pigs, birds, and so on. There were also some strange corpses of mutated beasts that he had never seen before. Lin Xiao's mission was considered completed after capturing the 16 underground creatures. However, she didn't intend to go back so soon. She had to see how these creatures lived underground. Perhaps she could find something else. Just as Lin Xiao was about to walk out, she felt the aura of another underground creature. Are there more? However, the aura of this one seemed to be much stronger than the previous ones. She reckoned that she couldn't capture it, so she might as well kill it. Lin Xiao made up her mind and walked forward slowly. She was invisible, so these creatures couldn't sense her presence at all. It seemed like they couldn't smell her aura either. The underground creatures that sensed the spatial forest couldn't run out of the forest, no matter how hard they tried. Lin Xiao and the high-level underworld creature got closer. Then they saw a huge underworld gorilla with its back bent and head lowered. Its 2 thick forelimbs supported the ground in front of it as it walked in. From its aura, this underground creature was about the strength of a level 4 mutated beast. The ones that she had captured before were probably level 2. The gorilla's entire body was almost blocking the hole, so Lin Xiao couldn't pass through the gap beside it. Therefore, when she got close to the underground creature, Lin Xiao immediately grabbed its foreleg and brought it into the space. Roar! The level 4 underground creature immediately turned around and roared in panic when it felt that the surrounding aura had become unfamiliar. The Class 2 underworld creatures that were scurrying around suddenly heard their boss's voice and responded in unison. Roar! 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 The level 4 underworld creature heard his subordinate's voice and roared happily. But soon it was no longer happy. Lin Xiao stood on a tree next to it and waved his hand. A small black flame with a swaying slender black tail pounced towards the level 4 underground creature. Before the subterranean creature could react, it had already burrowed into its ear. Roar! When the black flame drilled into its head, the level 4 underground creature immediately felt a sharp pain in its head. It roared in pain, then fell to the ground with its arms around its head, rolling on the ground. It rolled left and right, scratching its head with its claws. His head, which had no eyes to begin with, was now covered in wounds and blood. Upon hearing the pained cries of the level 4 subterranean creature, the surrounding subterranean creatures quietened down. At this moment, the level 4 creature had stopped struggling. Its body began to calm down and lay motionless. Then its head began to slowly deflate, and so did its body. After a short while, a small black flame drilled out of its head. It was thicker than when Lin Xiao had placed it in. The black flame engulfed the head of the subterranean creature. Its head began to melt, then its neck, and then its upper body. The subterranean creatures seemed to have smelled the aura of Lin Xiao's flame. They didn't dare to make a sound. They seemed to be afraid that Lin Xiao, the dangerous flame, would find them. After devouring, the small flame returned to Lin Xiao's palm with more energy. The subterranean creature was only level 4, so its energy was insufficient. It wasn't as satisfying as when Lin Xiao had absorbed the energy of 10 level 7 subterranean creatures. It wasn't enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. After exiting the space, Lin Xiao immediately walked towards the hole. He didn't know when the other subterranean creatures would realize that this small group of subterranean creatures had disappeared. But Lin Xiao didn't think about it. Soon, he exited the tunnel that was the subterranean creatures' dumping ground. He didn't know where their nest was. Lin Xiao stood in the round hole and sniffed left and right. Then, he went into a hole left by the subterranean creatures that smelled fresh. On the ground, Lin Xiao had been in the underground creature's hole for several hours. Besides Elmar, there were 3 more creatures guarding the hole. Woof woof woof. The snake and dog trio, which hadn't appeared for a long time, ran out again. They were squatting at the edge of the hole and looking down. In fact, one of them was curious and wanted to go down, but it was stopped and dragged back by the other one. Awang was lying on the ground with its limbs spread out. It stuck out its tongue and looked at the hole excitedly, but one of its hind legs was curled up by the tip of Dahe's tail, so it couldn't go down. The big mushroom next to it had its roots in the ground beside the hole. It tilted its mushroom head and looked down, as if it was stretching its head to look inside. Elmar squatted by the side and supported her chin with her palm as she looked at the 3. The zombie dog didn't seem to feel the aura in the hole, but the big snake was afraid of the aura in the hole and didn't even let the zombie dog get close. Then, she looked at the big mushroom spirit that was curiously stretching its head into the hole. It was also very vigilant. She didn't know how Lin Xiao raised the 3 of them into a group. Awang was being dragged by Dahe, but it obviously didn't want to give up. It continued to pull its 2 forelegs and moved forward with all its strength. It pulled its hind legs long and pulled Dahe's tail forward little by little. Seeing that it couldn't hold it back, Dahe immediately raised its head, and its diamond-shaped triangular eyes flashed with anger. Then, it suddenly pulled Awang back with great force and rolled its whole body on Awang's body. Woof woof woof. After a while, Awang's whole body was rolled up by Dahe and couldn't move. The mushroom spirit next to them obviously didn't react to their actions. Elmar just looked at the zombie dog speechless. It was courting death and angering Dahe. See, it was being suppressed by its whole body. At this moment the big mushroom, who had been standing beside the hole with its neck tilted, suddenly jumped into the hole. Oh! Elmar was stunned. Woof! Awang also turned its head to look at the place where the big mushroom had been standing at. Dahe was speechless. It had spent so much effort to drag this one, but it was all for nothing. It thought that the big mushroom wouldn't want to go down. Chapter 1065. Seeing that his little friend Big Mushroom had gone down, Awang immediately twisted his body and struggled to get out of Big Black's body. Then, he rushed over excitedly and plunged into the hole. Big Black was left lying motionless at the edge of the hole. Elmar looked at it and muttered, "Oh, they all went down. Isn't this guy going down?" Big Black silently stayed where it was for more than 10 seconds. Finally, it crawled over helplessly. Then it swam down from the edge of the hole. Lin Xiao, who didn't know that her 3 pets had also slipped in, was walking toward the front of the tunnel. As she walked, the ground of the tunnel began to slope down again, and then made a turn. Lin Xiao continued walking for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly, a huge hole appeared in front of her. She couldn't see far. She could only see that the road under her feet had suddenly been cut off. Then, she couldn't see the top of the hole, the ground below, or the situation on the other side. Looking around, she found that there was a 2-meter-wide walkway on the left and right sides. Every 3 to 4 meters there was a hole. Moreover, the smell of the underground creatures was very strong. However, it was obviously not a garbage dump like the big pit just now. Lin Xiao casually walked to the right, and then walked to the hole that appeared 3 to 4 meters away. Just now, she thought that this was a tunnel, like an exit or entrance from another direction. Unexpectedly, when she walked over to take a look, there was no tunnel inside. It was just a hole. The height of the hole was less than 2 meters, and the space was very small. The area was about 4 to 5 square meters. Moreover, the innermost part of the hole, against the wall, was a pile of thick animal skins. And the fur. The middle of the pile of animal skins was dented, as if it was often pressed by something. Could this be their nest? There was also an unpleasant smell on the pile of animal skins. Lin Xiao thought curiously. Then she walked into the hole and looked around. There was nothing in the hole except the pile of animal skins. When she didn't find anything, she retreated and continued to walk forward. 4 to 5 meters away, she saw another hole. Inside this hole was another small hole that looked like a nest. There was almost a pile of animal skins inside. She didn't know what kind of animal they were. Lin Xiao kept walking forward, and after walking a circle, she found that she had returned to the cave entrance that she had come out from. All he saw were small holes that looked like nests. When he looked up, he saw that the top was the soil layer. He stood at the edge and looked up and down. The situation was almost the same. However, after walking around the cave, there was no trace of the underground creatures. He didn't know where they went. She walked back from the previous hole. Previously, she had walked downhill. Now that she was going back, of course, she had to go uphill. After exiting the hole, Lin Xiao returned to the circular hole. Lin Xiao looked left and right, then picked a tunnel and walked in. After walking for a short while, a fork appeared in the road. Lin Xiao sniffed left and right at the crossroads, and walked towards another path with a stronger smell. However, as they walked, another fork appeared. It felt like he was walking through an underground maze, and he had no idea where he was going. One of the two forks had the aura of an underground creature, while the other had a strange aura. Lin Xiao didn't know what it was, but it smelled weird. It wasn't unpleasant, but it wasn't pleasant either. Anyway, it smelled weird. She walked in the direction of the aura, feeling puzzled. The tunnel wasn't very high. She had to bend down slightly to lower her head. Otherwise, she would hit the ceiling. After walking for a while, Lin Xiao reached the end of the tunnel. Lin Xiao looked at the half-dug mound in front of her, and walked forward to take a look. The wall in front of her wasn't dug through, and the excavated sand on the ground wasn't cleaned up. It was a mess on the ground. The surrounding walls were scratched by the claws of the beasts, and the walls were messy. This was obviously a tunnel that the underworld creatures had stopped digging. Was that why they retreated and dug another fork? At this time, 3 creatures sneaked in from the entrance. The mushroom spirit led the way in front, while Awang sniffed left and right. He could smell Lin Xiao's aura in the air of the cave. Then, he followed the aura left by Lin Xiao and walked forward. Awang was much quieter after coming down, but he still jumped to the left and then to the right. At least he was much quieter. Dahe followed behind, vigilantly sensing the fluctuation of aura in front of the cave. Soon, they followed Lin Xiao's aura to the first big round hole. Then the mushroom spirit went to the left, and Awang went to the right. They went through all the other holes separately. Then, Awang stopped in front of the hole that Lin Xiao had entered. He turned his head and stuck out his tongue to look at the other two. The mushroom spirit was poking the surrounding walls with its tentacles in the umbrella. No one knew what it was doing. Seeing that it wasn't coming over, Awang immediately jumped to its side and used its head to push it toward the hole that it had stopped in. Dahe swam over and stretched its head to look into the hole. He was the first to climb in. Then Awang, who was behind him, pushed the mushroom spirit over. Lin Xiao looked around carefully at the end of the tunnel that the underground creatures had stopped digging, trying to figure out why the underground creatures had stopped halfway. There were some stones on the wall, but they had been cut into pieces. It seemed that the stones weren't blocking their way. Then what was it? After looking around for a long time, Lin Xiao didn't find any clues. So he turned around and left. He looked at another hole and continued to walk forward. As he walked, the ground began to tilt downward again. This time it was a little steep. It wasn't a 30 to 40 degree angle, but at least a 50 to 60 degree angle. Lin Xiao held the wall and walked down. As he walked, a big hole appeared in front of him. At the hole on the ground, Elmar watched the 3 creatures disappear into the hole. After a while she murmured, "Will the 3 creatures make trouble down there? Or will they slow us down?" The answer was, Elmar was speechless. "I hope they won't make trouble for Lin Xiao." She looked up and found that it was getting dark. In Haicheng, Wu Qingyue was reading documents in his office. Wu Yueling and Tungting were playing on the sofa in his office. Both of them were reading small books. Although there were 2 children, the office was very quiet. They could only hear the sound of Wu Qingyue's pen on the paper, or the sound of turning the pages. After a while, Xiao Liqing appeared at his door. He knocked on the door twice and walked in. Chapter 1066. Leader Lu went into the underground creature's cave alone. Xiao Liqing told Wu Qingyue the news he had just received. Wu Qingyue raised his head, looked at him, and nodded. Yes. Then he looked down at the documents again. Xiao Liqing looked at him blankly. That's it. Wu Qingyue looked up at him again. What else? Xiao Liqing looked at him in silence for a few seconds and said, You're too cold. Aren't you worried about her? Wu Qingyue said to him, I don't think she'll die underground with her ability. Besides, she has a space and can go invisible. Xiao Liqing stared blankly for a moment before saying, Oh, then what if there's an accident underground? After all, that's the nest of those things. All right, since she's already gone down, she must have made preparations. Wu Qingyue said and looked down at the documents in his hands. After Xiao Liqing left, Wu Qingyue looked at the documents in his hands for a few minutes. Then he threw them on the table and looked at the two people on the sofa. Do you think I should go down and take a look? Tung Tung looked up at him calmly and said, Didn't you say she won't die underground with her ability? What are you worried about now? Wu Yueling looked at her father with a blank look in her eyes. Tung Tung then said, Besides, you have a lot of things to do now. Do you have time to look for her? Wu Qingyue looked at the piles of documents on both sides with a worried expression. After thinking about it, he stood up. I'll try my best to settle things here. I'll go to a meeting first. Don't run around. Then he walked out with a few documents. Wu Yueling and Tung Tung, who were left behind, watched him walk out of the office speechlessly. This person said he was at ease, but in fact he was very worried. Lin Xiao continued to walk forward. After walking for at least half an hour, he smelled a damp water vapor, and a huge round hole appeared in front of him. This round hole was only half of the ground. The other half was like a cliff, and the ground was empty. There was also the sound of flowing water coming from below. Lin Xiao walked over and looked down. There was a reflection of water. It looked like an underground river, and her position seemed to be very high above the surface of the river. There was actually an underground river. It seemed like her current position was very far away from the surface. Lin Xiao looked left and right, then looked up at the top. The rocks at the top were eroded into an irregular shape, forming a hollow. It was very quiet underwater. There was only the sound of flowing water. There was no movement in the surroundings. There was no abnormal energy or anything strange in the water. Lin Xiao looked to the side and found a hole on the other side. She walked over, but before she reached the entrance of the cave, she heard footsteps coming from inside. She immediately stopped and leaned against the wall to find a place to hide and waited quietly. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and it seemed like there were a lot of them. Roar, roar. At the same time, there were a few low roars and breathing sounds of the underground creatures. Then their scents were getting closer and closer. After a while, Lin Xiao saw some 2 to 3 meters tall gorillas walk out of the cave. These underground gorillas walked to the edge of the cliff, crouched down, kicked off with their hind legs, and jumped into the underground river. Plop, 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 plop. The sound of heavy objects smashing into the water rang continuously in the karst cave. Countless underground creatures walked out of the tunnel and jumped into the river. Soon, the originally quiet underground river was bustling. Lin Xiao stood by the rock wall and listened to the sounds in the river. She could imagine these creatures swimming happily in the river. Plop! The sound of falling into the water continued. Lin Xiao waited for a while and felt that there were at least a few hundred underground creatures in the water. The sound of the crashing river and the surging of the waves kept ringing in her ears. At this moment, there was suddenly a sound from afar. Woof, Lin Xiao. Why does this sound like a dog's bark? And it sounds a little familiar? Roar, 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 roar. After a moment of silence in the water, the roars sounded one after another. However, the roars were neither loud nor soft, and they seemed to be stunned for a moment. At this moment, there was another dog's bark. Woof, roar, roar. Then, the sounds of the underground creatures came from afar. These sounds were actually very far away, because the dog's bark wasn't loud and fluctuated. It felt like it was very far away. Roar. At this moment, the underground creatures in the river immediately let out warning growls. Some of the underground creatures that hadn't entered the river stopped and walked towards the cave where the dog's bark came from. Lin Xiao walked towards the edge of the cliff and looked down. He didn't know how these creatures were going to climb up. On the other side, in a circular hole about 300 to 400 meters away from here, it was already a mess. Dozens of 2-meter-tall gorillas were chasing a snake and a dog. A huge mushroom hung upside down on the top of the cave with a few swaying tentacles. It seemed to be happily watching the mess on the ground. A Wang was running in circles in the 10-meter-wide cave, or jumping up and down as it was chased. However, it wasn't afraid at all. Instead, it ran excitedly. Big Black curled up at the side and swung its tail left and right, slapping the pouncing underworld creatures to the side. There were too many underworld creatures in the cave, so it was a little strenuous to use its tail. Dahe decisively drilled into one of the holes, and then slipped away with a group of pursuers. The remaining underworld creatures surrounded Ah Wang and pounced on him, but Ah Wang was very agile. While he was focused on dodging, his figure flickered and only an afterimage was left. The huge mushroom hanging on the top of the cave didn't care about it at all. Lin Xiao looked at the underworld creatures in the river and leaned towards the cave entrance to sniff it. The earthy smell of the underworld creatures completely covered the other smells. She couldn't smell anything else. However, the two barks that sounded like dogs made Lin Xiao puzzled. Could it be that the food of the underworld creatures escaped? She didn't forget that the underworld creatures had dragged a few mutated dog bones into the garbage pit. The underworld creatures in the water climbed up quickly and rushed towards the cave entrance from which the dog barks came. They seemed to be in a hurry. When the underworld creatures came out of the water, Lin Xiao followed behind them. Chapter 1067. Roar, roar, roar. Woof, woof, woof. In the underground tunnel, several underground creatures split into two groups and chased after a zombie dog and a giant snake. Ah Wang was very fast. His agility was much stronger than the lowest-level underground creatures. Even though there were many of them, they didn't pose too much of a problem to him. The snake was also slithering very quickly, but its body was too long, so its tail was always bitten. More and more underground gorillas appeared, and a few 3-meter-tall level 4 underground gorillas appeared in the round cave. They sniffed left and right before looking up at the giant mushroom that was hanging upside down on the cave ceiling. Giant mushroom. A few level 4 underground creatures surrounded the giant mushroom and looked up at it. Then, they lowered their heads and growled softly, as though they were discussing something. After a while, the level 4 underground creatures started to dig out some rocks that weighed over 10 to 20 kilograms from the edge of the cave and threw them at the huge mushroom on the ceiling. Giant mushroom. Are they going to smash it down? How could it be so easy when the first stone flew up? It tilted its neck and dodged it. The stone flew in a parabola to the other side and smashed against the wall of the cave. Seeing that the first stone didn't hit the giant mushroom, the level 4 underground gorillas immediately threw the second, third, and fourth stones. Hence, the scene turned into a scene where a few 3-meter-tall gorillas were smashing rocks at the top of the 10-meter-tall mushroom. However, the mushroom was always twisting left and right, leaning forward and backward, nimbly dodging the stones that were flying towards it. Not a single one of them had hit it. Moreover, it was twisting and turning excitedly, as though it was having fun. Roar! After hitting for a long time, the underground gorillas below became irritated when they didn't manage to knock the giant mushroom down. Suddenly, they gathered together and growled a few times. Then they changed their fighting style. Soon, one of them lay on the ground, and the other climbed onto its shoulder. Then, the first one used its 2 forelimbs to prop itself up, and the others continued to climb onto its back. Obviously, they wanted to go up one by one to pluck the big eyesore mushroom. If the 5 3-meter-tall gorillas were to stand up from their shoulders, they would almost be able to reach the top. But could these things stand firm? They stood very steadily. Steadily, they climbed up one by one, getting closer and closer to the big mushroom. The big mushroom quietly looked at them for a while, then pulled out a few roots from the top of the soil wall and calmly moved a few steps to the side. It turned its head and saw that the underground creatures were looking at it in bewilderment. After Lin Xiao walked out, he saw that there would be another tunnel opening in front of him. Then these underground gorillas would run out from inside. They hurriedly ran forward, and Lin Xiao followed them like a transparent shadow. Soon they arrived at a spacious cave. A bunch of underworld creatures crowded the place. Roar! Roar! In the middle, there were a few 3-meter-tall gorillas and a 5-meter-tall giant gorilla. This 5-meter-tall gorilla was the highest level that Lin Xiao had encountered since entering the cave. It was as big as an adult water buffalo, and was a level 7 underworld creature. It stood there quietly, and a few level 4 gorillas around it roared at a group of low-level underworld creatures from different directions, as though they were commanding something or issuing an order. Lin Xiao stared at the level 7 underworld creature. Its energy wasn't as dense as the previous ones and seemed to be weaker. However, the energy in its body made Lin Xiao salivate. After all, this one was equivalent to the combined energy of 100 to 200 level 4 gorillas. As for the weakest ones, perhaps 1,000 of them wouldn't even have the energy of one level 7. She stared silently at the level 7 gorilla. Then the level 4 creatures roared at the surrounding underworld creatures, and the underworld creatures dispersed and entered the surrounding tunnels. After a while, it became empty, leaving only the level 7 and level 4 gorillas in place. Lin Xiao immediately waved her hand, and a few black flames shot towards the underworld creatures. After using her special ability, her body appeared in a flash, and she immediately removed the invisibility effect. A few black flames with swaying tail flames drilled into the noses and ears of the underworld creatures. Not a single one was spared. Roar! Sensing Lin Xiao's aura, the underworld creatures immediately became vigilant and roared at her. This was the usual way of beasts to intimidate their enemies. But soon, the nether fire drilled into their bodies and began to absorb their energy. The underworld creatures panicked when their energy was absorbed. It wasn't only their energy that was being absorbed, but their vitality was also being absorbed. Roar! The level 7 gorilla slammed its 2 forelimbs on the ground and roared in pain before scratching its chest with its claws. The other underworld creatures had the same reaction. Lin Xiao stood at the side and increased the control of her special ability to absorb the energy and vitality of the underworld creatures. Soon the level 4 creatures fell to the ground stiffly, and their bodies shriveled before disappearing. Lin Xiao controlled the flames to enter the level 7 underground creature's body and fused the black flames together. Roar! The level 7 creature began to roll on the ground. Their external defense was strong, but they couldn't stop Lin Xiao from devouring them internally. In less than a minute, the level 7 underground creature stopped moving. Then its body shriveled and was completely burned by Lin Xiao's nether fire. Retrieving the black fire into her palm, Lin Xiao felt a familiar energy circulating around her body before entering her zombie core. It wasn't enough. She was still far from breaking through to level 8. This energy, she didn't know what state the level 8 creature was in. She didn't know to what extent it was tortured by Wu Qingyue previously. As long as she could reduce its strength by half, she might be able to absorb its energy. Lin Xiao didn't come down to look for it, but since she was here, it might be possible to investigate the situation of the underworld creature. What if the underworld creature was severely injured? Then her chances were very high. Moreover, she had been wandering in this underground cave for so long, and all she met were small soldiers. She didn't even meet a few big ones. Lin Xiao immediately turned invisible and looked left and right. She walked towards the widest and largest cave. Chapter 1068. The tall tunnel was more than 7 meters high and 2 to 3 meters wide. The space was spacious, and the odor of the level 8 underground creature leader was very strong. The other underground creatures had very little odor. There was almost no smell. It seemed like the other underground creatures didn't dare to use this tunnel, or it was a rule that they couldn't use it. Lin Xiao walked in silence. The walls of the cave were rough and ragged from digging. The level 8 underground creature was at least 10 meters tall, but the tunnel was only about 7 meters wide. It was obvious that it would crouch down when moving around. The tunnel was very long, and Lin Xiao walked for a long time. Occasionally, he would go down a slope and pass through a big circular space. The deeper he went, the quieter the tunnel became. After walking for about an hour, he heard a bark in front of him. A woof. Then he heard footsteps in front of him, followed by the roars of the underground creatures. Roar, 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 woof, woof, woof. At this time, Lin Xiao finally recognized the dog's owner. No wonder it sounded so familiar. Lin Xiao was speechless. Why did it run down here? Although Ah Wang was already level 6, as a zombie beast, it was stronger than a mutated beast. As long as the level 6 or level 7 underground creatures didn't appear, the level 2 or level 4 underground creatures couldn't hurt it. However, Lin Xiao reckoned that Ah Wang couldn't hurt them either. After walking around for a long time, Lin Xiao only saw a few level 4 underground creatures and the level 7 zombie beast. He didn't even see any level 5 or level 6 zombies. He didn't know where they went. When Lin Xiao saw Ah Wang appear in front of him, he immediately ran toward it. Soon, he saw the black zombie dog jumping left and right as if it was playing with the underground creatures behind it. It ran agilely in the wide tunnel. Sometimes it leaped onto the wall, and sometimes it leaped from one wall to the other. The underground creatures leaped and pounced at it from time to time, but it dodged them nimbly. It seemed like the wide tunnel gave it enough space to make a fuss. The underworld creatures behind him were not as bold. Lin Xiao saw that they did not dare to use their limbs to attack Ah Wang. It was probably because the cave contained the aura of their leader that they were afraid of. However, Ah Wang didn't care about this. He acted as if he didn't care about anything and jumped around happily. Lin Xiao stopped at the side and waved his hand. A black flame the size of a basketball flew out. It quickly dispersed into small fire snakes that were thinner than a pinky finger. The snakes went around Ah Wang and shot toward the underground creatures behind him at a rapid speed. Woof! Ah Wang barked excitedly when Lin Xiao's aura suddenly appeared. Then he left the underworld creatures behind and ran towards Lin Xiao with his tongue wagging. There weren't many underground creatures behind it. There were only a few dozens of them. Lin Xiao had injected his ability Nether Fire into them, and they were all paralyzed. All of them fell to the ground and began to roll and struggle. Lin Xiao raised her hand and clenched her fingers. She controlled her ability to rapidly absorb their energy and vitality. In a few seconds, the group of underworld creatures shriveled and were burned to ashes like paper. Woof, woof, woof. Ah Wang rushed to Lin Xiao's side and circled her a few times. He wagged his tail, as if he was having a stroke. He even used his body to rub against Lin Xiao. All right. Stay away from me. You are covered in dirt. Lin Xiao pushed him away in disgust and asked, Where are Big Black and Mushroom? Since Ah Wang had come down, it was impossible that the other two hadn't come down as well. No wonder these things were so nervous and in a mess. It turns out that you guys came down to cause trouble. She stared at Ah Wang and pinched his ear as she spoke. Howl! Ah Wang's fur had grown a lot longer, and it was smooth to the touch. It was also very big. It was taller than Lin Xiao's waist. Its limbs were thick, and its claws were sharp. It opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. You got separated from them? How could you leave them behind to play by yourself? If Big Black is eaten, I will kill you. Hearing Ah Wang's reply, Lin Xiao immediately raised her hand and slapped its head hard. Woof! Ah Wang obviously believed in Big Black's strength. It didn't mind being slapped by Lin Xiao. It continued to look up at it and barked. Lin Xiao immediately walked forward and said, Follow me. Woof! She had to find Big Black and Mushroom first. If she was not careful, both of them would be killed. Needless to say, in the eyes of these underworld creatures, Big Black was a delicious food. Although Mushroom wasn't an animal, its aura would definitely make these underworld creatures dislike it. Even if they didn't eat it, they would think of a way to throw it into the garbage dump. As they walked, they sensed the aura of many underworld creatures in front of them. Then a cave entrance appeared. A large group of underworld creatures blocked the entrance, pushing and shoving each other. They seemed to want to enter but didn't dare to. Suddenly, when they sensed Lin Xiao and Wang's aura, they paused for a moment. Then, they immediately let out a warning roar. Roar, roar, roar. Lin Xiao waved her hand, and a large amount of black fog was sprayed out. The black fog seemed to be alive as it surged toward the cave entrance rapidly. Roar! Roar! Sensing that the aura in the black fog was threatening them, the underworld creatures at the cave entrance began to retreat. However, some of them didn't have time to run, and were engulfed by the black fog. Roar, roar! Roar! Immediately, the screams of the underworld creatures were heard from the black fog. Lin Xiao controlled the black fog and rolled it into the round hole, filling the entire big hole with black fog. The underworld creatures who didn't have time to run away were infected by the black fog. Then their energy and vitality were devoured. In the end, all of them were melted, and not a single drop of blood was left. With Lin Xiao's action, the area around the round hole was immediately cleared. The underworld creatures all ran toward the other holes, but they didn't dare to run away completely. They could only stare at Lin Xiao from afar. Lin Xiao walked to the middle of the round hole. The smell in the hole was too strong for her to smell Big Black. She could only spend more time to search carefully. She walked around and sniffed for more than 10 minutes, but she still couldn't smell anything. When he turned around, he saw that Wang was sitting by his legs, not doing anything. Aya, you still have the nerve to sit there doing nothing. Hurry up and search together. Lin Xiao immediately stretched out her leg and kicked it. Woof! After being kicked, Wang stood up and stirred his fur. Then it stuck out its nose and began to sniff one hole after another. Chapter 1069. Woof woof woof. Wang sniffed the surrounding cave entrances. Then he stood at the side and turned to bark at Lin Xiao, shaking his head. Big Black hadn't passed by, so there was no scent of him on the ground. Lin Xiao sniffed the air in the cave. The cave was ventilated. There was no scent of Big Black in the air. While the man and the dog were worrying about which direction to search, the ground under their feet suddenly shook, and the surroundings swayed twice. A few rocks fell from the top of the cave. This way. Lin Xiao immediately beckoned Wang to dash in the direction of the shaking. Woof! Wang followed at the same time. On the other side of the shaking, a cave had collapsed. Big Black quickly slipped away from the other side, and a pile of low-level underground creatures was crushed in the collapsed area. However, they weren't dead. They were dizzy from being smashed and climbed up from the pile of rocks. Then, they used their two powerful front claws to dig out the rocks and soil that blocked the cave entrance. Roar, roar! By the time they dug it out, Dahe had already slipped away. They could only follow its scent and chase it. Although Big Black was as thick as a bucket and dozens of meters long, it was actually very big. Fortunately, the underground caves weren't narrow, and its skin was thick enough. Being bitten by the underground creatures wouldn't cause any harm to it, but it would still be an obstacle. However, it would still bring obstacles to Dahe. So Dahe directly used its extremely hard tail to slap down the top of the earth wall. It suppressed the underground creatures that chased after it. So Dahe continued to slip forward, and soon slipped out of a round hole. There were many underground creatures moving in this cave. When they saw Big Black's snake head suddenly poking out, they immediately rushed over to surround it. But they were soon knocked away by Dahe. Just as Big Black collapsed the tunnel, a huge object that had been crouching in a huge hole in the depths of the underground suddenly moved, and then became still again. On the other side, Big Mushroom was running around the ceiling. Oh no, the ceiling of the round cave. He was dodging the rocks thrown by the level 4 underground creatures below. Because they had been piled up like a human pyramid by Big Mushroom, they had collapsed. Although they could stand up steadily, they couldn't. But when he moved, he couldn't keep his balance. So, when Lin Xiao chased after the sound of the vibration, he didn't know how he got out of the cave. But then he saw this scene. Lin Xiao. Looks like the guy above me is having fun too? Woof. Roar, roar. The appearance of Lin Xiao and Awang immediately made the few level 4 underworld creatures stop moving rocks and smash them. They turned their heads in unison. Lin Xiao moved his hand, and several black flames immediately flashed out. Then he flew towards the level 4 creatures. Roar! The underground creatures were frightened by the aura of Lin Xiao's flames. They immediately turned around and wanted to retreat. However, Lin Xiao's black fire was several times faster than them. In the blink of an eye, it had already entered their noses. Roar! Lin Xiao looked up at the big mushroom at the top of the cave and said, "Come down." She didn't even look at the creatures that were rolling on the ground after being tortured by her dark flames. She turned around and walked towards another hole. Big mushroom immediately came down from the ceiling and quickly moved to Lin Xiao's side. It extended its tentacles and hooked onto her hand. Lin Xiao looked back at it and didn't say anything. She just grabbed it and brought it into the space. Then she made space again. It wasn't that she wanted to bring it in, but it had requested it. Maybe it had been left outside by Lin Xiao for too long, so it missed the environment in Lin Xiao's space. After entering the space, Big Mushroom immediately ran towards the big pool by the lake. Then it sat on the edge and extended its roots into the water. The mushroom umbrella also opened, and the tentacles under the umbrella stretched out and twisted in the air. Lin Xiao sensed its movements in the space and rolled her eyes speechlessly. Then, she continued to chase in the direction of Big Black's aura with Awang. At the entrance of the cave, Elmar lay on a tree and looked at the sun that had just risen in the morning. It had been a night since Lin Xiao and the 3 pets went down, but they didn't hear any big movements in the cave. She didn't know how they were doing down there. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly, and she turned to look in the direction of the base. After a while, 2 figures appeared at the edge of the cave. Elmar immediately jumped down from the tree and landed beside them. "Huh, what are you doing here?" Looking at Wu Chengyue and Li Yushan, Elmar looked at them in confusion. Then, she looked at Wu Chengyue and asked, "Don't tell me you want to go down." There were so many tunnels in the underground cave. They didn't know where Lin Xiao went down to. They didn't know if they could find them in there. "Is there no movement from down there?" Wu Chengyue touched his chin and tilted his neck to look at the bottom of the cave. He asked, "No." Elmar shook her head. Wu Chengyue silently stared at the bottom and didn't say anything. "Even if you go down now, it will still be very difficult to find them. There are many tunnels under the cave. We don't know where they lead to. You don't have a dog's nose. It should be very difficult to find them." Elmar saw that he really wanted to go down, so she said hesitantly, "Don't worry, I'm not going down." Wu Chengyue said with a smile. He couldn't go down yet. And as long as the female zombie wasn't stupid, with the space, there shouldn't be any problems. No matter what, she would be able to come out safely. Sea City and Universal Base were being watched by Huaxia and Skyfire Base. If he left, it wouldn't be good for their situation. Oh, Elmar saw that he couldn't continue, so she nodded. At the same time, in Universal Base, Lung Xiantong was in the lab studying a rock, but the subject of his experiment hadn't returned yet. That was a pain in the ass. "Minister, come and take a look. There's a change in the experimental body that was placed with rock number 2 last night." Bao Xiaoying bent down to look at another transparent box. Lung Xiantong looked up, then turned and walked towards her. On the left side of the box was a rock the size of an egg, and on the right was an animal's paw. This paw was the experiment Bao Xiaoying mentioned. Lung Xiantong leaned over, and Bao Xiaoying immediately made way for him to observe. He bent over to look inside the transparent box, and found that the rock hadn't changed. It was just the paw that was a little strange. Originally, as long as they weren't placed under sunlight, these creatures wouldn't rot so quickly. Because their flesh and blood contained a high amount of viral energy, they would enter a frozen state like zombies after death. As long as they weren't placed under sunlight, these underground creatures' body parts would need to be stored at room temperature for a long time before they would completely rot. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.